No, I've been doing it for a while. Good. I am experiencing burnout. I am tired. I am so tired that I'm going to have to rest because I'm coming to the point where most people usually start, and that's where they don't got any energy left. They don't have any, you know, anything in them to keep them going and control their choices. And I'm not doing that. Nope. I'm going to go and I'm going to rest up. I'm going to relax. I'm going to do what most people wouldn't do and actually stay in control of my choices. You really need to stop. Run. All right. So, good morning. All right. What a wonderful start to my day. I'll tell you what, if my life wasn't so good, it would actually bother me. Ooh, my life is so good that it ain't bothering me at all. What? You're hungry? Yeah, me too. I had somebody tell me you're going to give me a surprise for my birthday. And I figured I'd wake up and I would see it. Well, wasn't there. I'm like, well, one more person that just doesn't keep their word. Well, that's fine. Oh, so annoying. It's okay, though. It's just, I'm disappointed when certain people want me to prioritize them in their lives and then they don't prioritize me in theirs. You know? It's amazing how excited to see you too. Thank you. It's amazing how, when people want you to give them their time, or yeah, see, like I'm to the point where I got people that owe me their time and attention, and they can't even afford to pay me what they owe me financially. And I don't put them in that position. They put themselves in that position, and they'll be like, well, you're taking advantage of me. I'm like, actually, I'm not. Because the fact of the matter is, you made these agreements with me, and all I'm doing is holding you to your word. I could definitely do much worse. And for those that don't do it, it ain't my problem, If it costs you your career, if it costs you your home, that's on you because you decided to spend money you didn't have or decided to spend time or energy or resources that you don't have. And then you think that, whatever you belong to is going to take care of you. And it doesn't. And then you're like, oh my gosh, woe is me. They said they were going to do this or that. Well, so did you. So, I don't know what to tell you. I'm doing pretty good. I keep to my commitments and I keep to my word. So, whenever some scum thinks that they're going to change my day, all they do is destroy their career. And I'm fine with that. It's none of my business. They said, they're like, well, that person, they're in the wake of your destruction. I'm like, no, that's someone that stepped in my way and tried to charge me money for something that they can't afford to pay for themselves. And it's just not my problem. I'm not going to make it my problem, Now, for the people that help me when I can't afford something, I'll help them. But if you're going to get in my way and demand that I pay you and not be able to afford charging me, then no, I'm not going to accept your charge. I'm going to tell you no, go charge somebody else, because if you don't, you're going to cost you and your buddies their jobs. You know, it's not on me. It's not my problem. And I've gotten to the point where I move so quick and effectively that, that the results that they produce for themselves come to pass before they ever even get a chance to come at me. So there's only so much I can care about people. And the reality is there's a lot of people that I would otherwise meet and get to spend some time with that I'm not going to get to because they refuse to listen to me when I told them how it is. I said, well, you don't tell us how it is. We do it. I'm like, that's fine. Enjoy your ignorance. I'll be here when you're done. You won't, probably, And once again, it's just not my problem. I got things to do, people to see, places to go, and food to enjoy. Because right about now, I'm thinking about buying myself a nice burger. That's the mood I'm in. They're like, oh, well, at this time of night, you probably find yourself a nice woman, or this time in the morning, you find yourself a nice woman, or you get yourself, in a good situation like that. I'm like, no offense, but like, I have a pretty good relationship with food. I'm not really thinking about any of that. Oh my gosh, man. I'll tell you what, I came off of cigarettes, right? Cigarettes smell so bad to me. They smell freaking disgusting. I can smell a cigarette a block off, and it's so gross, And like I said, I don't mind the interruptions because it helps me get rid of them sooner, the people that try to interrupt me. But yeah, like if I don't want your help and I tell you no, take no for an answer. And if you think you're going to bully me into doing what you want to do, you got to understand that I have the proficiency within my own type set of skills to overpower your entire organization and get you pulled out of your organization and get you off my back. But for people who belong to something and they think they're then going to bully me, don't understand that I got better connections with the people that run their lives than they do. And I don't care what you come from or what you're about. If you're going to interrupt my day and I don't like it, then you're not going to have a good day. And they're like, well, you don't have this or that with that. No offense, but there's 3 ways you can get it: gold, God, or glory. And whether through gold, God, or glory, I will have you removed. And that's that. If I say I don't want your help, I'm not saying, passively that I want your help. I'm saying, my yes is my yes and my no is my no. I'm saying I don't want the help and you need to back off. And they're like, well, you can't tell me that. I just did. What are you going to do about it? And they're like, well, I'm going to stop you from being able to tell me no. I'm like, I'm going to stop you from being able to try to tell me that you can't. Whatever. You get the point. I don't even got to say it. I just do it. That's what I usually do. Every now and again, I try to give somebody fair warning, but the reality is 9 times out of 10, I don't give them fair warning. I just get it done. And for the people to try to get it done with me and surprise me like that, they lose their jobs, because it's when you scare me that bad, the people that run your life are watching, and you're not supposed to be doing that. And they're like, you're supposed to keep it a secret. I'm like, I don't subscribe to that. I don't really care. And they're like, then you're not going to get in here, get in there. I'm like, that's fine. I'll get in somewhere else. And I definitely won't try to hit somebody, because it usually leads to, it sucks. It's a shame. It really is a shame. Like, I try to be real careful, but every now and again, there's someone who's cocky. And they're like, well, this is funny. We're going to get them going. And it's literally like they forget how everything happened last year. How many people lost their jobs. How many people ended up having something negative happen to them in their life. And I'm like, they're like, but we can find a way to blame you. I'm like, it doesn't matter how hardcore or how radical you are, you're still going to lose. And they're like, no, we're not. I'm like, you underestimate America. You're underestimating the country you live in. They're like, well, we're more powerful than America. And I'm like, all right, then either figure out how it works or get out. We either want you or we don't, and you're helping us decide that we don't want you. So it's up to you to decide. We'll tolerate you, but we're not going to change the way that we live just because you're not in agreement with it. I stay in my lane, and if you swerve into my lane, you're either getting a cop pulling up on you, or you're probably getting up in a car crash because you weren't paying attention to the road. You're too busy looking at me and rubbernecking to pay attention to the road. And then when you crash, you're like, it's his fault. He was too attractive. I'm like, I don't think that's how it works. Either way, it's not my fault or my problem. but please entertain me, you know? And they're like, we're just going to bring you down a notch. We're going to humble you. And I'm like, you got to understand that I don't have loyalty to you because I said no. So should you decide to challenge me, I will learn a lesson from you, but it's going to cost you your job. It's going to cost you your livelihood. You will have taught me something, but you will also have learned a lesson that you didn't learn, that you believed you didn't have to learn. And that lesson is going to be that you don't deserve what you got. And I will take it with me wherever I go when it's over. And if you want me to keep it here, you got to chill out. I'm pretty good at bringing people into town, and I'm pretty good at running people out of town. Better than most. Okay, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm the best in Hollywood at finding who's good to live here and who needs to leave. So don't be telling me that I'm one that has to leave. I don't care if you've lived here your whole life. If you're not serving a community properly and you're not good for us, you're not staying. And I didn't ask. I'm letting you know. We're inviting, we're accepting. But if you're going to be detrimental or toxic to our community, then you can't stay. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But if you're willing to wise up and fit in some way, shape, or form that doesn't get you hurt, then yeah. And sometimes it's, well, all the time when it comes from me, it's for your own good. And people are like, well, you haven't been long enough to be making those, you haven't been here long enough to make those decisions. Ask the decision makers, because they're the ones that are fine with me delegating how that works. They're the ones who gave me permission to go ahead and vet people and pay attention to who's doing what, because I'm out here all the time and I put the work in. And I plan to stay long term. I'm committed to Hollywood. And that's that. And if you want that kind of, you know, if you're jealous or you want to be able to do that or you think you're special, then prove it. Instead of getting jealous of me or having a problem with me, prove it. And if you can't prove it, then you don't get to make that decision. And they're like, you know, we make the decisions around here. We're going to do it either way. Like, go ahead. I'll be more than happy to pull you from the root and help you find where you belong. I have all the time in the world. I got the rest of my life to do it. No issues whatsoever. All right. Moving on. It's just, what do you call it? When I got an undercover cop here or there, and they're laying there and they're jealous, and so they give me a problem. I'm like, look, you got your commitments. I got mine. It is not your job to harass me or cause me an issue or get me riled up so that I'm running around town freaking out. You know? And when I do, no offense, but the only thing that's going to happen is that it's going to get covered up and you're going to lose your job for bothering me. And if you didn't know it was me, then it's an honest accident. But the fact of the matter is, you know, we are to the point where even when you accidentally bother me like that, it's still going to cost you your job, or at least you're going to get relocated. Like, literally, I'm not kidding you. Like, I've had situations where government officials, clergy, you know, laymen and people who are just a part of the general public, they've had to move literally and change positions or change jobs because they've interrupted my creative process. And people were like, oh, that sounds silly. No, what I do is really serious because I have a lot of influence over the public. So I have to be very careful with how I behave. And if you're someone who is more powerful than me and you decide to bully me and then you push me to a point where I'm behaving inappropriately, I'm not going to lose my job. I'm not going to lose my social position. I've earned that tenure and I will keep it. You're going to lose yours. So don't interrupt my process. If I'm in the middle of something, it doesn't matter if you want me to interrupt what you got going on because you're bored. It doesn't matter if there's certain ways you want me to behave or things you want me to do because you want my influence to make a greater impact on what you're doing. The powers that be have chosen where I'm going to do what I'm going to do, how I'm going to do it, who I'm going to do it with, and the ways that I'm supposed to operate within the society. And that's that. And if you say, well, you're not that big, you're not that special. No, I'm not. I'm equal to you, and you're the one who has a mispercepted, you have an internal fallacy of some notion of a hierarchy existing in America. There's business. There's business. There's church. There's all sorts of stuff, right? But that's all part of hierarchies that are built on the baseline of our country, that are built on the foundation of our country. And it doesn't matter if you make $1 billion. It doesn't matter if you become one of the biggest companies in the world, whatever it might be, or you're just some guy who's really powerful on your own. If our country decides that you're no good for us, we can take it away from you in a moment. And if you don't believe that, then you're just not educated enough or you're ignorant. We are the most powerful country in the world. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks about it. We are. How do you think we are one of the biggest world powers when we are so young as a country? I mean, think about it. We are one of the largest world powers. Our country is less than 300 years old, right? Think about it. Our country is less than 300 years old, and we are more powerful than countries that have existed for thousands of years. I would take that as a sign to be a little more serious about it and not play with that topic near as much. People get excited when another country wins this or wins that. When it comes down to it, truthfully, we are so powerful as a country that if you won something over us, we probably wanted you to. If there's one thing you have to learn about America, if you don't understand yet, is that we do always have the upper hand. Before we moved and created this country, we had the upper hand where we were at. And now we have the upper hand in our own way. And that's not going to change just because someone disagrees with us. The people of America existed long before there were, before there was a country. We just happened to move here. And now we have our own country. Okay. What's up, CC? Excited to see you on. Thank you. We don't have to do any of this twice. I'm not going to turn around and be like, oh, well, I don't feel like we should have had that conversation. No, we had the conversation. It was serious, it was important, and it was effective. And for anyone involved, sorry to hear about your loss. Sucks for you. I am not retreating or advancing in reverse just because you're a pussy. It's not my problem. I'm sorry. I care for you. I'm compassionate towards you. But if you're going to step in my way, be prepared to be moved, And if you're not going to get in my way, get ready for me to invite you to the caravan. You're coming with, as long as you want to. I'll lead the way, and you can enjoy the aerodynamics. You can get a little bit better gas mileage and not have to worry about getting hit by another car should you decide to come behind me. Thanks for the hearts. Good morning, Katie. You saw your cousin's baby for the first time yesterday. That's awesome. I'm so happy to hear you. Yeah, I am. I'm happy to hear that happened for you. He is cute. His name is George. Adorable. Absolutely. You don't like the name George. Why? I like the name George quite a bit, actually. Yes, you did just witness me sniff the street. I did it instinctually. When I first moved to Hollywood, I was like a freaking animal. You have no idea. I have become civilized. But I'll tell you what, when I first moved to Hollywood, I was so cocky that I had a lesson to be taught. And so I was brought to the bottom of the barrel. And I have since learned. And I'll tell you what, I'm so thankful for the experience. I hope to God I never have to do it twice. But I guess my advice to you is don't ever eat peanuts out of shit. And don't ever tell someone that you ate peanuts out of shit when you didn't yet. I'll leave it at that. But, and for people that are like, oh, I hate hazing and this and that. Well, that's fine. Then just don't involve yourself. I don't know what to tell you. Me personally, the process, like the things that I had to do and the stuff that I went through to get the connections that I have and, be close with the people that I'm close with. Like, we have our own rituals and things like that, right? Like, I don't belong to any organizations, but my affiliations with certain legally permissed organizations is because, I learned so much about their people through the things that they demanded I do in order to be associated with their people. And I don't regret a single hazing I received. I am very thankful, even for the stupid people who refuse to shut their mouths when they start talking to someone that they don't realize they're subordinate of. And, you know, today's a good day. Today's a good day, and I'm having a lot of fun. Thanks for the hearts. Yes, a burger. I could go for a burger. I'm not going to buy one now because I'll tell you the truth. If I buy a burger, for how healthy I have been eating and for how much I have been exercising, like moving around, like I walked 12 hours yesterday. I walked around Hollywood Boulevard for 12 hours. And then I went to the gym. And so essentially, I'm to the point where what I'm trying to do is build up my lactic acid resistance. So I'm building my body's ability to endure pain to the level that it was at, I say about 4 or 5 years ago. But as of right now, you know, I'm about I say compared to what I used to be, I'm about a 3 out of 10. So I can endure a massive amount of physical, mental, and emotional pain. But it is nothing near what I used to be capable of. And in order to maintain my independence and control over my own decisions in the long term, while continuing to grow in popularity and finance, I have to regain my personal capabilities. I have to move back into a space where I'm very fit in every way. If it were an option, I'd obviously choose not to, but it is. I don't have the choice to not train myself up. I can just now do it in a safe, comfortable, predictable, and cyclical environment. All right, I'm trying to catch up. Give me a minute. Okay. Just do me a favor, pause on the comments. I never thought I would say this. I always ask you guys to talk to me, right? Do me a favor, pause on the comments for about a minute so I can catch up. Thank you. If you want, you sit there and listen and tap the hearts, but I'm going to catch up on our comments here. Cece says, please stop smoking. I do not smoke cigarettes anymore, and that is progress for me. I am smoking my vape. It's water vapor going into my body. The chemicals in this one are not all that bad, and I'll get an even healthier one when this one runs out at the end of the week. Oh, excuse me. And then I will eventually stop smoking completely. As of right now, I am getting all of the tar out of my lungs. I'm getting that guck out of my lungs and the chemicals. And using the vape is actually helpful because of the water vapor. Now, the air is thick here in LA, especially in Hollywood right now. We have a lot of fog in the air, right? So nature is doing its job. Using this vape is helping me do it faster. So the vapor going to my lungs, stuff gets not a little bit sticky in my lungs, but like it also, when I cough and stuff, it actually can come off and come out. Whereas when it's dry and pressed to the insides of your lungs, it doesn't want to come off. So between exercising to an Olympic level and putting that vapor in my lungs, I'm getting all the tar and all the smoke out of my lungs. And trust me when I tell you, I will get all of it out. In one way or another, I will get all of it out. And I'll be back up to the physical fitness level that I once was. Cece says, your grandma has emphysema because she smoked for 4 years. Oh, geez. Yeah, I only smoked cigarettes for about 4 years. I'd say about 3.5 years. And really, during that time frame, there was about 18 months there that I really didn't smoke at all. So realistically, I've only been smoking for like a year and a half. And I wasn't always smoking. I didn't have cigarettes all the time. So it shouldn't be that bad. But I will tell you that even only smoking, I'd say 12 to 14 months out of a a 3-year period, it affects your breathing. Smoking really affects your ability to breathe. It doesn't even matter how long you're doing it. It's so bad for you, so bad for your lungs. I never used to be gasping for air. I didn't have such a raspy voice. And my voice is coming already just after, literally after like a week, not even a week, like 3 days of not smoking, 3 freaking days of not smoking and putting the water vapor in there instead of smoke. My body is already starting to get that stuff out, and I'm already experiencing a noticeable difference. I'm sorry to hear that. Sophie goes, do you have Instagram? Yeah, I have an Instagram. I'm on all platforms right now. I have a couple of people that I need to kind of chill and mind their business. And I will say that if you're watching this, or if someone who knows, I guess who it is that's watching this, I apologize if I flirted with your granddaughter or your daughter or somebody that you didn't want me flirting with or something. But I caught wind, and somebody told me that apparently I was flirting with, or potentially, the reality is I probably wasn't flirting with the person. The probability is that the person was flirting with me. And because if I'm flirting with somebody, they're definitely someone I'm going to remember. And they're someone I'm going to recognize. And I'm going to know, based on my social ability, my ability to perceive what's really going on socially, like, I'm going to know if there's somebody in their life that isn't going to be too happy about me talking to that person. So if I'm not noticing it, then it probably, I either didn't initiate it, I didn't engage, or I didn't know, because I wasn't the one looking into the person. Like when I'm paying attention to their behavior, when I'm flirting with them. And it doesn't take me much. Some people, they're like, most people aren't trained in that way. So they're not like, it takes them a while to get to know somebody. But me personally, I would say expertly trained in social behavior, let's call it. And so it's like I could look at somebody within the first 15 seconds. I know whether or not they're sexually active. I know whether or not they are involved with someone already. I know whether or not they have multiple partners. I know whether or not they're someone who is in an open relationship or open to an open relationship, or they're monogamous. And that's mostly just understanding the human personality. So I also can very easily deduce whether someone is mentally stable, unstable, at risk, not at risk, And that just comes with the territory. And something having to do with like my training and experiences is there's a lot of people that kind of they're trained, but they're not smart. And this sounds mean, but I'm telling you the truth, is do not account someone's training to their intelligence, because our country is the greatest country in the world, and the people that I learn from are people that have served this country. And you can be very skilled, but still not be capable of what you'd like to be capable of when you're not under the dominion of the people that train you, right? So like once you step out, it's kind of like riding a bike. You can move faster on a bike than fire. You can move faster on a bike than you can on your feet. But the fact of the matter is, once you get off the bike, you're not moving as fast, unless you're, like superhuman. But the fact of the matter is, that's what I'm describing to you in reference to training, right? Like you can have people train you, and it's like riding a bike. You're going to move faster, but based on your own personal, physiological and psychological limitations, you're going to slow down. You're going to become less capable at some point in time, and you're going to fall off with it, right? Well, I had my, interpersonal training. I was taught by a lot of really good people, how to handle myself. But before I ever met them, I already knew how to do a lot of what I do that I was trained on. And so my skills don't fall off, right? I just became more proficient in my skill set. And then without being around the people that train me, I'm still doing okay. I'm just not as good as I once was, but I've been doing really good at finding mentors and finding people to have in my life who are similar to the people that used to keep me at the peak of my ability. So I guess what I'm telling you is, when someone shows you a piece of paper or someone tells you that they're well trained or that they had once been trained, I mean, that's good, but it's not enough. You have to continue to train. You have to continue to teach yourself or be taught in order to maintain the level of proficiency required to stay as effective at what you do as you are. And even if you're born with the skill, the person who's born with the skill and taught the skill is always going to be better at least on an individual basis. If you're not counting people that belong to a group, they're going to be better than the person who only has one or the other, right? Either prodigious skills from birth or training. So I'm blessed enough to have both, but that doesn't change the fact that I still, to this day, have to surround myself with people of that level of proficiency in order to maintain my skill set and not fall off. Give me like 2 seconds. Right across the street, there's a cop watching, so I want to make sure that I, don't be looking down at my phone, because they're being real scrupulous with me. They're like I said, it's a hierarchical thing. They don't even sometimes the people who are committed to the belief and the mindset of equality. Literally, that is the notion. That's the idea. Sometimes you'll still have people that are brainwashed in the hierarchy of the church, or they'll be brainwashed in the hierarchy of a monarchy or an oligarchy. And they're in a position that they necessarily shouldn't be in, but it's not a perfect world. Or there's someone who, say, God or the universe or the world or people that are in power have decided that that person is someone that they want to train or that they want to help move to a space of better understanding. And that's the beauty of our country, right? You go to any other country in the world, and what people do, that's enough. What people do is they will try, but not try hard enough because they don't want it that bad, right? But realistically, if you're someone who is less good at something but wants it more, you're going to get that. In this country, you are more likely to get that spot, because as long as you prove your ability and your willingness to grow, then you're going to keep getting better at that. And the guy that's complacent, or the woman that's complacent, or whoever may be complacent, is not going to get to do what you do. And that is how our country works and operates. Cece goes, sometimes, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. Sorry, she's using the comment section to make it look like I'm the one with the issue. And then, I didn't know. No, you knew 3.5 weeks ago when I caught you talking behind my back. Moving on. Give me 1 second. I don't even know who that is. I just had been sent a screenshot and I double checked it. And after verifying and confirming, I found out that they're telling me the truth. So thank you to my sources. Thank you to the people that have taught me the value of getting backlog information and finding out whether or not something is accurate or not. And thank you to the people that, I can trust to give me that information. Yeah. I'll just leave it there. Yeah, that's fine. All right, give me 2 seconds. Trying to catch up. Got it. I said we're just cutting out all the trash. Give me a second. That's not how I feel about a human life, but it's how I feel about certain mindsets. They're just not productive for me. They don't belong in my space. Got a very active morning this morning, I'll tell you. Got him. All right, cross the street here in a minute. See, sometimes people unfortunately get caught up, trying to prove their ability. Like, I'm really not, no offense, but like, this is nothing. For what some of you have seen of me, my gosh, I'm at 1 out of 11. Seriously, I'm like less than 1 out of 11 for some of what I've accomplished on camera. I'm not even doing anything. My gosh. And that's you guys know I'm telling the truth. You could put in the comments and be like, yep, I've seen it. And I am comfortable with that because I have a pretty good and trustworthy history on here. I do. And my history on here is far better than some of the scum that might have an oppositional opinion about it. And the proof is out there. You just got to find it. And if you don't find it, it's because you weren't looking. And don't say, well, I found this, Well, yeah, you found that first. What were you looking for? What kind of person are you? You have an algorithm, okay? If you don't understand what this means, when you search on Google for the past 8 years, when you search on Google, no matter what it's about, whatever shows up first isn't going to be what's most popular. It's not going to be what's most interesting. It's not going to be chronological. It's going to be something that you personally are the most invested in. So if you look up my name and the first thing you find is trash and garbage and drama, it's because that's the way you live your life. And I'm sorry to tell you, you might not like me saying that to you, but it's the truth. Google has an algorithm, and the algorithm is so advanced that they're now coming out with an AI, right? They got this Gemini that's available to the public where it thinks for you. It literally tailors to your personality and sends you results based on your personality. So I'm sorry to tell you, if you Google my name and you don't like what you find, it's because you're looking for something you don't like. Because Google already knows you on a personal level. And, if you don't like what you see, you're probably not supposed to know me. And if you're not supposed to know me and you don't like what you see, then change the channel. And if you like what you see about me when you actually see me and you have negative results, then either somebody messed with your algorithm, which does happen, believe it or not, quite often, or you didn't search hard enough. So if you as a person are someone that usually digs pretty deep and you look me up and you didn't dig deep, it's still on you. It's not on me. And if anything, at worst, if you're so obsessive about finding someone else to blame for your problems or blame for your inability to connect properly or in a healthy fashion, you can blame Google's algorithm. I don't know what else to tell you. If you want chronology, go on Tumblr. If you want chronology, go on Reddit. If you want chronology, you're going to have to go somewhere else because most of these platforms have algorithms that are geared towards your personality, not just your personal search results. Okay? So understand that you're not getting search results based on what's popular. You're getting search results based on what you're going to pay the most attention to. And if you are engineered towards fear and drama and negativity, then yes, the first thing that's going to show up in your search results when you Google me is going to be something you don't want to see if you're someone who's not looking for negativity. If you're looking for negativity, that's what you're going to find. If you're looking for something better, you're going to have to search harder. If you're the type of person that looks deep, and if you find something positive when you first look it up, it's because you're focused on the positive. No matter what, you can't blame the search results. Okay? And I want us to grasp this concept together. What a mentally lunatic notion it is to blame search results for your emotions. If you don't like what you see, change what you're looking at. You don't belong to another person, you belong to you. And you have a choice to change what you look at and what you engage with and who you engage with. It's on you. You can blame another person, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be you that has to deal with what you find. It's still going to be you who has to choose whether or not what you see is what you want to see. And if you don't like what you see, change what you're looking at. Don't try to change the person you're looking at, because a lot of times people don't understand that when you're stuck in the past, depending on what part of the past you're stuck in your mind, that's going to be what Google engineers towards. So if you're someone that listens to 90s music, well, Google is going to show you results that would have been popular in the 90s. I'm trying to help you understand that. So like if your mind is stuck in COVID mode, if your mind is stuck in 2017, 2018, 2019, what do you think is going to show up? Results from 2017, 2018, and 2019. And that's going to be where you're stuck. And if you don't want to be stuck there, you got to come out of your shell or change your lifestyle. Because when you don't, you're going to be stuck long term. And the more you engage with what you don't like, the more you're going to be stuck with the more you're going to be stuck with what you don't like. So that's that. I'm not telling you anything's your fault. Definitely not. Especially not the choices of another person. But I will tell you it's your responsibility, especially if you're a U.S. citizen and you understand and recognize what independence is, that you're going to have to, at some point, change what you're looking at. Or Google is only going to send you more of what you don't want to look at. You can't just send it. It's not 1990. It's not 2010. You can't just have the world change for you. You just got to stop being a bitch and grow up. And if you don't like it, talk to somebody else about it, because I don't have time for that. I really don't. I have time to help you when you're actually in trouble. But if you're engaging in the negativity and your brain isn't unhealthy, it's not my problem. If you are healthy and making a choice to engage in negativity, I don't want anything to do with you. And that's that. If you are a positive person, or you're at least making an effort to engage with stuff that's true and real and in the present moment, then I will do my best to make time for you. But if you're someone that is constantly engaging with negativity, drama, trauma, abuse, and you're obsessed with it, but you're not an unhealthy person, it's not my problem. And if you are an unhealthy person and you're going through it and you're seeing that and it's causing you issues, realistically, the fact of the matter is I'll do my best to console you, but it's still not my fault or my problem, because I've healed from and moved on from choices that I've made. And I'm not going to go into the past for somebody that continues to abuse themselves and refuses to get proper help, so that they're not engaging with that sort of content or being involved in those sorts of communities and pursuits. I just don't engage with it. I don't get myself involved in it. I've grown my platform and my life so far past what it ever was, especially for the parts of life that were not all that healthy for me. And I'm not going back for someone that doesn't feel like seeing a therapist. It's not on me. If you have such an issue with what you see online that it causes you personal trauma, either stop looking at it and go to a therapist, or stop looking at it and go to a therapist, because we're adults. And if it's a child seeing it, no offense, but it's on the adult in their life to make sure they're not seeing it. It's still your fault. If that child isn't mentally capable of understanding what they're seeing or engaging properly with the internet, then either society or the people who are, in guardianship over that person, it's your responsibility to do something. And I have to relive. And that does include me. And like I said, it includes everybody that was involved in that situation. Everybody was, at that point in time, a victim in the situation. And now, at least I know. And I'm hoping that the people that were involved in that situation have become survivors. But what I could tell you is, if you really care about these people that were involved in the situation we were all involved in, where the aggressors was actually the platforms and, law enforcement that was corrupt from the area I grew up in, if you really care that much, then you're going to help get it taken down. You're not going to spend years focusing on it and forcing people to relive that trauma. You know? So, like, before you come at me, realize that you're the ones that are constantly talking about and focusing on trauma and everything that happened years ago. So we cared about these people that you claim are still victims years later, you would try to get it taken down. You wouldn't be focusing on it and giving it attention. That's the reality. So do yourself a favor, look in the mirror, decide whether you're addicted to drama or you're someone that legitimately wants to help. And if you do want to help, write to TikTok, write to YouTube, get this stuff taken down and help us all move on. I've done my part. I've grown up. I've become a better man. I've become a better person. And I've continued to contribute to the community in every way that I could. There isn't much more I can do. And anybody that has wanted me off the internet is pretty much just people that the internet wants off the internet. So I'm not going anywhere, thankfully. But there is something you can do. You can reach out to these platforms and you can ask them to take this content down. You can ask them to have the people that are forcing these former victims to constantly relive their trauma to be removed from the internet. Me, right? I'm a human being. I am a life, right? It's not like I am my content. I am a human life. You can't just get rid of, well, it's traumatic, so we're just going to get rid of the person. Like, what's wrong with you? You know, it doesn't work that way. Cancel culture is one thing. You're trying to cancel someone's ability to create content. I get that. That's fine. Some people need to be canceled. I was never canceled, thankfully, but I get why some people get canceled. But to cancel someone's life, that are creating content based around another person's trauma, something has to be done. These platforms need to be held accountable. The people that are doing it need to be held accountable. And the only way that's going to happen is if you choose to write into these platforms and pressure them to change their terms of service, because the laws aren't going to change. They're not. And I mean, maybe in 5, 10, 15 years, the laws in reference to what's going on might change. But regardless, it's an international problem. It's not just a problem in our country. It's a problem in this world. And so I don't think we're ever going to, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, the likelihood of being able to change what's going on with the law in that many countries is pretty unlikely. But we can start with holding these international platforms accountable. It doesn't mean they have to pay. It doesn't mean we should, be reprimanding them or something. It means that we should put just enough pressure on the customer service teams that they pay attention to the problem, and then they go to their bosses and something gets done so that there are better terms of service. The algorithm itself starts to deprioritize, at minimum, deprioritize these videos, that have to do with trauma and drama and things that are unhealthy for people, especially people who are dealing with mental illness, and remove them from the internet or have them at least deprioritized. Because I understand industry, I understand business. I recognize and sympathize with the fact that part of their income comes from exploiting drama and exploiting trauma. But if you haven't noticed, nowadays, we are far more focused on people's mental health. We care a lot more of what's going on in someone's life, right? Making sure that they're healthy. And when we don't have the proper systems in place to ensure people's protection of privacy and an ability to continue to live one's life after what happened, well, then what are what's going to happen to them? You can't just expect somebody to change their entire life because of one mistake they made, and you can't expect an entire country to change the way that it operates just because you don't like how it operates. It's flamboyantly, insanely narcissistic, and it's not even a possibility. You can change the laws, but you're not going to change the infrastructure. In certain countries, maybe. But nowadays, with the world powers being what they are, the likelihood that we're going to change how things work is much less likely than the probability that we could change how and when these platforms are held accountable for what's seen online. All right, you got to give me a few minutes to catch up on comments. So if you're still behind on if you know, I'm going to be going quite a bit. You know, I have to go back a little bit. Give me a minute. Just do not comment. Just give me a little while. I mean, you could comment. You're just going to still have to wait for me. I apologize. Just give me a minute. My gosh, how long have I been ranting? Quite a while. At least what I'm saying is accurate. All right, where are we at? We are in Hollywood, California. That's right. And where is Hollywood, California? It's in America. People forget sometimes. It's okay. Thanks for the beans. I would rather focus on the positive and move on with my life. How's that? I literally don't even have like the time to block anybody right now. Where are we at? I'm catching up. Just gotta give it a minute. I'm 30. I'll get ready later. Don't worry. I'm really not. Narcissism is my least favorite thing. You know, I had people in my life that were narcissistic. I don't anymore, and I'm not about it. They make everybody look bad, and they don't care about anybody but themselves. So I don't do it. I don't subscribe to it. I'm good. How are you today? Okay. Hey. What a day. I've really enjoyed the start to my day this morning. Has been fantastic. How's yours been? I'll tell you what. This fog is so heavy that I have water in my nostrils. It was so heavy. It's not heavy anymore, but I've been out here for a couple hours now. And the fog was so heavy that I got water in my nostrils running out my nose. And it's not like I thought. I'm like, am I getting sick? But I realized it's actually the water vapor in the air. And I have a wet beard. My beard is wet from the fog, from the moisture in the air this morning. So I don't know if this happens a lot around here. I've been living here about a year and a half. I'm not really like totally used to things just yet, and I don't know what's all that common, what isn't, because I've been busy. But I've never really seen this much fog in the morning until now. Now, when the temperature's hot, yeah, that I'm used to. You wish. When the temperature's hot, I'm accustomed to that because that's like every day, and I love it. Absolutely love it. The nights usually never get more cold than I'd say 50 something degrees, which I'm very thankful for. Which I'm used to. I got used to very warm days and very cold nights. But this is good out here. It's a really stable. It's a really stable environment, which is, something I enjoy. And then, what do you call it? Sometimes it rains when God calls for it, and that does happen from time to time. And by God, that's like the proverbial word for people who somehow know how to affect the weather. I don't know how they do it, but I'm also just teasing. I think I'm funny. I think I'm hilarious. They're like, no, that's really scary. I'm like, then stop bothering me. What do you want me to say? They're like, that's overkill. And I'm like, no, it's really not. I am burnt out. I'm tired. And I will call on the gods of men to bring rain to Hollywood. So shut the fuck up and leave me alone. Excuse my language. When I say I'm very tired, I mean, like, I have worked so hard over the past week that, like, I am burnt out to the level where I need to rest for like 2 or 3 days. And I currently don't have anywhere to like just rest and get work done. And I can't stop getting work done. I can't just fall off. So it's like, without allowing people to assert control over my environment, and when I say my environment, I mean like my internal, inside me, not out here. I gotta keep going, Good morning, Eduardo. Good. How are you? Yeah. And if you don't believe in the possibility, if you don't believe in reality, let me just say it this way: if you don't have the ability to grasp the concept of reality, I will tell you that the Farmer's Almanac existed before the Weather Channel ever did. And so the fact of the matter is, so if you don't know what it is, look at the Farmer's Almanac. The Farmer's Almanac is a book that is written every year that will tell you the weather for the upcoming year. Every single day, what the weather is going to be for the upcoming year. And it is accurate every single day, every single year. And people are like, that doesn't exist. That's not. Go to a farm town. Go ahead, I dare you. You go to any farm town in America that, they got, like, just think of any small farm town you can come up with. Go to a small farm town, go into the local grocery store, go to an IGA, go to a Gould's, and buy a Farmer's Almanac. It will tell you what the weather is going to be every day for the entire year, and it is accurate every day for the entire year, sometimes down to the temperature. So before you think that you're so smart and you got it all figured out, just know that some guy somewhere can tell you off the top of his head whether or not it's going to rain on June 5th of 2025 right now. Okay, so like, no offense, but there is somebody out there that knows more than you, and that's just the way it is. And that's the way it is for me too, So you just kind of got to roll with it. Now, can the weather be manipulated? Well, we don't allow people in society to be smart enough to know whether or not it can be, because most people are volatile and violent and feral animals that refuse to obey the laws of nature. So we don't really allow most people to know anything about what actually happens in life and how nature really works. But we try. When people decide to be responsible enough, we permit them to know more. And when they're not, we either don't tell them or we take from them their ability to know more. Or we take from them what they already know. Because while some people don't really understand the concept of memory, the fact is you can forget things. It's not like everything is always there in the back of your mind like you're taught in school. The reality is sometimes you can remember and sometimes you can forget. And so the moment you got it all figured out, just remember it can be taken from you. I don't forget that. And that's why a lot of times I not only get to keep what I know, but I get to learn more. Annalyn, what's up? Good. How are you? ID, welcome to the broadcast. Hello. Totally agree with me on that. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's and see, and there's some things that are truth and there's some things that are opinion or perception. And the reality is, no matter your perception, there are laws of nature that are concrete, right? Like everything is perspective and perception. And then there's nature. Okay, so you can change your opinion on how you think gravity works as long as you don't change on this planet. Okay, so like on planet Earth, you can change your opinion on how you think gravity works on Earth. You can change the verbiage, you can change your perception by flipping your head upside down and say that something's falling up. But the reality is, no matter what, when you let go of something, it's going to hit the ground. That's a law of nature. It's a concrete law of nature, right? Most things are perception, most things are shiftable, most things are maneuverable, but the laws of nature cannot be changed. And that's just how it is. You can change anything else, but you can manipulate the laws of nature, right? You can create an isolated environment where gravity works differently, but you can't change the concept of gravity, and you can't change how nature works on its own. So, like, if you decide not to manipulate nature, nature has its own way of doing things. You can create your own perception and reality by manipulating how nature works, but you can, but you can't change nature's inherent processes. That's because the planet Earth the planet has its own way of doing things, and you can't change that. You can manipulate it, but you can't change it indefinitely. Earth will, on its own, return to its own natural state of existence, as they say. So we've done that plenty in the past, right? Changed how things work. But eventually, Mother Nature does decide, okay, I put up with this long enough. It's coming to the point where none of us are going to be here unless I, take control for a minute and put things back to the way they were. And then Mother Nature, or, Father Nature, whatever the heck you want to call it, Earth, planet Earth, puts itself back into balance, whether using us or not. So that's it. I mean, that's my rant number 2 for today. Yeah, so I mean, I think pretty much everybody went silent instead of refuting me, because you probably actually Googled the Farmer's Almanac. It's not like some big secret. Like I said, you can find a Farmer's Almanac in any small town, and minus man's interference with the weather and manipulation of weather patterns, the fact of the matter is nature has its own way of doing things, and you can predict that. All it takes is being someone who is paid attention to the weather long enough to understand weather patterns. And so a book can be written, such as the Farmer's Almanac, where you can be told a year ahead of time what the weather is going to be on a certain day and not be wrong about it. Like I said, minus people who actively manipulate the weather using, whatever operandi they use. And if you're like, oh, that doesn't exist, well, then how do you have snow on the mountain in the middle of summer? When when you go to a ski resort, they create snow. Well, the same concept is just at a larger scale. And they're like, oh, you're not supposed to talk about that. I'm like, why? Like, who cares? Why does it matter? What difference does it make? You have control over your life, don't you? So there's somebody somewhere that controls the weather. Is it the end of the world because it's not you? Like that's really what I ask people is like, do you have to be in control of everything all the time? And if you do, why aren't you seeing a therapist? Because that's not healthy or natural for most people. And even then, if you are someone who has to be in control of everything all the time, you should still see a therapist because it's healthy for you. It doesn't mean there's something wrong with you, but a therapist isn't a bad idea for anyone. That's just how I see it, you know? And that's my personal opinion. That's my viewpoint. And I'm sticking to it. I grew up on a farm, and I could tell you what the weather was going to be the next day, or, you know, with the Farmer's Almanac, even with the manipulation of man to the weather, I could still tell you what the weather's going to be on whatever day the next year. Now, here in Hollywood, I could tell you I spend a lot of my time out here, right? And so I could tell you whether or not it's going to be foggy in the morning the next day. I could tell you whether or not the sun is actually going to beat down or if we're going to get surprise rain. And that's just because of skills that I have and skills that I was taught from my family. And so people are like, oh, it's superhuman. No, it's not superhuman. You just don't pay attention. And it really is that way. You are so obsessed with your way of life, and there's nothing wrong with that because everybody's got their own way of life, but you're so obsessed with your way of life that you're not paying attention to things that you think are supernatural. It's not supernatural. It's basically natural, and there was a day where we didn't even talk or think about it. We just did it. There wasn't some conversation about some overarching, scary organization or like the establishment. No, it's just like it rained or it didn't, and we weren't weird about it. People are so obsessed with trying to control their environment that they're stepping over each other, and then the rain comes and all their stuff gets soaked. And instead of even taking responsibility for their own actions, they're looking around at each other and saying, who do I blame? And I can't even believe it. Like, I go at a speed where if I know it's going to rain, and I only know if it's going to rain because I move slow enough to pay attention and not be obsessed with someone else's life, that I make sure that I'm somewhere I need to be, right? Like if I know it's going to rain at 12 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, or I know it's going to rain 3 weeks from now at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm going to make sure that I'm indoors for that time. I'm going to make sure that I plan ahead for that. And if you're someone that doesn't know how to plan ahead for that, that doesn't mean that there isn't somebody that can. And if you want to learn how to do that, like I will stand here and tell you to move more slowly, and you'll tell me I'm wrong. I'm like, I'm sorry to tell you, but that's how it works. You'll say, teach me. And then I teach you and you say, no, you're wrong. So no, you don't want to learn, So that's it. If you really wanted to learn that bad, you would listen. And I'm not here to teach you. I'm really not. I'm just somebody that doesn't mind teaching you if you're willing to learn, because what else am I doing with my time? I mean, I find it's a pretty, it's an easy thing to do, to tell you to move more slowly. It's not that hard to tell you. Now, to do it is difficult. How do I tell you how to slow down if I've never lived the way you live? I don't know. I don't have that answer. And if you don't like my answer when I tell you to slow down, but I don't know how to tell you the process to which you could slow down, then you're going to have to ask someone that knows how to do it. Don't blame me for your inability to adapt to my level of teaching. Like, if I can't teach you because I don't have an ability to relate to you, you have to find somebody that can relate to you. If you need a teacher that can relate to you, then you have to find one. You don't try to force someone to be able to teach you. You don't turn the teacher into the student unless the teacher is willing, right? And so in my life, I already have enough that I don't need to shift back down in years to where you're at. And it's not that I don't care. It's that I have my own life. I'm not living your life. I don't know you like that. So I can't tell you what to do. If you're looking for someone to control your life, look elsewhere. If you're looking for someone to lead your life, look elsewhere. If you're looking for someone that's going to give you the basic advice, I could give you that. Just don't expect me to do it for you because it's literally not possible. And it just blows my mind that there are people that believe that it's actually possible to live someone else's life for them. It's not possible. You can guide someone in a direction, you can control their decisions, you can force them to do things, but you're not going to teach someone a lesson unless they are either willing to learn and unless they're willing and capable of learning it. And sometimes, if there's someone that can't relate to your experiences, then they're not going to be able to teach you, and vice versa, you might not be capable of learning it. And with experience, it does become possible to learn it, but if the person isn't open to those experiences, the only thing you're going to do is cause trauma and create a problem. And if you're the type of person that's just looking to cause trauma and create a problem, it's best that you keep your distance from a guy like me, because I'm a pretty serious guy, and I know that it's going to rain on a Wednesday in June of next year. And nobody else does, for the most part around here, you know? So just, you know, leave me out of the conversations I don't belong in. And if you're going to invite me into a conversation and seek my opinion, don't be so immature, especially if you're in a position of power or responsibility. Give me any flack when you've asked me for my opinion. You don't have to like what I have to say. You have to figure out how to solve your problem. And if you try to force me to solve your problem, you're going to end up like every other person that has ever tried to force me to solve their problem, sitting in the rain. And that's a fact. Red sky in the morning, shepherd's warning. Red sky at night, shepherd's delight. And even that is so new age that I don't utilize it. The knowledge that I have on the weather comes from the ancients, right? It comes from people that lived on this planet before there were what the pilgrims called savages. So I don't rely on society's civilized version in my mind, okay? The way that I live a civilized life. But in my mind, I operate as an instinctual animal. I pay attention to my own personal instincts, and I trust nature. I don't operate against nature. And in an environment that is almost in totality produced by man and manipulated, where nature is manipulated by man, I don't account for, on a core basis, most of what goes on around me. So when I'm walking down the street and someone feels like I'm either staring at them or looking right through them, I'm not doing either. I am paying attention to nature, and I'm paying attention to what's going on around me on the most simple basis possible. And whatever else is going on around me, I am 100% aware that it is already being controlled by somebody somewhere. There's already social processes. We got 7:25 a.m. 07:25. Yes, sir. You want me to move you back, you say? Did you ask me to move you back or no? Yes, sir. All right, give me 2 seconds. All right. You got them? Yeah, you gotta pull these. You're gonna stay where you're at? All right. Do you need anything or are you good? I ain't got no cigarettes anymore, but are you all right? Do you need anything?
No.
Why? What happened? Oh, it looks like a pretty nice hat. Well, I'll tell you what. As long as you don't need anything, I'm going to keep moving, okay? If you need anything, holler. Just start yelling. Kidding. If you ever need anything, like that. When you need something, you see me coming by, just ask, okay? Have a good day. Thanks for the follows. I was listening to a broadcast. I was watching a TikTok the other day. Here's some of that mucus I was telling you. It's coming from my lungs. I'm getting healthier. I'm getting all that tar out. I'm telling you. I can feel it come out of my lungs. I'm so happy about it. I was watching this TikTok by a retired CIA agent, right? And he was talking about special operators that he had met, right? And it was very interesting because he's saying how, okay, so you have tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And we're not going to go into that. I'm not even going to try to explain it to you because I don't remember half of it, let alone to be telling you. But in tier 2 special operations, essentially you have people that are highly trained, but they might not necessarily be the smartest. So, like, you don't have to be book smart to be a recon Marine. You don't have to be book smart to be a Raider. You don't have to be book smart to be a Navy SEAL. You don't have to be book smart to be a Green Beret. But depending on your specialty and depending on what you do in it, like I said, there's a lot of verbiage that I do not remember. But essentially the way he described it in the TikTok video is like they're like animals. They operate on instinct. They're not much thinkers. They're essentially trained killing machines, and then he described, what essentially you would relate to tier 1 special operators, which we're not going to go into that at all for reasons having to do with my lack of desire to cover the topic just due to my own personal experiences, not having ever been officially trained and having had worked with many of them. It's a very scary thing. If you're someone that's professionally trained, it's one thing, but when you're a guy who's literally just like playing water boy until you're good enough to get in the field, it's really friggin' scary, and it leaves you with a whole bunch of stuff that you really don't feel like talking about. So I've learned to cope with it, and part of coping with it is that I don't talk about a whole lot of it, especially considering most people would never believe it. Yeah, I got the tag. I'm good. So where is it going with this? Essentially what the guy said in the TikTok video was how, to be in tier 1 special operations in the U.S. military, you have to be book smart and physically capable. You have to have, they're so, like, for anybody that tries to claim service, you're going to know if they're lying based on these principles. If they claim any experience in tier 1 special operations, if they are not of a high IQ, if they do not have a healthy biological history within their family and heritage, and if they do not have, some form of prior experience in either firearms or some form of, survival ability on their own, it's usually pretty rare. It's not, you have to be, there's only a couple of people in the tier 1 special operators community is like, I don't know what it is now, but a couple hundred people, maybe, on the entire planet for those who are, focus forward. I'm going to use the word focus forward, and some people know what I'm talking about. So, like, the likelihood of you meeting a tier 1 special operator is like 0, just so you know. So if you have somebody and they're like, yeah, like I was a black beret or I was a green beret, check into it. If you have someone that claims to have been like a Navy SEAL or they claim to have been, a special operator, just on the basis, just an atypical, what you guys have heard of in the media, special operator. If they're not smart, it doesn't mean you have to doubt them, because it does happen. I can tell you, my dad, my biological father was a Navy SEAL, and he was not the smartest guy. I'm thankful that I got my mom's go out there and do your research, but give them a chance. And you got to understand this, and this is especially in the tier three community, is there is going to be a lot of times where you're dealing with somebody who did some sort of really tough job and wasn't properly, what's the word? May not have been properly debriefed. And so there's always a possibility that their, let's call it work history, is not searchable. It does happen quite a lot. Because in tier 3, essentially, you have people that are going to be of long-term use. You have people that are going to be of short-term use. And then you have people who were never going to be of use to begin with, but they were good enough for a couple of jobs. And that's neither here nor there. But just what I'm saying is, do not just throw someone to the curb. If they tell you that they serve this country and you cannot find any information about it, they may be telling you the truth. So don't count them out. That's how I see it. I have most definitely, based on my own personal vetting, met at least Marines that were telling me the truth about their experience, and they had described their experience. And not only did they have the lingo and the verbiage accurate, but also, I was able to verify and confirm the operation that they claimed to be a part of, or the mission they claimed to be a part of. And, that's enough for me. That's enough for me to say they're probably telling me the truth. Now, if they're a military brat and they have all that information, I'm less likely to believe them, because there's a possibility that they're putting all of it together and then just trying to use it to take advantage. But at that point, then I just step away from the situation, because I don't have a way to further verify their truthfulness, right? So yeah, but they're just another rant number 3 for the day, for birthday number 4. Today's my 4th birthday day, and I'm just a very particular individual, very unique individual who has done a lot of different cool stuff, and I don't belong to anybody, but I don't mind. It's a good life. I live a very enjoyable, independent life. Okay. So where are we at? Stevie says, and I don't know if we're still live or if we've been frozen or something, but it should be good. Stevie says, have you ever seen that video where the ex-CIA guy says they can turn any phone into a listening device? I'm going to take that a step further for you, okay? If you have any Bluetooth device, it doesn't matter if it's headphones, it doesn't matter if it's a cell phone, it doesn't matter if it's an AirTag, if it has, or a car, even a car, if it has Bluetooth, there is an ability for someone to listen through it. And I will tell you that at this point in American history, in American society, law enforcement does have the ability to tap into any Bluetooth device at any point in time, whether it's powered on or not. They do not have to power it on in order to listen through it. The U.S. military has that ability. Law enforcement has that ability. A lot of layman people who are criminals who, what really defines them as a criminal is that they choose to engage in practices that are not meant for civilian life in the civilian sector, such as, tapping a Bluetooth device without permission, using, radio jammers, things like that. You're really not supposed to do that in the civilian world. Like, I won't even use a VPN, because just due to my experience and my skill set, if I use a VPN, I automatically get put on a watch list. And that's based on, whatever your personal capabilities are. If you're a trained or skilled individual, there's nothing wrong with that. But there's a standard and protocol for people who are living in the civilian environment, who are trained beyond the civilian level. So it doesn't mean that you're a threat, but getting a VPN is enough to get put on a watch list. Just so you know, if you don't have training, it's different. But if you are someone who has proven your ability in the past, either in the field or at home domestically, then, there's the potentiality of that. So, just to there's a little information for you. And it's not a secret. You can Google it. It's just most people don't really look into that type of thing. Thanks for the follows. Okay. Well, I have to pee. So give me like 2 minutes. Just take this time to follow real quick, and I will be right back. My name is James. I pretty much just live stream whatever I want, and that's it. I mean, I literally have gone over 3 majorly different topics this morning. Like just in the past 2.5, 3 hours, I've gone over like 3 topics that have been totally different from each other. And I would just come up with something, I start talking about it, and I said, that's not what I do all the time, but that's just what we're doing today. Today is my 3rd of 12 birthday days, and I am enjoying my morning quite profusely. So, talk to you very soon. Give me 2 seconds, just follow up real quick. I just gotta click the mute. I gotta find mute. I gotta click the mute button. All right. Only caught the tail end of the deplatforming topic. Yeah. Okay. So here, I'll tell you what I want. I want the people who are making videos about people and traumatizing their audience and traumatizing the people who have made mistakes to not be allowed to make those videos. I don't want not be allowed to make those videos on those platforms, because those platforms are so easily and so often accessed by children, accessed by families, accessed by people who experience mental illness, who are seeking somewhere that they can engage in content without being traumatized. You know, if you want to make something that is a little more risque or a little more negative, there's Tumblr. You can find boobs on Tumblr if you're really that obsessed. You can go to Reddit. You can go to the dark web. There's plenty of places that you can go on the internet for things that really most people don't want to see. YouTube and TikTok are not the place for traumatizing videos about abuse, pedophilia, or theft. Like, move on and let it go. Those are places that are supposed to be safe for families and children. And should we be able to make, certain adult oriented videos on those platforms? Sure. But there's a category for that, and you have people making inappropriate and traumatizing videos that are marking those videos as made for kids, because there isn't anything in the videos that would necessarily make it not made for kids according to those terms of service. And then you got parents that are having their children finding videos about like some really, inappropriate stuff on the platforms. If you're that obsessed with NFSW, if you're that obsessed with OnlyFans type content, go to OnlyFans. If you're that obsessed with the drama and the trauma, go to Tumblr, go to another platform, go to Reddit. You want drama, go to Reddit. You'll have a lot of fun. But in my opinion, YouTube at this point is so family oriented that there shouldn't have to be a made for kids button. We shouldn't have to, as creators, have to click the button to say whether or not it's made for kids. I mean, I think it's ridiculous. Like, of course, it's YouTube. It's supposed to be at least appropriate should a child decide to tune into it. If it's on YouTube or it's on TikTok, then it should be something that wouldn't be negative for a child to see. And if it is negative for a child to see, in my opinion, it doesn't belong on YouTube or TikTok. And that's just the way I see it. And that's my opinion. And I've shared my opinion and I'm sticking to it. I think that YouTube and TikTok should change the terms of service to make their platforms 100% family oriented. I can tell you as a creator, it definitely challenges me to behave more appropriately and more maturely. And it also removes the possibility of inappropriate content on the platform altogether, because at that point, the algorithm will make sure that that content doesn't survive on the platform, or is at least deprioritized. Steve says, oh, well, what creator is doing that? We should report them. That's not my place. It's not my place to, my role in society is right now to be building my own platform. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. My job is not to be even talking about what I'm talking about right now. But nobody's talking about it. Nobody's doing anything about it. And something has to be done. So it's like, I can't move on in my career. I can't grow any further in my career until something is done about the terms of service on YouTube and the terms of service on TikTok. They need to get rid of the abusive content. All of it. Of any kind. And they're not going to do that until they get rid of the Made for Kids button and make all of YouTube and all of TikTok appropriate and proper for any audience. I can tell you, like, to this day now, right? Like, I'm 30 years old. I'm an adult. There's stuff that I like to watch that isn't necessarily made for kids, such as like there's certain types of, video game content that's a little more violent that, is like say first person shooters that are, that have blood and gore in them, right? Well, that for some families wouldn't be considered made for a kid. You are not making enough money in that industry to justify keeping all that on your platform, and you're not censoring to an inappropriate level to not have that on your platform. You're protecting families and children from witnessing what appears to be real life violence, especially with the content and the graphics that are available today. I am an avid Call of Duty player, and I'm good at it too. I mean, not to sound bad, but I'm pretty good at it. And I still don't find it appropriate for that content to be on YouTube. I just don't. And there's places, like Twitch exists, and Twitch is not completely, family oriented, and nobody's interested in having Twitch become family oriented anytime soon. So why not use it? Why not use Twitch instead of using, and playing video games online and live streaming them is much more popular on Twitch than it is on YouTube. So that's how I see it. Sandra says, you love Animal Crossing. Cool. When I was younger, I think I played Animal Crossing a couple of times. I've never gotten too much into it, but I heard it was a fun game. Okay, so we are about to go in somewhere because I got to get me a portable battery So when I go up around this way one more time, I am going to see if I can buy a portable battery. And you know what? No, forget him. I'll tell you what, I got this buddy who keeps making me promises and doesn't keep them. I don't care. I'm not even bringing it up anymore. I'm glad when you watch the show, but if you're going to keep telling me you're going to do something, you don't do it, and you think something's funny about that, you don't exist in my life. We're not friends. Don't say we're friends. Don't try and tell me or like make the notion that we're friends, because it reminds me of when a fan page follows me and then that fan page says, "How long have you been my fan?" Like you're trying to force me into a commitment that I never made to begin with. For example, I followed this one WWE star, and then one of her fan pages followed me and messaged me and said, "Thank you for the follow back. How long have you been my fan?" I never followed that page to begin with. And so I have there's people that exist in my life that will be acting like we're friends or I know them. And then all of a sudden they're trying to tell me how it is and what I'm going to do. And I'm like, I don't remember meeting you to begin with. I met a friend of yours. I'm not affiliated with you. And I'm not going to become affiliated with you when you're so forward. We didn't make an agreement like that. I have a friend who happens to be who happens to be in your circle. Or I made a friend that happens to be a part of your organization. And I may or may not have voiced my opinion in support of your organization, right? Or organizations. And I like what you do, but that doesn't mean that I'm one of you. And it doesn't mean that I am now all of a sudden interested in getting to know every single person and doing every single thing that you do. And I'm thankful for the invite. But the fact of the matter is I don't really take it as an invite. I take it as a pressuring, because you're not really asking me to do what you do or to be involved with what you do. You're kind of trying to tell me that I'm going to and that I don't have a choice. And I definitely have a choice. And if you forgot that I have a choice, I am doing my best this morning to communicate properly and effectively that I most definitely have a choice. And not choosing you or your organization isn't going to negatively affect my life. And if it does, then I will be more than happy to accept a check from your organization for emotional damage. I got no issues with that. I ain't going to sue you, but I'll accept the money so we don't have to go to court. What I'm really saying is I'm not going to extort you, but I'm trying to properly communicate to help you recognize that you are attempting to extort me. And it's a really bad idea, because I am better at the law than you are. You're good at cheating in the law. You're good at circumventing the law. But I am good at actually using the law. And that's why I never have to use it. I actually understand how the law works. I might not know the particulars, right? But all you got to do is put it in front of me one time, and I do pretty good with it. Let me catch up on these comments, and I'll give you an example. Good morning, Fawns. Cassandra goes, "They're everywhere." I know. Oh my gosh, they're so bad. It's just how they work. I know. It's terrible. It's so terrible. Okay. All right. So now that I've learned how to be effectively passive aggressive, just teasing, just joking. What do you call it? Where am I going with this? What was I saying? Friggin' A. Okay. Yeah. So an example is, I'm not going to say where or when this happened, because it's best that I don't, to protect the privacy of all parties. But I recently had somebody add me on Facebook that I had met in a very particular situation. And he had explained to me how his ex, and no, I am not referencing myself. I am telling you, I am explaining to you a situation that happened to another person who's comfortable with me sharing the experience with you, even to the point of sharing their name, but I'm going to choose not to be sharing their name because I don't want to. So this individual had a child with a woman and was in a relationship with her for about 10 years. So what had happened was this woman decided that she was going to try to leverage their child to keep him away from her after she scammed him for a lot of money and property, right? And so what she did was she gained custody and then tried to use a PFA, which is this is very common in the state of Pennsylvania. She tried to reverse engineer what a PFA is supposed to be used for, right? She tried to she tried to flip the PFA to keep him away from their son and to keep his property and his stuff. Well, it turns out that the state of Pennsylvania has a law or some type of code, right? Something that was created. It's literally called like the Fatherhood Initiative or something like that. And what it does is it prevents women from using a PFA to pressure the man in the relationship or the other party in the relationship from, it prevents them from parental gatekeeping. And what parental gatekeeping is when one parent uses the law to keep the other parent away from the child, and the law related to keeping the parent away from the child isn't directly related to the child. And as long as you're able to prove that the parent has used parental gatekeep, that the parent has used an inappropriate section of the law, as long as you can prove that the law was used to keep the parent away from the child, and that law that was used wasn't about the child at all, then, it pretty much gets rid of whatever was kept between the parent and the child. So essentially what had happened was the mom had used a PFA to keep the dad away from the child and also to gain access to and control of his property and his assets. And so what had happened was when I met him, I had already been told and taught about parental gatekeeping and, the misuse of PFAs and how you can leverage that, turn it around and get everything back, right? And if I was concerned about anything in reference to that topic, I would already be trying to do. I'd be like doing something about it now instead of being so much in control of the situation that I don't even have to talk about it in reference to me. I don't have to do anything about it. I have so much right now that anything anyone else has is it's nothing. I mean, literally nothing. I have so much, it's not even funny. But I don't plan on ever using it because I just don't live that way. I just use it to keep myself safe in case anyone would ever try and come in my direction, from my past or people that have misused the law and broken the law to get what they want out of me. So what I ended up doing was teaching this guy. I taught this guy about how the PFA actually worked. I taught him about how parental gatekeeping works, how to stop it from happening to him. And I taught him about that law that, the fatherhood, it's I don't remember what it's called, but it's called the Fatherhood Initiative. And I taught him about it. And what he ended up doing was taking her to court. He went the next day and called his lawyer and told his lawyer about that initiative. And not only did it get him out of that current charge, but it also got him out of jail, got the charges dropped that were previously pressed on him that he had to pay bail on, got him custody of his son, got his assets and property returned to him, and got her put in prison. And I am describing to you the exact scenario that would have happened in my life should I have decided to take action. I didn't, because I have a very big life. I have a lot going on, and I made the most mature and responsible decision I could make, and I'm continuing to make with everything that I am having to handle in my own life. I handle far more than I tell you guys about, and it's best for me to move very, very slow with things. But I have so much leadership, responsibility, and control in the position that I'm in society right now, and with the amount of leverage that I have over the people that have attempted to do me wrong, that, I'm good. I'm all right, and it might look like I'm accepting my situation. It might look like I'm tolerating the situation. It might look like I am resting on my laurels or, just being lazy about the situation, but I'm not. I am being rather proactive and utilizing, everything I got to make sure that my future looks the way that it's supposed to. And that the people who are supposed to be in my future, whether they want to be or not, are going to be in my future, whether they want to be or not. It doesn't mean that they're going to be somewhere they don't want to be. I don't hold people captive. Hint, hint. But with that said, I will make sure that the people who have made commitments to me keep their commitments. I don't have anybody formerly in my life that I want in my life in any way, shape, or form that they may have agreed to. But there are certain commitments that have to be kept for the sake of their health and future, because there are people from my past who have made commitments to me who won't have a future and will go to prison unless they keep those commitments, because those agreements that they made based on the decisions they made with me and what they tried to get away with and take from me was all documented and recorded, some of which was literally on camera. And the evidence in the opposite direction, anything against me, is nothing compared to what I got on them. And so instead of leveraging it against them, which I wouldn't mind, you guys know how good I am at taking a hit. I mean, it'd be nothing. It'd be absolutely nothing. I'm just moving forward, and I'm making sure that within a couple of years, the chess pieces are in place and people are where they're supposed to be and doing what they're supposed to be doing, the people that have made those commitments to me. And if they change their mind and they want to be near me, then I might give them that opportunity. But otherwise, I'm not really trying to make things the way they used to be. I'm just making sure that they understand that they were never in control to begin with, at least not with me. And, when you make a commitment to me or an agreement with me, you don't get to back out. It doesn't matter if the U.S. government is being circumvented and you have people misusing the law to try and force someone into or pull someone out of a situation. It doesn't matter if you have, criminals or individuals that you think you can use to pressure someone into or out of something. You can come at me with a machete and I'm still going to just grab it with my hand as you try to swing and then send you on your way and then get a whole bunch of cigarettes from the woman that didn't get her head cut off. I'm going to handle the situation. So anybody that is in my former environment who thinks they're in control really needs to chill out and keep moving on, because there will come a day where you're in my gravity, and when you're in my gravity, you cannot escape. And if you want to make sure you have a proper landing, you best learn some respect, or I will take everything you have and leave you sleeping on a grate to teach you a lesson. I've had it done to me. I don't got a problem with that. I learn, so I don't have to do it twice. I don't have to go back and do it again in a different way. But you will do it either in my place, in my footsteps, or on your own, in your own path, if I so choose. And I do have that much social power. I do. And I earn that. And I will use it if I have to. And I'm having one of those days where I'm having to put my foot down and remind people that Steb is home. And James Saroka is done playing games. And if you want to teach me a lesson, do it out here. Don't try to bring me into your court. Don't try to bring me into your game and then tell me that you're tough, because this isn't my arena. I don't have an arena. I don't. So if you think you're so big and tough, meet me out here and show me what you're capable of. We're not going to fight. We're not going to throw hands. We're not going to get into the drama. You're going to show me that you can do what I do, and then you'll gain my respect. But if you're going to tell me you're better than me, and then you got a lesson to teach me, but you can't make it on these streets, don't even try telling me, because I don't want to hear it. I don't care if you're a politician. I don't care if you're a religious leader. I don't care if you're the Pope. If you're not doing it, don't tell me how to do what I do. That's where I'm leaving it. You were put in a position of delegation. You are not put in a position of power. There is a difference. The power you have is delegated to you. It is not your power. You were trusted to utilize that power properly, and when you don't, it gets taken from you. My power is being used properly, and a lot of the power that I have was not delegated to me. It is actually mine. And if you would like some, you give me the respect, and I might give you some. You don't give me the respect, and you're not getting any. And if you want the power I have delegated to me, You have to talk to the proper authorities and gain it. But you're not going to get it from me by trying to discredit me, because I didn't get it by discrediting anyone. I got the power I got delegated to me from society by refusing to discredit people, by refusing to give people criminal charges, by refusing to let people just fall apart on the street. If you have to learn a lesson, you can enjoy the street, you'll learn a lesson, but it doesn't mean it has to be forever. If that's not going to teach you, there's prison. If that's not going to teach you, there's making sure it takes a lot longer to get you where you want to get to, yeah. And that's that. But every now and again, I do have to take on the biggest guy in the room. I do have to walk down the street and remind people that I'm still me. And the version of me that you get is the version of me that you ask for, because I'm a provider. And I try to make sure that you get what you want. Now, if you like if you want the version of me that you enjoy more so than usual, you're going to have to work harder to get them. You want to rile me up? That's fine. Just be ready to have a really long day and do a lot of walking. Be ready to have to turn your car around 5 or 6 different times to get where you're trying to get to. If you don't like that, then don't pick on me, because I'm busy and I don't got time for the drama. On the opposite end, you give me that respect, I'll make sure you don't even got to get out of your car. You'll make your money without even having to leave home. I don't control your life, but I control my own finances, and I have a lot of pull in a lot of financial circles. And even moving your car forward half an inch when I'm walking by is enough to be getting your license plate on satellite, and now you're going to enjoy driving a beater instead of driving a nice big Durango. It's that simple. I don't play, especially not on a day when we got a whole lot going on the street. They're filming something. I don't know what they're doing, but I'm really out of sorts about how people are behaving. It's really upsetting me. So I'm being real particular. So for the guy that just recorded me walking by, that's fine. You're going to lose your phone, but that's fine. This is real. Like, we're not playing. We're not playing at all. You guys keep trying to steal from me, so I brought in the big boys. And we're not playing. I knew I saw that guy somewhere. And I knew I liked him for some reason. I just didn't understand why I told him. First off, he's smoking hot. Second off, I ain't going to talk about the rest. Wow, the cop just tried to tell me to cross the street. He must not like his job. All right, where are we at? Yeah, it's paranoia until you wonder where your badge went. Just saying. There is someone who wants your job more than you. I can teach you about that if you need me to. And in order to be put into this industry and actually be a part of what they're doing, I have to give up the power that I have. And I'm comfortable giving up that power, but I'm smart enough not to give up the power that I got in society until I actually get a role somewhere. You know, I'm not going to succumb to the societal norms and obey the rules. I can obey the law, and I do. I don't have to obey the rules. And if you want me in a film, well, first you're going to put me in a film. And then I'm going to say, okay, I trust you a little bit more, and I'm willing to bend my own will, give up some of my power, wear some more of them chains, and succumb to your authority. Because your authority is an option, right? The authority is not an option, but your authority is an option. I will never bow to your authority as much as I bow to the authority of Jesus Christ or my country. I'm not going to. But if you want my obedience and commitment, you have to show me, because I have more power than your entire organization as an individual, and I have proven that on these streets, that you are worthy of my time, not on an individual basis, but as a conglomerated business. I don't want or need your organization's protection. I am able to protect myself, and I have law enforcement as a backup if I need them. When I need them, right? But these organizations that think they're going to force me into commitment, well, I could tell you there have been businesses on this boulevard that have been shut down because of their attempts to gain control over my creative process. Literally. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not moving on just yet. I'm pretty hard on this one. This matters to me quite a bit. All right, we'll move on. But I'm heated about it. I'm really heated about it. I'm not going to lie to you. We all experience jealousy in some way. And right now, I already know that I'm actually supposed to be on that movie set down there because I know my timeline. And I got so many scumbags on the street here that are messing with my life and screwing up my creative process that I am not a part of that production. And instead, I'm here walking the street. And so I will chew through every single one of those businesses and every organization necessary. And it's legal. I am 100% in a position where I am allowed to keep it out of court and meet them on the streets and put them in their place. I will chew through every business, every organization, every individual that stands in the way of me having my career where it's supposed to be. So as of right now, I am 14 months behind. 14 months behind because of how many organizations that have existed here in Hollywood since its inception have tried to gain control over my creative decisions. And I refused. And they said, no, you're going to work with us. We know you're that good. We're going to force you. I said, no, I will take you down legally, not within the law, not like in court, but like I will, by my own processes that are legal, I will chase you out of Hollywood before you gain control of me. And they said, no, there's no way. You're paranoid. You have delusions of grandeur. You're a narcissist. And now they're either in another state or in another country. So essentially what I'm saying is, for those of you that know where I belong, do me a favor. Before I got to go any more hardcore than I'm already going, and I'm at a 1 out of 11, put me in your production. Let me show you what I can do without you being in control of my creative process. Let me prove to you my ability to maintain my high level of obedience. That's what I do. I've shown my commitment and my obedience to Hollywood. I've shown my commitment and my obedience to law enforcement, my willingness to remain within the law, regardless of my power and ability to navigate, circumvent, and operate outside of it if I so chose. And I want to make that third commitment to the media industry and prove to you my ability to obey your laws and statutes and your rules without you needing to be in control of my choices. I have made sure to have more leverage on the people and organizations that I recognize would more than likely be in my timeline in the future in my life before you ever found out about me. I want to work for you. I'm not going to try to force you to get me to work for you the way that you have tried to force me to work for you. But I will say that I have the proper leverage to ensure that you cannot take over my creative process. And instead of trying to take it to a stalemate, I want you to recognize that based on my prior behavior here in Hollywood, that I am so committed to my craft that I will starve your organization of resources before you gain control of my creative process. And for some of you, you remember me having these types of conversations in reference to the society, and then in reference to the law, and now in reference to the industry, right? I checkmated the society, and so I got the respect. I checkmated law enforcement, and so I got the respect. It will break my heart if I have to checkmate the media industry in Hollywood to gain the respect. If you're telling me that to you, I am such a piece of trash that you're not willing to work with me unless you have control of my life, then I'm not worthy of it anyway and I don't deserve the job. So either change your mind or I'm going to have to change mine. Because honestly, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to checkmate the media industry. I could. I'm not going to prove it. I would rather you think that I'm lying than go to war in my second marriage. I'm not going to do it. Nope. I will sooner find a career that I hate than go to war with an industry that I love. And then there's the breaks. You know, I love my country because I'm an American. I love law enforcement because it's within my family, and things of certain natures that I'm not, in a proper position or at liberty to discuss with you. But the media industry, media is my personal passion, and I'm not going to fight beyond what I'm telling you. I will simply sit back, allow society to have its own personal silent uproars, get rid of whoever needs to be ridden of, legally speaking, not necessarily in an inappropriate fashion. Let whatever organizations or studios close down that would need to be closed down. Open up whatever needs to get opened up. But one way or the other, I'm going to be getting in. But honestly, I'm not going to fight with my own passion. I'm not going to fight with people that exist within the passion that I have. And I would much rather take a passive stance and allow things to happen on their own. And then whenever it's time, I'll step in. And I'm going to do that very similar to what I'm doing with, the passion that I once had for one individual that I have to allow life to take its, I have to allow the people that were once in my life to mature and grow in their own way, to be ready for being anywhere near me, and we're not there yet. The people that were once in my life are not yet at a point where they are ready to receive me as an individual in their life. And I'm beginning to feel that I'm starting to feel like the media industry may not yet be ready for me. And I'm realizing, after having a little bit of a rant and going off a little bit, that, maybe it would have been healthier for me to make a choice to say and go passive back there, not wait till here. But I've done my best. I've done the best I could possibly do, I just, at the end of the day, I'd like to remind everyone that bad things do happen when the things that are supposed to happen don't happen. Are we all in agreement and in a space of understanding now? Just asking. As I watch my spit go down the sewage river. Do we see where things are at now? Do we understand? Are we in agreement? Are we in recognition that those who are in control and in power are in control and in power? And that will not change. And if you do not submit to the authority, you will be submitted to the authority. I am in obedience to my predecessors. I am in obedience to the people that are metaphorically above me, as they say. And the people that control and run this country have decided that I am to be in the media industry and that I am to have a proper place here in Hollywood. And you do not have to like or agree with it. But when I tell you that mountains will be moved before they change their mind or before I don't end up where I'm supposed to be, they will be. And they're already starting to get pretty mad. If you haven't noticed, they're already starting to get pretty upset. And even furthermore, if you haven't noticed, with the things that I'm saying, as they may sound insane, if I was really that crazy, why am I still out here a year and a half later after walking around Hollywood for 6 straight months barefoot? My name is Steb, and yes, our people own and run Hollywood. And if you don't like it, you can leave. We give you an equal world. We give you a space right here that you cannot experience any other place, anywhere. I wasn't privileged enough to get put in this position. I come from a very intelligent and fair family. And that family decided, that extended family decided that this is where I am to be based on my skills, based on what I was born with, and also based on what I've worked on and how good I've gotten at it. I will claim that I am one of the best actors. Doesn't mean that I'm good at reading a script. Doesn't mean that I'm good on the books and all that just yet. But in the most simple of senses, I am one of the best and one of the most capable, given the opportunity, actors in Hollywood. And if you doubt that, challenge me on it. Come out here and challenge me on it, and I will show you that I am that good of an actor. Because even right now, I am acting. And you wouldn't know it unless I told you. And how do I know you wouldn't know it unless I told you? Because you just called me paranoid. I am paranoid. I'm acting. Thank you for being a good and obedient audience. So Stevie says that Judge Judy hates when women misuse the PFA. Yeah, most of us do. It's a rather unbecoming behavior. There's nothing else to it. There's really not anything else to it. Yeah, like I said, some people might be like, we can cut this video and take out certain pieces and take it to court. Well, guess what? This full video is being recorded, and if you take it to court, you're going to prison. You will, okay, I'm sorry, I'm lying to you. You're going to go to prison because you're getting caught right now trying to take it to court. That's why you're going to prison. It's conspiracy. Conspiracy is a crime. I don't know if you knew that. And the reason conspiracy can so easily get you put in prison as opposed to committing the crime is because conspiracy is a very serious thing. And it's pretty easy to prove. So most people know that I am not a part of or involved in any conspiracy, and that's a fact. But those of you who have made attempts to affect or, negatively circumvent the process to create a more difficult situation for me in the acting industry, get out now. Like, I'm kind enough to tell you that. Get out of the situation now and stop trying to make me look bad, because you're probably going to go to prison. Just letting you know. They're already trying to get you sent to prison. I've been the one saying don't do it, but I was just assuming you guys stopped doing what you're doing, and you didn't, so not my problem. Ooh, you're good. Oh, you're cool. Yeah, I'm not a dick, don't worry. Yeah, I might come off passive-aggressive, but I'm actually not that way. Like, I'm not your atypical person in this industry. I'm the type of person that really will wait till the last moment to strike, and I only strike if you decide to be prey. And if you're not prey, then you're minding your own business, and I'm praying to God so that things will keep working out for me. But what I have learned to do is go on offense when necessary. So before, it was just if my life was at risk, I would go on offense. But now, if my career is at risk, I go on offense. Because if you're not going to protect, especially in this industry, And in this area, particularly, if you're not going to protect your career, expect somebody to take it, because it really does work that way. In Hollywood, it works that way. Now, I can't speak for the rest of the world. I can't speak for other states. I can't speak for other parts of the state. But I can tell you for here in Hollywood, if you're in the media industry, you better protect your career the way you protect your life, or you might not keep it, because it's really, really tough. It's a lot harder than most people think it is. It's not a matter of if you want it. Like, you can be obsessed with the media industry and obsessed with having a career in media, and that's still not enough. It's not. If you really want it that bad, you're putting everything into it. And even then, it still takes time. I can tell you being more than obsessed is enough, but it still takes time. So essentially what I'm telling you is I just live streamed this entire thing. Both law enforcement and laymen are taking this broadcast and recording it and saving it. And we're using the security cameras to catch the people that are riling me up as I'm going down the street, and they're going to look into you and have you arrested. Because what you're doing is conspiracy, and it's a crime. What conspiracy is it? I don't know, but that's just what I was told. That part's not my job. I was told to stay out of it, so I said, all right, I'll stay out of it. But I tell you because you're already caught. If we didn't catch you already and already know who it was doing it, then I wouldn't say it. But whenever someone decides to be prey, I like to sometimes play with my food before I eat it, you know? That's what I've learned to do as a human animal. Sometimes I like to play with my food first. So when you play around with me in this media industry, you can either be my friend or you can be my food. And I don't care which you choose. One way or the other, I'm doing what I do. I'm a really nice guy. I'm really compassionate. I care a whole lot, and I do everything good that I possibly could. But when you're the bad guy, I'm going to match your energy, and I'm either going to put you in your place or I'm going to take you out of it. And that's that. Yeah, and like I said, so for me, I'm pretty good at evaluating someone's level of mental health. And if I have somebody trying to ask me about those types of situations, I block it immediately, either for the protection of their mental health or just the protection of my own protection. Because there's only one of two probabilities when it comes to somebody when it comes to something like ignorance. I'm sorry, but nobody's that ignorant. Not even a child is that ignorant. When somebody asks a question in reference to what I just talked to you guys about, they're either one of two things. They're either somebody that's involved or there's someone that's just trying to stir the pot. One or the other. I'm sorry, but it's never anything but one or the other. And so for me, the most appropriate thing to do is to hit the block button, either for the sake of their mental health or for the sake of my own personal protection. Sometimes you got to use that block button. There ain't nothing wrong with it. Doesn't make you look weak. You're setting the example for people that shouldn't have people, that maybe, want to see an example of someone who's actually setting healthy and appropriate boundaries. Excuse me. All right. Thanks, Stevie. And you guys will see me, for those of you that have long-term experience with me on social media, you will see people that are criminals and scammers and abusive people and psychopaths that don't come into you'll see it. Stick with me. Even just the past 2 or 3 days, you guys have witnessed people come into my broadcast, try to befriend me, say the nicest things, then turn around and try to either start asking questions they shouldn't ask or trying to make me look stupid or crazy, right? You're seeing it in real time. It does happen. It actually, those experiences exist. And so, I've gotten very, very good at handling that. And like I said, I was just looking back at a guy who has a shop that I'll be getting rid of later on. And it's a shame too, because some of these people that are in business, they've been in business for some of them have been in business for 30, 40, 50 years, But it's just society is changing, and society doesn't want them to have so much control anymore. They want to have, delegated control. They want a more liberal society. It's what they're seeking. And so I don't know what I would call myself, honestly. But what I will say is that there are people who are in the Hollywood community that are bullying people. I may be the new guy, but I am the guy who has enough to put people in their place, and I will happily spend it on the Hollywood community to get people in a better situation, in a better position, based on what America as a whole needs, what our country needs, not just what somebody wants, or, somebody's got their own plans, or this guy's got their plans. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm a guy that spends a lot of time with a lot of different types of people. And I don't even like using the word different all that often. But the fact of the matter is, I'm pretty good with this. I trust myself with it. If you don't like it, you're welcome to challenge me. But if you try to force me under your control, you're going to harm your society. You're going to hurt your people, because I am someone that is either helpful or useful, and never anything different than that. And whether you see me as someone that you want in your personal environment, if you want me as someone in your personal environment, I'm helpful. If you are someone that wants me in your professional environment, I'm useful. And it's about you figuring out how to either connect with me to be able to, create a better situation for yourself, or utilize me to be able to create a better situation for your business. Hello, how are you? So, I am at a point where, so essentially when I was homeless in Hollywood, I had a whole bunch of people that worked really hard to try and make me look crazy. And I got a lot of them fired. I got a lot of those businesses shut down. And I got a lot of people run out of town. And, a lot of people put into better housing situations to get them away from the people that were controlling their lives. And so I created enemies here and there. And so whenever I receded to, regain my stature and, to continue to take care of my mental health, I made sure to come back with the proper resources to be prepared for the enemies that I made. And so I guess to the enemies that I did make, I want to properly communicate to you in order for you to appropriately understand and accurately deduce what might be the best thing to do. I am going to win this one too. And when I tell you I'm a shoo-in for it, I mean, if you win one round, it is because I let you. I will walk, just to relate to you, from the physicality to the mentality, okay? So on a physical basis, and my mentality is very similar to be comparative. Physically, I will walk the Hollywood Boulevard for 12 hours, either at a running, like a fast jogging pace while walking, or I will, actually be jogging. But sometimes I actually will jog around a boulevard. And then I will go to the gym for an hour or 2 or 3, sometimes 4. That is my current low standard, like my low balling physical fitness level. My mental capability is to a level that some people don't understand how to conceptualize what I'm capable of, to the point where it either excites them or scares them. So what I'm telling you is, even if you are someone who has existed and lived here for a very long time, the lineage I come from created your people, your culture, especially actually speaking to some who, are tasked with the delegation of this society, of this Hollywood community. Your people literally come from my people. We literally birthed your culture into existence thousands of years ago. So even if I might not have the active conscious capability of problem solving the situation, or winning in the dynamics of the civil situation, I have a biologically inherent ability to dominate your people, your culture, and your career should it become necessary. What I'm telling you is, in the times that you decide to attempt to put my life at risk, you're sending me into an archaic, fear-based, dominant mindset that in this environment especially, I will always win because I am engineered to be biologically superior to you. And our people created your people, and thus, when you rebel against our people by trying to dominate those of us that are the dominant, we are going to put you in your place and remind you of where you come from. I know what I come from and I don't forget. But I don't like using fear. No different than you don't like having fear used on you. Don't use fear on me, and I won't remind you that our people are better at fear than you are. We like faith, we like hope, we like love, we like the positives. But when you force me into a situation where my fear-based instincts are activated, you're going to get stabbed, right? You're going to get the part of my personality that is very psychoactively offensive as opposed to defensive. And if you like dealing with the nice civil behavior that I have when I use the opportunity of the civilian life and citizenship mindset as James, that's my civil legal name, then treat me that way. When you treat me with the proper respect, and don't forget that you are biologically inferior to me, I will give you that same respect. Just remember that what you were taught by another person came from our culture initially. We taught you before you learned how to teach yourself. Don't forget that.
Hey, mister. Hello. Talia.
Now, I'll tell you what, the one night when I could, the chain guy and the ring guy aren't out. Every time that I want to spend money, the people I want to buy from don't have their stands out. It's always my luck. Always. Okay, so I'm just gonna explain a situation to you. So from time to time, so I got a couple people in my life who like need my help, right? But they're the kind of people that got pretty much everything going on. They just don't feel like doing it. You know, whatever it is they got to do. So I'll not charge them money, but I'll be like, all right, throw me a few dollars, and I'll get it done for you, so you don't got to do it. And you know, sometimes they'll be like, well, I don't really want to spend the money. I'm like, okay, you know, that's fine, no worries. And then, you know, it sets me back a little bit, not financially, just work wise, because I'll give somebody precedence, right? I'll give someone my time, and I'll block my time out for them, and then they change their mind about what they're doing, and they decide, well, you know what, we're going to hold off a little bit. I said, okay, that's fine. It's just I blocked out that time for them, you know, and obviously time is worth more than money. And so they took some of my time, didn't give me the money, and then they're kind of just like, well, I'll hit you up if I need you. Not realizing that, you know, after you already made the agreement, well, you know, I mean, now at that point, realistically, you kind of owe me some money because you already took my time, because I blocked time out for you to do the job for you. So if they're not going to come through and give me the money, you know, at least for the time that, you know, that I gave them, that I blocked out for them, that's fine. It's just realize that when you come back to me for that job, and you will, because you're not going to feel like doing it anyway, the price is going to go up. because you got to compensate me for the time that I took out of mine to wait for you and block out that time. So I had that happen today where, I made time for somebody and they said, well, I'll give you a couple of dollars in return for doing this thing for me. So, okay. And then they changed their mind last minute. They said, well, I don't think this is going to work. I said, okay, that's fine with me. They said, well, I'm not looking for someone else to do it. I'll just do it myself. And I already know how they are. They ain't going to do it. So when I get that phone call, and I just got to be patient when they reach out to me to get it done for them, well, I'll just make sure to turn the price up, which I didn't do in the past. But it's coming to a point where I'm having people take advantage of my time, and I can't have that because I'm starting to stress myself out over it. And, you got money, time, and energy. And so they promised me a certain amount of money in return for a certain amount of time of mine that, during said job would cost me energy. Well, the stress it creates in my life when someone backs out and then I have to figure out something to do with my time or I just lose that time and then it costs me stress and energy. Well, I'm not just I can't just keep giving away free time and energy like that, and I'm realizing as I learn more about how life really works when you're doing your own thing is that I have to charge for my time and energy and then for the money that's lost for the time and energy I spent to be prepared for the job that I was promised. So, I hate to do it. I regret to have to say that, in the future, anybody that calls me for a job or asks me to take care of something that doesn't show up or change their mind about the job, I'm increasing the price because they're not going to have anybody else do it. They don't trust anybody else to do it. Nobody else is going to get it done as effectively as I do. So I'm going to do it. And then whenever they call me for that job, I'll take that job instead of turning them down, which is what I used to do. If they wasted my time and energy and they came back to me for the job, I'd be like, well, you know what, let someone else take care of it. But realistically, I want that extra cash. So I'll take the job, but I'm just going to charge more. And they're going to come back to me. I already know they're going to be like, oh, that's not fair. You can't do this. You can't. Oh, well, yeah, I understand something. I'm an independent. I'm not part of a group. It's not a 9 to 5. You're asking me to do something for you that somebody else would take a month to do. It takes me 10, 15 minutes. And I'm not doing it for free to begin with. And then you're costing me time and energy when you don't show up. So I'm going to have to go ahead and, at least increase the price by 25% just to make sure that I can recoup the time and energy that I lost. Because I'm coming to a point in my life where I have people that rely on me. And if I take my time out for you and I'm relying on you to show up and there's someone else that needs my time that I could have given my time to, or even worse so, that someone else might offer the job, well, then I just lost out on that too, So from here on in, I'll accept your money. It's just understand that when you pay me full price to do that job and it's the same price that it was in the beginning, I'm still going to be waiting on an extra 25%. And it's going to be on you to decide to either send it to me or the next time a job comes around, I'm just going to tack on, what you cost me in time and energy from the last job. And what I'll say is, if you decide to tack on your own and gift me that 25% for the cost of my time and energy, I'll be more than happy to go back to the regular price that you're used to on the next job. But as of right now, like for tonight, as an example, somebody backed out on me on a job. And so I'm waiting on $100. Can't get that $100. So, it doesn't make a dent in me financially. It's not a problem like that. It's not a money problem. But it is it's an imposition on my time and energy. It impedes my ability to provide for the people I'm providing for and makes life more difficult. So from here on in, there's going to be a convenience fee. If you don't show up for the job, I'll still do it the next time, but I'm charging an extra 25%, no matter what the price is. And then after that, if you decide to give me that 25%, as a gift, and you realize like, hey, that's the right thing to do, then next time the price will go back down. But if you don't, then the price is staying at that. You do it again, price goes up again. You do it again, price goes up again. But like I said, that 25% is always going to be increased for each and every time that my time and energy gets misused. And then for every time that you decide to come through, I will make sure to bring it back down that 25%. And no, I'm not going to bring it back down the next time if you give that 25% when I say that I need the extra 25%. I'll bring it down if you give me the 25% before I ask for it. So keep that in mind. I appreciate the gifts. That's awesome. But realize I'm also doing something for you. So if you don't come through on it, I don't mind. But I have come to a point in my life where the leverage you once had on me is nothing compared to what I'm doing now with my life. And I'm not going to put up with it anymore. I can't. I really can't. So I have to become more selective with the jobs that I accept, especially considering, around here, I got to be very careful with what kind of jobs I do accept to make sure that I'm not dealing with anybody that's nefarious or might cause me a problem. So, if I smell anything hinky or I think anything's going on, I'm just not going to take the job. But if you come through and stay true to your word, then I can give you another shot. But you being a nice guy or you paying the appropriate price at a late time and a late date isn't going to be enough to get me to decrease the price. So, and you might get mad about that. You might send somebody my way. But understand, if you do send somebody my way, all that's going to happen is they're going to give me the money you owe me, and they're going to come back to you asking why you didn't pay to begin with.
No, I know, but
So thank you for the loyalty. Thank you for the business. And please do me a favor. Leave me a receipt when you give me something through, like say it's cash, right? I need something written. When you have somebody showing up, I need something written, because at this point in time, I am getting to the, I'm getting to the level where I'm starting to have opportunities with the government and with more official businesses, and I have to start doing taxes with it. So I need a receipt. I need you to have, and I need, if you're going to send somebody that is not going to be all sketched out when I ask them for a receipt. You send someone that's sketched out over a receipt, then next time we're charging double if I do the job at all. And that's the new rules. Get used to them. And if you don't like it, you don't got to do business with me. You can take care of the job on your own or hire somebody else. So I'm real pissed about having my time misinvested tonight, because I was very excited for this job. And I now have nothing to do but walk in circles, which is fine with me. I love talking to the audience. I love talking to you guys, hanging out with you. But, in my mind, I was excited to walk away from a wonderful experience with like $300, and instead I'm walking around and not having that money, and having gone out of my way and changed my plans with the people I was spending time with to accommodate someone that didn't show up. So like I was actually hanging out with a friend and I was kind of busy, and somebody needed me to do something. And I said, well, $100. I said, all right. And then somebody else, $20. Somebody else, $15. Another person, $5. And then, other people in cash. And they didn't come through. Not a single one came through. And instead turned around and tried getting my Cash App shut down. Had a conversation with Cash App support about it. Got it figured out. And now they got my account secure with a note on it to make sure they don't shut my account down, understanding that I don't have a business Cash App account. It is gift money. It's not classified as taxable income just yet, so I don't have to worry about that. But what had happened was some scam artists tried sending fake money to my Cash App account in an attempt to get it shut down, claiming that I was doing business on my Cash App account, and I wasn't. So, like I said, is it by technicality business? Yes. But can it be legally classified as business at this point in time? No, and thus I'm not using my Cash App for business. So I got approved to continue using my Cash App after having it paused for about a half hour. But like I said, I also, like I'm going to have to report my income with the government. So, whether it's gift income or not, I'm going to have to report it with the government. So if you're someone that's coming to me with cash, when I tell you that the streets of Hollywood talk, I mean, they really talk. I've seen people lose support and financial, like they've lost like SSI, they've lost SSDI, they've lost government assistance over money they've made on the street because there's people out here with their eyes open, and you can't necessarily connect it and say that's how they lost it. But what I can say is there's people that have lost their benefits and lost the money that they had coming in without any explanation as to how it happened. So I'm a pretty smart guy. I could piece two and two together. And when some guys, when there's some guy making, and this isn't me, but when there's some guy making $4,000 a month on the street and then getting benefits and not reporting that $4,000 a month, well, there's informants everywhere. There's undercovers everywhere, and people talk. So, just be careful. And like I said, if you're someone that's trying to avoid getting charged with fraud, it's usually smart to report that. And if you can't report it, then maybe you don't want to mess with the government. That's, just my opinion. So for me, I don't. It's good. See, government. The goal is to get off of that assistance, so I don't mind having to report that. It's just you got to understand that I'm talking to my caseworker about money I'm bringing in, and she's asking me about money I'm bringing in, and I'm telling her I'm bringing in money, and then I'll have somebody back out of a job. So then my caseworker's thinking I just made $1,000, and I didn't make a single dollar because the person backed out of the job. So if I'm not only going to lose benefits from income, that the price goes up minimum 25%. I'm here getting support. I'm building my stability, and I don't need the extra drama. So if you're not going to come through and I can't count on you, then at least understand that you're going to have to pay a little bit more next time. Because I'm in a position in my life that when they ask me about what money I'm making, I have to be honest about it. I can't not tell them about it. I can't leave it unreported because I will end up losing those benefits. I won't get charged with a crime, but I will end up losing the benefits, and I work very hard to get them. And I'm not trying to lose that stability. I like having money coming in that I don't have to worry if the next paycheck's showing up. I don't have to worry if I'm going to get the next job. I don't have to worry about being under the control of somebody who decides to back out of a job. And that's some of what I've been getting lately is people who have been backing out of jobs because they think that they're going to find a way to gain control over me financially. And I made sure to be prepared for that before I ever started going out and doing the contracts. So, I need you to go ahead and just come through on it, or realize that it might be best not to approach me for the business whatsoever. I'm not out here on the street like that. I don't live like that. It might seem that way. I'm out here, but I'm only out here trying to get the rest of the guys off the street that went off the street and make sure they get where they need to get to. So I'm not in that game. I'm not in that business. Like I said, I have my experiences out here, and I'm trying to make sure that anybody that doesn't want to be out here doesn't get left out here. Thank you. That is just about one of the coziest people I've ever seen in my life. I wish that I currently felt as comfortable as that person looks. Yeah, so like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I do have the cops watching me, but like, I'm not a criminal, so it doesn't. Like, I'll have people on the street that'll be like, "Bro, you realize that there's like undercovers like hovering around you all day?" I'm like, I know. I'm not stupid. I know. I'm aware of that. They're like, "Well, bro, like they're gonna get you." I'm like, "They're gonna get me doing what? I'm not doing anything I'm not supposed to be doing." They're around me because they know that there's people who want my money. They're around me because they know that there's people from the street that are trying to pull me back on the street. They're making sure that I don't get pulled back on the street. They don't come near me because they don't want to make themselves that obvious. And you guys know that I come on here and talk the way I'm talking. But, they got their eyes open and they got their eyes on me. And I'm thankful for that because it keeps it easy and it keeps the people away that I might not be able to fend off who are trying to pull me back out here. I'm out here every now and again just for my own personal reasons of like needing space because I spend a lot of time with people and from time to time I need to be alone. But, I got somewhat of a temporary housing situation going on and I'm doing pretty good with it, with the situation. And now I'm going to be talking with very soon. I actually, the proper authorities have been keeping an eye open and keeping an eye on me and staying in contact with me. And thankfully, they've actually been keeping up with me. Like, they've been making phone calls to me and whatnot. And I've been very happy about that because I'm not going to lie to you, I kind of thought it was all just going to fall off and they just weren't going to call anymore because I was making a little bit of money and I had somewhere, to put a roof over my head, even temporarily. But quite the opposite. They're checking in with me. They're trying to make sure that I end up somewhere permanent. I got my process towards permanent housing expedited, which I'm very excited about. And essentially what that means is I'm going to be working with someone who's going to help me to secure a career. So like I have a job and I get contracts, but I don't yet have like a college degree or a position in a 9-to-5 where I have growth potential for a career. And so I'm going to be working with another caseworker who's going to get me into college. They're going to get me online training to get an associate's while I'm going to regular college. And they're going to secure permanent housing, which will be a regular apartment that I pay, I think it's like 20 to 40% of out of my own pocket. And then once I have my degree, once I have my bachelor's, I'll be able to move out into a regular leased apartment that I pay for myself. So essentially, I am going to be moving into a regular apartment that I pay for myself, but they're going to compensate a majority of the rent. So I'll have like a 6 to 12 month lease, and I will pay the majority of the rent, and then I will move on into a regular apartment that I pay for myself with a lease after I gain my bachelor's degree. So I'm really excited about that. And I don't know yet like where I'm going to go to college. I don't know what online training I'm going to do or anything like that. But that's what that caseworker's for. They're going to help me with that. I mean, like I think I have like 2 or 3 caseworkers with different organizations. And they're really good at keeping up with you out here. I have to admit, like I'm out here pretty much all the time doing something, right? I'm always busy. And they managed to call me at just the right time to catch me in a moment when I could have a conversation with them. And so then I have a conversation with them and we accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. And then with a little support from my friends, and when I say support from my friends, I mean like, getting rides here and there and making sure that I have food in my belly on the days when I'm not paying attention to whether or not I'm eating. They'll kind of force me to eat. And I'm paying for my own food. I don't have someone buying my food. And I'm not having to go to the churches anymore, which is really nice. And I've made that progress rather quickly. But my next step is to, move into this expedited program where I go after my bachelor's degree after getting an associate's from some sort of online university, and then move into a regular apartment. And from there, I'm on my own, and that'll probably take anywhere from 6 months to a year. But I'm very excited about it. So I hope you're excited for me. I'm excited. I can tell you that, I'm making my money. I got my cash, but I'm not spending it. And that for me is a big step. For those of you that don't know me, sometimes I could be really tempted to spend my money. And so for the progress that I've made, but most of them don't want thank yous or even acknowledgement about it. They're very private people that aren't really looking for the attention. So I just, I don't share a whole lot of that. It's just as far as law enforcement goes, and as far as like the IRS and DPSS keeping an eye on me, they want to make sure that I'm not trying to cheat the system or like get the assistance and then leave town, which I'm not. But for them, it's like how quickly I've made the progress I've made is something I guess apparently they don't see all that often. And so they're just trying to, cross the T's and dot the I's and make sure that they are making a worthwhile investment in someone that's going to be staying here and actually living here, And they are, obviously. But I do get tested on that from time to time. I'll have people that offer to take me out of town on a trip. I have people that offer to have me move in with them in a different state or a different county. And, we'll pay for everything. And I don't know if they're telling the truth or not. But, I feel like it's the universe or somebody testing me to see if I'm really committed to sticking around Hollywood. And I can tell you, like, I'm pretty dead set on not going anywhere. Now, for me, over these past couple of months, just with the growth and, the growth that I've been experiencing, Hollywood has become much smaller for me than it used to be. But for me, Hollywood is home. So like, even though I'm getting to the point where it's like things are somewhat monotonous, like I've just gotten used to things, I'm still never bored. I still always have something to do. And it's kind of just the acceptance that I'm not living this irresponsible, irrational, constantly euphoric lifestyle, right? And instead I'm living a more stable, rational, responsible, and sensible lifestyle. And, some people are like, oh, you're accepting the change. You're giving up, you're giving in. And you know what? That's the truth. I am giving in because I deserve a regular life too. And I'll tell you what, I'm loving the ability to relax when I want to. It's really nice to not have to go to prison for 6 months just to get rest because I'm going so hard. I don't do drugs, I don't drink, but I go so hard that sometimes they'll be like, do you want, to take a couple of months rest? And then I'll sleep for 2 or 3 or 4 months and then socialize for a couple of months, right? And that was not here. Thankfully, I've never been in trouble here at all, and I don't plan to. But now I'm being responsible enough that I don't have to worry about incarceration because, say, law enforcement or the people that care about me in the community are concerned for my health, right? Like I'm managing my health, I'm being responsible with my money, I'm being responsible with my time. And when I want rest, I have the ability to go and get rest and actually calm myself down before I start going off the rails. And I'm doing really good. And like I said, I've been tested on that. I've had people that have been that do care about me, just want to make sure that I'm doing okay, that have been testing me on that, and I'm doing really good. So, for those of you that are concerned with and focused on making sure that I'm maintaining my stability and making progress, I'm actually, doing good. I'm doing really good. And I'm thankful to all the people that have been either tolerant or compassionate towards the situation I've been in, and have given me a chance to move on and grow up. And I hope this sets an example and gives a little hope to anybody out here on the streets that might want off the streets, you know? Just to show, like, if I can make it, I'm pretty sure anybody could. If I can make it off the streets and not be stuck in a whole bunch of drama and in trouble, so can you. Like, I'm probably the last person anybody thought was going to come off the street. So, if the state of California is able to help me stabilize properly, then I'm pretty sure they could do it for you too. It's just about being humble enough to be willing to ask for the help. And I know it might sound like I'm just, you know, giving lip service or singing praise and trying to make them look good or sound good. You guys know me. If I wasn't telling the truth, I wouldn't say it. If the help I'm getting really wasn't as effective as I'm claiming, I wouldn't be talking about it. And especially for how, you know, like, sensitive and revealing the information I'm sharing is. You can count on me to be, you know, real with you. And then with that comes proper health care, right? So I'm going to be able to have regular doctor's appointments and dentist appointments, and, you know, be going to a therapist and a physical therapist, and doing it for free, you know, thanks to the state. And I haven't been, since I thought I was king of the world, you know, because I got all hyped up and was having a really exciting life, and nothing could stop me, nothing could slow me down. You know, I haven't been to the doctor, I think, in about a decade, almost 10 years. No, I think about 12 years since I've really gone to the doctor and, like, had a real appointment. Now I've been blessed and lucky to be super healthy, that I haven't had to worry about it. But I'm not going to bank on that, you know. Now that I have that assistance available to me, I'm going to take it. And then once I could get on private health care after getting my degree, then I'll do that. But I just don't know what that's like. I don't know what that looks like yet. But, you know, in this state especially, we have a lot of success stories. A lot of people that, you know, come from either a rough background or have had, you know, some tough experiences, made some rough choices, but we're able to move on up in life. And, you know, I can't say much different from myself. What I could tell you is I come from a family and I come from an environment that is, you know, they're collegiate and all that good stuff. And I just happen to be the black sheep for a little while. And I would say that I'm still maybe the black sheep, but that doesn't mean I don't deserve an education too. It doesn't mean that I don't deserve to go to college too, you know, and those are things that I want. And I have a lot of my friends that are kind of picking on me and saying, oh, you're quitting. You might as well go get married and just stop hanging out with us. And I'm like, you know, it's not like that. It's really not like that. It's, I deserve this. I want this. And they're excited for me and they're proud for me. They're just, you know, I don't want to say they're upset, but they're just a little disappointed that I won't be rolling with them as often as I do. And, you know, that's okay. It's just, this is the direction my life's going. And that's that. Stevie goes, are those horns a filter or a gift? I don't know. Thank you to those of you that tell me about who's talking about me behind my back. I appreciate you. I'm not the type that likes my enemies close. You know, they say friends close, enemies closer. I don't do that. I keep my friends close, and I like my enemies to be very far away until they change their mind about being my enemy. Because I don't do enemies. I just don't have time for enemies. But I am so thankful that I'm able to be online with you guys and be talking to you and be live with you, because in moments where I feel threatened, like interpersonally, in moments where I feel alone, or in moments when I feel like I'm not in control or I don't know what to do, I can always count on you guys to be here when I come live. You know, all my friends are busy and I'm not having too much fun on the street at that point in time, or like, you know, all the jobs are done for the day and I've accomplished everything 4 to 5 hours early and everybody's sick of seeing me. I can come live and at least get a little bit of respect for the rest of the evening and enjoy your company. And something I'm really excited for is that pretty soon I am going to have a proper address to get a phone sent to that I could do a little bit more on, and also like that I'll have that was totally unintentional. I'm slipping up in my speech there. Just I pause for a moment. What was I saying? That I'll have a higher resolution. So as of right now, I know you guys, it's a decent resolution, but it's not a high enough resolution for some of you. So, you know, with this government program, I'll actually be able to order a phone from the internet and have it sent to me. And I'll be able to get an iPhone. Who would have thought that the government will provide you, or one of them government marketing companies will provide you with an iPhone? You just have to get it sent to you. So like when you go to DPSS, when you go to the Department of Public Services, you can get a phone outside if you have your assistance, but they give you like these baseline Androids, and they're good phones. But I want an iPhone because I like iPhone, right? And they're really expensive, so I'm not going to spend the money. Right? Even if I have it, I just can't justify spending that kind of cash just yet in my life. So it's really nice to be able to put the assistance on the website and then send me a freaking iPhone. I'm very excited about that. So when I get that, well, I'll have both operating systems. I'll have the Android and the iPhone. And I'll be able to do a whole lot more with you guys. Because, so like the platforms, especially on social media, they are completely, like the experience between the platforms on Android, like the apps on Android. All right, I'm cool. That's fine. The difference between the apps that are on iPhone and the apps that are on Android, it's a different experience. So essentially, when you're on Android and you're using social media platforms, they are engineered and geared towards the consumer. So like when you're on an Android, the apps are made for you to consume content. They're not, most of them, unless you have an Android that's worth like $1,000 or $1,500, it's not created that the apps in the mix with the hardware, it's not made to produce content. It takes forever to upload. You know, it just doesn't work as efficiently as I'd like, right? Oh, excuse me. But you get an iPhone, and the social media apps are engineered and geared with the hardware to produce content. They're made to produce and upload content. So I get myself an iPhone SE from the, putting in my assistant's information. They'll get the marketing information from the phone, and that's fine. But I will be able to upload much more quickly and be able to provide you with more crisp photos and higher resolution videos and more stable live streams. So that'll be coming soon. One of the wow. This is one of the main reasons I love Hollywood. Now, if I was in the mood, I'd go right in the mix and be dancing with them. I ain't getting a girlfriend. I'm sorry to tell you, but it's not happening. I'm not getting a girlfriend. But if I could find a lady to hang out with, or a couple more ladies to hang out with, ones that are like more public, because most of the people, you know, women, men, and people who identify beyond man and woman, they're pretty private people. But if I could find some people to hang out with that enjoy doing stuff in public, or maybe some more people who do what I do, then, you know, we could go over there and be dancing with them. Because that's what I want to do. But I ain't going to just go do that by myself, you know. I could, but I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. Because, like, you know, they're playing Latin music. It's a group full of Latinos. And if I just show up as this random white boy and start dancing in the mix, it's going to make them all uncomfortable. They might not act like it, but it's going to be super awkward. But if we roll up and there's a couple of people, then it might not be near as awkward to be dancing with them. But for me, I love it. I think it's cool. And I like dancing. So maybe I can meet a couple of people. If any of you are from Hollywood, you're more than welcome to join me. We can go out there and dance. It'll be a lot of fun. And we ain't got to do it online. I got no issues with that. It's keep it offline. But I'm just, you know, I'm to a point where it's time to start partying. It's time to start having fun. I've been really serious for a long time, about a year and a half. And I finally have myself stable enough in this, I almost said environment, in this community that I feel comfortable to stop being such a stuck-up guy. I'm ready to not have such a stick up my butt all the time. You know, I've had to stay really disciplined just to get myself sorted. But now that I'm pretty much, you know, where I need to be and doing what I need to do, I could relax for a little while. And I think it's about time. This is America. I am from America too. I'm in Hollywood, California. But as always, I tell you what, I do a lot of talking, right? And I do quite often put my foot in my mouth on accident. It really sucks. But I try. I try my hardest. Oh, for the love of God. All right. Back focusing on you guys. I got distracted for a moment. Back focusing on you guys. What's going on? What are you doing? I need you to talk to me because I'm getting distracted. Oh, where the heck are all the guys with the selling the chains and the rings? Because I'm finally ready to buy myself a chain, and they're nowhere to be found on the entire Walk of Fame. I've gone up and down, I think, 4 times tonight, and not a single guy, not a single person out here, and they're always out here. Where are you? Where are you? I'm finally looking for you, and I can't find you. It's my turn to buy stuff. Yo, whoa. I just stuttered like super bad. It just got like super quiet, like really, really, really like super quiet all of a sudden. Don't know how I feel about it. I have no idea why it got quiet. And I might sound like I'm being facetious, but I actually don't have a clue. I am so enthralled in talking to you guys. I don't have a clue what's happening in real life right now. And I don't think I have to, but every now and again I wonder. Maybe I should be more aware of my environment. That part I'm being facetious about. I know everything that's going on, but only in the sense of what I would have to concern myself with. Beyond that, I just, oh my gosh, I'm too busy enjoying myself, you know? Well, that may explain it. Okay. All right, so I gave a shout out, right? And I asked the community at large. I talked to you guys here in Hollywood, right? A lot of you guys are hitting me up from Hollywood. And thank you to those of you that have been saying hello. I had 14 people say hello to me today, or actually just this morning, and it was the most wild experience. I'm not used to people just reaching out like that, but there was one dude, and this was after I shut my live stream off. I was walking up the road, right? I was going up Highland, and I guess somebody recognized me, and he screamed. I shouldn't even say shouts. The guy screamed out his window. He screamed my last name. Didn't even use, he didn't even use my stage name. He shouted my last name out the window to catch my attention. And I didn't even know who it was. And he totally caught me off guard. I didn't even get a chance to wave back at him because I didn't know it was, I didn't even realize that it was happening. But, 1 second. There's too much going on. You guys gotta give me like 2 seconds. There's like too much going on for me to talk to you right now. Just give me a second. Maggie says, I wish you were looking for a girl. I think if you get a girl, that'll be power couple. It's a good thing and a bad thing, and that's the thing of it, is I can't do the power couple thing right now. I'm doing pretty good on my own. I stand on my own 2 feet, and I'm not really looking for somebody to lean on or to lean on me. And even if I find someone that's on their own 2 feet doing their own thing, I am such an independent person that I could find someone to hang around with, that like I have guy and girl friends and, people who identify beyond male and female that I spend time with who, have their own stuff going on, but I don't really have like an interest in finding a girlfriend because I know that I am going to put more time, energy, and focus into that woman just because of the way I was raised than I am into my career and to the things that I want to do. And it will, like being with a woman will shift my perception and my perspective, and then I'm going to end up not doing the things I have to do. And I've spent the last 4 years keeping myself focused and, maintaining my directives. And if I be with somebody, I'm just going to lose that focus. And even if it works out for the better, it's still not going to be the healthiest thing for me. So for the most part, anybody that knows me from the street, anybody that I'm friends with now, they kind of, the ones that I have an opportunity to have some form of a connection with, kind of make sure that I don't get a girlfriend. I can tell you, like, now I have one friend that keeps trying to get me into hookups, which I'm thankful for because I definitely do want to, connect with a couple of ladies. I do. And guys. But, oh my gosh, I saw this young lady today. I think I might have seen her once before. But I was just really in the mood, right? I had a nice, good, long day. I had my confidence high. I was really just feeling myself, right? And I saw this young lady at least a quarter mile off. I'm not even kidding you. She was looking at me already when I went to look at her. And she was drop dead gorgeous. And when I say drop dead gorgeous, I mean like probably one of the most, at least to me, attractive women that I've seen here in Hollywood. I was with my buddy in his car, and now he's got like a real nice car too, right? So it's like a luxury vehicle, and he pulls up next to her and speaks to her telling her that I told him while all the windows were up and we were far away from her, like, wow, look at, I told him, I'm like, dude, look how beautiful she is. She is very beautiful. And I had said to him, and that's literally what I said. I'm not sugarcoating it and trying to sound nice about it. That's literally the words I used. So he puts the window down, pulls right up next to her, and says that to her. And I was so embarrassed. I can't even tell you how embarrassing that was for me. And like, I just got so shy all of a sudden. I went from like super confident to just being super shy all of a sudden. And I got so small. I went from being, this big, smart, confident guy to just not really being able to focus or pay attention. And so I just, I put my window shade up and, and I looked the other way, like, the sun visor. I put the sun visor down and put it where she was standing because she kept looking over. And I was just, oh. But I'll see her again. She'll probably be back. But I just couldn't. He embarrassed me so bad I couldn't even talk to her. I was glad he did, though, because, in some ways, like I said, it's better that I'm not really being with a woman right now just for the sake of my own, psycho-emotional health and, maintaining continued sobriety. So, I have struggles I don't talk to you guys about, but I'm doing pretty good. What's my type? I'll tell you the truth. I'm a pansexual. I do not have a type. I'd say I'm pansexual and gender fluid. Anytime somebody asks on paperwork and documentation, just for the sake of longevity, like throughout my entire life, I've utilized the identity of male, of male and straight or heterosexual. And so on any paperwork that I do, I usually just put male and heterosexual. But like in society, I'm pansexual and gender fluid. And that's how I live. Like, that's literally my lifestyle. I go both ways. I don't really think much about, I don't put a whole lot of thought into, like, does this person look good? Doesn't this person look good? Like, there's some people I'm not attracted to, but I'm pretty good at finding something about somebody pretty much anywhere that I find the good in them, and I find a way to like them. It's not that hard for me, and it doesn't take too long. So, And considering I'm at least half decent at conversation and saying the right things at the right time, I'm thankful to get some looks here and there. And I'm thankful to be walking around here and definitely meeting people and seeing people that are worth looking at. That's one of my favorite things about Hollywood is Hollywood is full of attractive people, both personality-wise and looks. Sometimes both. And I'm not much to settle for one or the other. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the beans. It says, how was my day? My day was fantastic. I was very busy. I got a free professional massage, deep tissue massage, and I feel amazing. I did not know how tense I was. The masseuse had told me that I don't know what their gender identity was, but they had told me that, I was like probably one of the tightest people they've ever seen, that they've ever worked on, which probably isn't a good thing considering, there's somebody that, works on like celebrities and, officials and professional sports players. Literally, I'm not making this up. Like, they're one of the best apparently one of the best in the business. And so I was very lucky to have gotten a massage from her. But, I say her, but she took her time out and decided to give me one just because she had seen me out here. She knows how much I move around all the time, and she offered. And so I was like, yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't have, like, I don't know what, like a couple $100 or a couple thousand. I don't know how much. I don't have that. And she's like, if you mention money again, you're insulting me. I'm like, okay. And so that happened, and it was fantastic. And I'm getting another one tomorrow. So life is good. 1, 2, oh. 1, 2, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you for the 6 beans. Said you had a friend in college. Well, that's good. These things happen. Good things happen. You never know. And especially around here, you really do never know. You can't judge. In a place like this, it doesn't matter what anybody looks like. There's always going to be something interesting about them. You can always count on it. And fun seems to be something that you can have pretty much no matter who you're with, even if you're by yourself. That's good. I see. Well, you seem cool too. Thank you. You miss LA. You were there last month. Yeah, I love it here. I refuse to leave. I live here. I love it here. And when I start traveling again, short term, because I do come home, and this is my home, I am going to miss walking these streets almost every day, because I do. I love Hollywood Boulevard. I love the Walk of Fame. And I mean, truthfully, at least the Walk of Fame never gets old for me. My atypical life is becoming mundane, and thus I am starting to expand my lifestyle and start to experiment and try new things. But all in all, I'm pretty good at keeping myself occupied out here. Now, the only thing is, when I'm out here, sometimes I'll walk around here for like 12 hours, not exaggerating. And I'll go home. Like, I'll get back to the apartment, or I'll go to like the street smells, man. I don't even like frugal with my money. I don't like spending my money. But I'll still go home, and you can just smell the city on me. Always. I walk in the door, and obviously the house, there's like a filter. There's like an air filter constantly. The air is constantly being renewed or what have you. And I just, like, the moment I walk in the door, all right, well, welcome. Are the horns real? No. That's AI. They're not real. You'd like to walk with me? Well, come on out here. Next time you come back to LA, hit me up. If I'm not still walking the street, then I'll come on out and walk with you. It's such a habit. Like, it's a ritual and a routine for me. I do it so often. Even after coming off the street, I still like walking around. To dispel any rumors going around. I got people that are trying to throw out rumors and say that I still live on the street. Let me correct you. I don't live on the street. Okay, I got myself off the street. I had a little bit of help. Very thankful for that. I'm doing pretty good. But what happens is, from time to time, and you might think me crazy for this, but from time to time, I miss the street. From time to time, because I was out here for so long that sometimes I miss it. That I will come out here every now and again. I know I don't care what you think of me, but every now and again I'll come out here and I'll stay outside for the night, because it's the only time I get alone. Because even when, like I said, in the apartment, like, I have a lot of neighbors that get excited when I show up at home, because I'm always doing something, and they get bored or don't know what to do, and they'll come hit me up. So for me, it's nice to have a little alone time here and there. And I don't really get that unless I come out here, because it's like, not only is there like nobody out here at night, but also and I mean like late night, but also, there's not really anybody in my social circle that has an interest in coming out here at such a late hour. So it gives me time to think to myself and be alone from time to time, especially when I get like super stressed out or in moments where I might be experiencing some form of codependency, either to the audience or to my friends. It gives us to make a healthier choice in times when I really should be alone, that I'm not being alone. I can force myself to be alone, and it's really good for me. What I'm going to be doing soon, now with the money I'm making and how I'm doing, is irregardless of the support that I get, I'm going to start getting hotel rooms is what I'm going to do. I'm going to start getting hotel rooms and staying by myself. And I mean, when I say that, that's not even like, no offense, but it's not really like an invitation. It's like literally I am going to stay in hotel rooms by myself so I can have some alone time, so that I'm not just staying out here. But for now, like I said, sometimes I miss the street. So it's like, it's nostalgia, but it's starting to come to the point where my lifestyle and my friend circle, the social circle that I'm in, it's becoming inappropriate for me to be staying out here. It's not necessarily fair to them. So I'm going to start getting hotel rooms instead of staying out here on the nights that I want to be alone. And that, that's going to take me another probably, I thought that how far I got now was going to take a lot longer. So maybe it'll happen sooner. But I'm hoping within the next couple of months to a year that I could afford to, be able to get a hotel room, say once a week or once a month, just to get away and to be doing my own thing,
Okay, but if it was, would it really make a difference? Was it make a difference if you said that?
That was cute. That was a passive aggressive AA reference. You're welcome to come back to meetings if you want. We do boxing twice a week. You're welcome to join. If you're too cool for it, that's fine. But if you're not, you're always welcome. We have a lot of fun. And you probably kick my butt, but I'm open to it as long as you show up. If you really want to beat me up that bad, well, you know where to find me. In the boxing gym, not on the street. Kara goes, your air filter kicks on whenever you fry fish. Seems sensitive to fishy smells. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Hey, if you seem cool, thank you. Good night, bro. You have a good heart. Thank you. How did I get off the streets? It's hard out there. I actually tried. I will tell you that it can be difficult to come off the street if you're too proud to ask for help. But what I tell you, the resources in Los Angeles County are so abundant that if you don't come off the street, it's because you don't want to, or you have such a heavy form of addiction or mental illness that you're not able to. Those are like pretty much the only two ways that you don't get off the streets of LA. If you're on the streets of LA and you want off the streets, they have such an active initiative going on right now that all you have to do is make one phone call and you'll get 5 people calling you back from organizations you never even heard of, offering you housing, offering you, food assistance, offering you a cell phone. And as long as you take it, you can be out of the environment you're in pretty much overnight for some people. I've seen people get off the street overnight. I've seen some people, it takes a couple of weeks. For me, it's taken a couple of months. But, I worked it out. I'm doing good. So that's all you got to do. It's just, I think for some people, once they're on the street, sometimes they get a little too social and they get involved with people that might not be the healthiest for them. And then they have a difficult time breaking off from those people and moving on in their life. So, that usually plays a role. But for me, it's like, I've been through enough. Like, I don't need to learn that lesson again, right? So I asked for the help. Instead of just waiting for someone to come to me, I asked for the help. And thankfully, I also had, like I said, they were proactive with me, but I put in a good amount of effort too. Pumpkin says, I detect a Swedish accent. I don't think she's even Swedish. I don't. I think she's an undercover cop. That's what I think. But I'm not gonna lie to you. I got the biggest internet crush on her no matter what she is. Oh my gosh, she is so cute and she's so kind and she's clever as hell. I don't have a clue who she is and I don't really care. I'm probably never gonna meet her or anything. But I'll tell you what, do I love going into her broadcast and just sitting there and staring at her pretty face while she's talking about God knows what, that I barely even understand her accent. But I'll tell you what, when I got nothing else to do, I'll log into her, and I got like 20, 30, 40 people that I follow throughout social media, that I'll just go and I'll watch what they do, and I get real enthralled in their content. And she's one of them. It says this Swedish chick, and I love watching her broadcasts. I barely have a clue what she's saying, but I love watching her broadcasts. She's just so cute, and it calms me down real quick. Usually, I'll watch her like real early in the morning. I'll log into her broadcast and watch what she's doing. And it's not creepy. She does the same thing with me. She just comes in on a fake account that she thinks I don't know about. And that's fine. I ain't sweating it. But, I enjoy watching a couple of different people when they go live. So. Thank you. You say, you must admit I can talk. Well, I'll tell you what, I have been live streaming for over a decade at this point, and I have done a lot of talking on live stream. And so I have developed some really healthy, thick set of lungs, and I'm pretty good at going and keeping a conversation going. I'm used to having... Without the AI and without the bloated numbers, I'm used to having anywhere from 200 to 500, sometimes up to 5,000 people in a broadcast. And when I'm not walking around and I'm just sitting somewhere, I can keep up with the comments when I got 1,000 people in the room. And they're talking nonstop and answering questions. And I look ridiculous when I'm doing it, but I'm engaged individually with each and every person that is commenting. And it's a lot of fun. I have a lot of fun. I just usually have to cool down afterwards because it's pretty overwhelming. Good evening. How are you? You have a good night too. Thank you. Yeah, I know. You say take care of their people. You mean take care of our people. People, you guys got to get used to that. You're so used to me being a transient. I ain't moving around anymore. I've been living here for a year and a half. I'm doing really good. I moved in the community as though I grew up here. I'm living the way that I lived where I grew up. And I love it. I really do. So it's, we will take care of our people. And if you're visiting or you're passing through, you're just here for a time, yeah, please look out for our people. We appreciate you. Charlene goes, Norway all the way. Like I said, I got the heritage. I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of people from, my family's country, my family's original country, like 2 generations ago. But a lot of people don't know this. I'm actually only by technicality, so you got 3rd generation Americans, 2nd generation Americans. I'm in between. So I guess my grandma moved here from Norway and had a family, right? So technically I'm 3rd generation, but she was not young when she had my mom. And then, I was born. And so it's really weird. So I am a natural born American. I was raised American. My mom was raised American, but my grandma was so Norwegian that I, having grown up in America, my mom having grown up in America too, that I still have a Norwegian accent. And I have never lived in Norway. And I have an accent that my Norwegian counterparts can recognize as coming from the homeland. And it's pretty cool. Like, I could talk with the Norwegians, and I am able to essentially like pick up that accent. I speak with that accent really naturally, and like words they say when they're speaking Norwegian, like I don't necessarily know Norwegian, but when they're talking to me, I half understand what they're saying, and it's like just the trippiest experience. And I have a similar experience with like anything from Slavic languages to like Irish, the Irish language. What is it, Gaelic, or I can't remember what the Irish speak, but the point is, when I hear those languages, I can recognize them. And although I might not be able to speak them, it's like sometimes I do understand what they're saying. And I can't explain to you how I know, but especially Norwegian. Whenever I hear somebody speaking Norwegian, even though I don't speak Norwegian, somehow, some way, I mostly understand what they're talking about. I pick up on the nuances of the conversation. I pay attention to their emotion and their facial expressions. And I pretty much know what they're saying. And like, I'll say something in English, and they're like, how'd you know what we were talking about? I'm like, technically, I didn't understand a word you said. It's just, what you're doing, like the way that you're acting makes it obvious to me what you're saying. And then, some of the words sound familiar to me, and some of the words are like derivatives of words from the English language. So, it's pretty cool. And I've tried to learn Norwegian. I haven't had a chance to learn from the native people of Norway, right? People that actually live in Norway. But I will, I'll get to that point in my life, and I will expat at some point for a short period of time to go live in Norway just long enough to learn the language. I'll immerse myself amongst people that don't speak English, or who, speak Norwegian amongst themselves, and I'll learn that. I will learn, the native language of my people, but I just haven't gotten there yet. Kind of sense a German accent at first. Well, that's the thing is, the Germanic people. Okay, so Scandinavians are Proto-Germanic. So the German people came from Scandinavia. So did pretty much everybody on the western side of the Eastern Hemisphere came from the Northwest. If they didn't come all the way from the South, they came from the Northwest, which essentially is, Norway, Finland, like all of Scandinavia, essentially. Norway, Finland, Sweden. And so thousands of years ago, we migrated south into Ireland, into Scotland, into Wales, into the United Kingdom that we have now, right? And so that's where we got all those people from. So if you hear an accent that sounds German, listen to a Norwegian, you'll hear something similar. They sound quite similar. That it's no different than, if you listen to a Native American speak a native language, they will sound similar to people that come from the Southern Hemisphere. On the Western Hemisphere, they'll sound like people from South America. They will, from the natives from South America, because a lot of the people that live in North America either migrated over the Bering Strait, or they came from South America. So if you listen to a Native American speak in their own language, and then you listen to a native person from South America speak in their own language, they sound similar. And that's just due to, like I said, migrational patterns, migrational patterns from a very, very, very long time ago. But we still pretty much, speak similar languages and have a lot of the same inflections that we once had when we spoke native languages, before we started producing more advanced languages. All right, give me 1 minute. Just don't want to interrupt anyone. Good evening. Really? Thank you for the follow. Oh, I am not going to say a word because I don't want to get in trouble, but oh my goodness. All right. I'm just going to keep walking. Walking and walking and walking. Well, I can say that I have most definitely been properly gifted tonight. Okay. Do I have any Viking heritage? I don't. Okay, so my Norwegian family comes from the part of the country that was like based in like the homeland, the part of the people that never left. Okay, like for much longer than the Vikings. So we, my family's heritage about 5 generations back stayed in the country an extra couple thousand years. So the Vikings, so essentially think about the people that left England to start America. Well, that was the people who left Norway and the Scandinavian countries to start, their journey to live the lifestyles they wanted to live because they were being suppressed by, the dominant forces in the Scandinavian countries at that point in time. So that's actually why you had Vikings and people like that. They didn't come back. Like you had the Vikings that left to go to another country. They never came back to Norway. They never came back to Scandinavia. Some of them went out and they were scavengers and hunter-gatherers and things of that nature, right? They were a little more advanced because they understood how to, build a boat and go somewhere else, but they came back, but most of them just went and settled other lands, and they didn't communicate with Norway. They didn't communicate with Finland or any part of Scandinavia. They totally left the country behind and moved on and started a new life because of oppression that they experienced in the homeland. So, like my people were the people that were the dominant force in Norway. And to this day, I still have heritage that belongs to, the Norwegian royal family. But we left a couple of thousand years after the Viking age, like when Vikings were popular and a thing to be doing. And like now it's popular in the culture, but nobody talks about the people that didn't leave, But my family and, a group of people from my my grandfather to the 5th generation left Scandinavia when they decided to go and settle another land, not trying to leave behind the country or escape oppression, but because they wanted to spread our culture into another part of the world, right? And so my great-great-great-great-grandfather led a group of people, I think it was like somewhere between 50 to 300 people, out of Scandinavia. They kind of snuck out of the country. They snuck out of the land and started migrating south. And they made it all the way down to what is now Wales, and they settled what is now Wales. So my grandfather to the 5th generation settled a place called Steb, and it's actually still a, what do you call it? You're fired. It is still a village to this day. And you can actually find it, like if you went to Wales, you could find the village of Steb. And that is my great-great-great-grandfather. And then, Wales was, I guess, how it started, however you want to say that, right? So my family and the people that were with my great-great-great-grandfather, they populated that area, right? They all had a bunch of kids, and they populated the area, and it became Wales eventually. And from there, my family had migrated by emigrating over to America. And when my family emigrated to America, one of my ancestors is actually William Penn. which is pretty freaking cool. Like he's like a second cousin or something like that, right? If to whatever generation, he's like 2 or 3 degrees removed from my immediate family. William Penn, who had helped to found Philadelphia, which is really freaking cool. And I don't really talk about that all too often, but but then my immediate family, moved to America and settled in like Jersey or Maryland or something. I don't remember because for those of you that don't know, I wasn't raised with my biological family, so that ironically I know more about the ancient history of and the further beyond history of my family than I do about the last 2 to 3 generations. I know more about the 5th generation removed than I know about the most immediate generation of my family. But they, like I said, they moved to America. They settled in like Jersey or something like that. I'm pretty sure it was like somewhere near Atlantic City. They got very involved in the community. They became very active amongst the Irish and the Germans, the Italians and the Russians. And so my family, they built a really good life for themselves. And it was very similar on my father's side. His story is much more one of a silent nature, not much to be discussed. But then, my parents met and then they moved to Pennsylvania. They had me. And then they, finally were not able to maintain control of the situation because their own decisions had caught up with them for having decided to leave their families behind, in like Jersey or something like that. And now I was raised in an American environment with that heritage, had the opportunity to gain a very decent education, both in life and, not collegiately, I'm sorry, but traditionally speaking. And, I've just been learning from pretty much the American public ever since. And now I'm getting a chance after moving out here myself to Hollywood, California, that I'm going to get to go and get like a long-term education. Like I'm actually going to be able to go to college and, do all the regular stuff that my generations before my mom and dad got to do. Like I think my mom went to college and stuff. So that's good. But like, I'm going to get to do that now. I'm just doing it a little later because of some of the choices they made and where that led my life and the choices that I made during, the time frame of me growing up and growing into my own life. And now I'm getting a chance to do it myself. And I found out very quickly after recognizing and finding out that this area was first settled by the Vikings. You can actually go to the Chinese theater and you will see that there is a plaque for Leif Erikson, because the first people that ever lived in Hollywood before it was called Hollywood or Hollywood Land, was the Vikings. It was actually the Norwegian people that settled this area before it was ever found by anyone else. And it's a part of history that's almost never talked about. And if you want your proof, it's called Hollywood. Well, the holly tree is a very popular tree in the Norwegian culture. And we'll just leave it at that. But I have to go to the bathroom, so I have to put you guys on pause for a couple of minutes, or for about a minute or two, and I'll be right back. But that's pretty much the gist of it. I've had the opportunity to have my family's past catch up with me. Our very good past is catching up with me here in Hollywood. The work that I put in is finally, creating fruit within the labor that I've, committed to here in this area. And then I'm also getting proper support from, the loyalty that I maintained with my country. So I have a lot of good stuff going on in my life right now. I'm very excited about it. I'm trying to share as much of it as I can without oversharing or, being too much for people. And I'm just living my best life. So give me like 2 minutes, and then we are going to be catching up on comments that might be like 5 to 6 minutes late, just because I've been talking to you. So give me 2 minutes. I'm putting the microphone on mute, and you're going in my pocket, and I will be right back. Okay. Give me about a minute here. I'm gonna scroll back so I can catch up on your comments. Thank you for slowing down on the comments when I'm talking to you guys. I really appreciate you for that. That way I don't have to work too hard to catch up. Do I have any German heritage? As far as I know, I'm sorry you guys had to hear that. I tried not to laugh, but I couldn't help myself. Do I? Not that I know of. As far as I know, I don't have any German heritage. I will dispel a rumor. So where I come from, there's a named Santee. Here in California, there's a place called Santee. Where I was born, where I was conceived and born, there was this guy that was like, okay, he had a cult. There's no other way around it. He was literally a guy in the middle of the woods who had a cult dedicated to Egyptian, and he hated one of the first people to grow. He was a doctor, and he literally had like a house that he had a whole bunch of women that lived with him and were nurses, and they were more than just nurses. And he had a whole bunch of cats. His life was like based around cats. It's a very interesting guy. And so the story goes, the rumor is, and the story goes, or the legend at this point, I should say, after how many people have taken it further. What do you call it? Allegedly, we're just going to say it. Okay, so allegedly Adolf Hitler had a whole bunch of illegitimate children. This is just a rumor. So just, it's like a legend. Just go with it. Ready? So allegedly, that's okay. He doesn't need his legs. Allegedly, he had a whole bunch of illegitimate children, and nobody knew about any of them. And according to legend, one of Adolf Hitler's illegitimate children was adopted by this Santee and smuggled into America when Santee returned to America. And then he settled in, you guys know where, in Pennsylvania, in the middle of nowhere, and then started a cult based around an Egyptian god, and like literally served the community and gave them free, like he doctored them for free. Like he literally gave them free medical care for like their entire lives for anybody that lived in that. It was a village at that point. And so he had, like I said, he had a whole bunch of nurses that lived with him, and they were more than just nurses to him, if you know what I'm saying. And so like they had this little cult thing going on, and they pretty much just gave everybody free medical assistance that lived in the village. So he was a very interesting guy. And that, so all the rumors around him turned it into a, like a folklore type thing. And then it just so happens that there's an area here in Los Angeles called Santee. So, that was interesting. And then there were people that were trying to help me in the direction, the whole social attention thing. And they're like, oh, what a good idea. Let's start a conspiracy and tell people that he's related to Hitler. I'm like, well, no. The woman that was in the folklore story, adopted by Santee, who was allegedly an illegitimate child of Adolf Hitler, I don't think that kid ever existed. But what they were trying to tell people was that this young lady who was allegedly an illegitimate child of Adolf Hitler got adopted by Santee, brought over to America, smuggled into the woods, and they lived in that village and did what they did, and then they were telling people that she was my mom or my grandmom or something. Like she was like my actual birth mom, because like my birth record doesn't exist. I can't find it, and I can't find the people, and I've done my research, and so have a lot of people online who have been very invested in this. They've tried to find the people that actually like
wrote up my birth certificate because we couldn't find like the actual history. Like you can't, like my birth record literally doesn't exist, and like my own father's like entire military history is gone, and like his birth record can't be found. And it's just a couple of weird things that, you know, some people who are a little more into conspiracy theories threw together. And then eventually people just started trying to say that I was related to Adolf Hitler by being his great grandson. And obviously I'm not. But yeah, very difficult assumption and very difficult folklore story that did make it very hard for me to make friends with people that aren't white for quite a while. But now I'm doing pretty good now that we all learn, recognize, understand, and accept that it's folklore. And I'm pretty sure that guy, you know, he didn't have any kids to begin with. So, you know, the likelihood that my mom isn't my real mom, considering I look almost exactly like her to begin with, and I look almost exactly like my dad. Sometimes the easy answer is the real answer, and it's not that complicated. But especially when it comes to social attention and like growing to a certain level, people start to come up with their own ideas because they can't explain, like to try and explain things they don't understand, or when they're just trying to like, you know, come up with stories as to why. You know, the fact of the matter is, you don't have to be some special person in society to get famous. You don't have to be some special person in society to gain social attention or to get rich. All you have to do, and this is the truth, is just be someone that's willing to work hard and is kind to people. Those are the two things required. All right. So like the man that raised the parents that raised me, they were very intelligent, but they were humble. They worked hard, and they only had connections in their community because they were kind. That's why people liked them and chose to, you know, help them be, you know, essentially, quote unquote, the celebrities in their community, right? They were very popular in their community for a long time because they were nice to people and they knew how to make money. And that's about all it takes. And so for anybody out there who's clinging to these conspiracy theories, trying to say that I'm related to Hitler, I'm not. And it's crazy to even think that, especially considering there's no proof whatsoever. And the reason it bothers me so much is because I put in a lot of work to have people recognize me as someone that works hard and is kind to people. And that really has has gotten me to the point in my life that I'm at, and not really much else. So, you know, do I need people to know that I'm kind? No, I'm not self-absorbed. I'm not proud. I'm not narcissistic. But I would like to know that people know that I work hard, because I want to set the example and have you recognize that you could be in a very similar position if you just put the work in. It's just, you have to have that willingness to learn. And realistically, that your willingness to learn has to be obsessive to get to this level and to get to this point. And it does. You do. You got to be obsessive. I'm sorry, there's no other way. Like, you have to be obsessive with your career to the point where people might think you're nuts. Because if you're not, you usually don't make it. You can get pretty far, but if you want to get to the point where you really stand out, you have to be obsessed with your work. And sometimes it costs you friendships. Sometimes it costs you relationships or family. Sometimes it costs you money. Sometimes it costs you the ability to live in the area you grew up in. But it is possible. You just have to work hard enough. And when you get to the point where people are starting to come up with folklore just to explain how you got to where you got to, then, you know, at that point, you did pretty good. And you could either choose to just let it happen, or you could turn around and dispel the folklore just so that you can have the opportunity to work that much harder. So instead of letting the rumors and the folklore build my, build the enigmatization behind my name, instead, I like to dispel the rumors and then work twice as hard, because I love what I do that much. Imagine Vikings in the Olympics. That would be really cool. I think that would be awesome. Just have someone dressed up as a Viking in the. You know what? How cool would it be?
Shit, bro, shot for my phone there, bro.
Who did that?
Me got it.
How cool would it be to have an event in the Olympics where everybody you pick one person from each culture internationally, but like from like native culture, right? So like native to whatever country you're from. So you pick a Viking, you pick a native African, you pick a Native American, you take one native from every country who is like superhuman, right? Like someone that's just really, really Olympically inclined and fitness inclined. And you put them in an event together. And you have them each, you have all of them together do an event, right? That is from their culture. So like, and then everybody has to compete in each of those events. So you take one person who's practically a superhuman from a native culture in each and every country, and then you have them perform in an event that is related to some practice or ritual from their native culture. And so each person from each native culture can perform together with the person who is from the native culture that the event comes from and see who performs the best. I think that would be really cool. So, sorry that I'm like shouting, but it's really loud out here. My ears are like super sensitive, so like I'm hearing a lot and I have to talk really, really loud to like power through everything I'm hearing. So it might not seem like there's a lot going on, but for me, my gosh, I don't know how people thought I was ever going to be doing New York. I'll do New York later. For now, I'm pretty sure I got to get more used to this first. What? I'm catching up. Give me a minute. So guys, I'm done with contracts for today. I am done with jobs for today. I've been done for like 3 hours. It's just a filter, but I didn't put the filter on. I did. Not the Olympics or something like that. Someone who told you about it. Someone who told you raised by wolves in the woods. I'm not going to talk about that. I don't think they understood that story was code. That was a metaphor. I wasn't being literal. Once again, code. If you weren't smart enough to pick up on that, it is not my problem. You guys all claim to be gangster, and I talk in code, and you're like, I don't know what's going on. I'm like, all right. Still not my problem. They go, we have video evidence. Good for you. Hopefully you can figure out what I actually meant at some point. I hope you do. Alright. Blah, 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 blah. Catching up. 1 second. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. All right. We're all caught up. That's always fun. Well, I guess this one's not having too fun of a time. Nah, that one looks like she's having a lot of fun.
I don't know. I'm minding my own business. If they see me and they're not too fond, I try to leave them alone. I don't want to bother them. I don't know, Threaten me one more time. Talking to the cop. I think he was flirting with me. I'm not sure. That's what I'm going to tell myself. And I'm going to move on. All right. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, see, it's like, how do I put this? Find some attractive. Some of the police officers around here, I think they're pretty attractive. But when they're like kind of sitting in a way where it looks like they're hoping to God you don't even look at them, I just don't look because they're, obviously not interested. If they're like turning their head and their entire body the other way to the point where they're like, literally like rubbernecking it, I just, they probably aren't interested. So that's okay. Yeah, you guys don't have to worry about the weirdos when they try to make a damper on the broadcast. I just block them and I move on. And if you see somebody coming to the broadcast and they throw like 5, 6, 7 comments in a row, they're like, trying to overpower the conversation. They're messaging people and being freaking crazy weirdos. Just ignore that and hang out. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It happens every now and again where some loser will come into the broadcast and they gotta let me know they're the boss of like the universe. And, then after I scroll through their 7 or 8 comments, I just block them and we move on with our night. But I guess I'm just telling you, quit worrying about it because it's really not a problem. It's fine. And like I said, the larger we grow and the further this goes, the more it's going to happen. So it's better just to get used to it than be worried about it. Yeah. And I have this weird thing going on at this point where like I'm doing really good, but instead of being like afraid of like the scary people around here, like now that I'm a normal person and like not running around the street like barefoot, I'm kind of scared of regular society because I'm having to like reacclimate to it and I'm not used to it. Like I literally became like an animal. I'm not even kidding you. And now I'm like re-civilizing and re-socializing. And like regular people kind of scare me. Like they'll come around me and it's awesome, right? And I'm almost said I'm awesome. But like they'll be nervous about me or they'll be like not scared of me, but they're like trying to figure out like how I'm acting, right? But then it's the same way for me. They'll be like intimidated in some way. But it's the same for me. Like they don't realize like I'm intimidated too. I'm like, and then we both kind of look at each other the way 2 scared cats would look, right? Like you kind of like jump and you're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? But then by the time you might meet, you kind of already passed each other. By the time you're over that initial fear and you're like, oh, you're not scary, I'm not scary. What's up? You're kind of already on different paths. But then every now and again, 2 people are walking in the same position and I happen to be one of them. Yeah, and it's in the same position, you go in the same direction, and you get to meet somebody. I get to meet somebody. So it's fun. I have fun out here. Yeah, like I said, I had a conversation with you guys this morning about, how YouTube and TikTok have to really work on taking care of the algorithm and like fixing things before YouTube ends up being fine and TikTok ends up being shut down. Because it's not good. The way things are going is not good. Like all of that is so illegal. It's not even funny. And, they are taking care of it. It's just what's going on right now is that there's so many open cases with law enforcement across the country
on people like that who are like psychotically abusive and like internet stalkers, and like they got like large followings of people who like stalk people in real life and constantly harass them online. And the government is trying to take care of all that, but at the same time, it's like, I guess there's certain barriers that they can't cross. There's certain things they can't do about it, or why they can't do something about it. But the laws are changing, and like the platforms are going to end up paying for it if things don't change. So I don't know, like me personally, I can endure it. I can handle it. I'm just disappointed to see it because it affects a lot of people. I'm not the only person that they're coming at. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get people like that sometimes just because I'm someone who technically isn't supposed to be out and about in the public based on the amount of social attention the platform brings. But I like to be involved in the public and physically be, out and about. So from time to time, I attract people who would otherwise not be so close to me in an environment like this, even virtually. But it's fine. I feel like taking the platform and choosing to be more in person with it, I have an opportunity to make more of a difference and bring more attention to what a problem that situation is and how much something needs to be done about it, and for how much verbal and psychological abuse that I've endured over the years on social media and in real life through the abuse of law enforcement resources in other states. I feel that getting to be a part of the cleanup and the reinstitution of proper practices online is, it really is an opportunity for me to be a part of that process, as opposed to it being a negative thing. It's disappointing. I still have to endure it on such a personal basis, but I'm willing to endure it, just to more quickly constitute the possibility of societal, legal, and terms of use and service change. Thanks for the follows. And I'll tell you what, I'm starting to catch them too, right? So one of my buddies, he's an officer, and I'll be doing my thing online, and I'll be working directly with him. Like, I'll show him stuff that I'm doing, right? I'm not running for guys. I've learned that in a situation where my life is at risk, I'm going to the cops. I'm not running from them, and I'm not out there thugging it because, I don't live that life. I really don't. I learned my lesson. I moved on. I grew up, and now I'm living a healthier life. So, I brought some of that with me, the healthier parts of my life. But now, when I got a problem online, or I got a problem and somebody's giving me a problem, I'll go to law enforcement instead of run away from them. And so I either run away from them or fight them. I don't do that anymore. So for any of the law enforcement here in Hollywood, like I saw earlier, they're real nervous when I was coming near. You didn't got to worry about me. I'm not going to cause a problem for you. You have my word on that. I haven't gotten in any form of an altercation with an officer pretty much ever, documented. What I'm going to say is that I had the opportunity of pulling some people off the internet who didn't belong there. And that's when I told you, it's no different than when I lived in Hollywood before I had a phone in my hand. I said, if something's not done, I'm going to do it myself. And within legal bounds, I got it done. And now the streets are nice and clean. And the only people left are people that are peaceful enough to exist on the streets and get along with each other, So we have a much more enjoyable environment out here where people can still live their lifestyles, but you don't have people freaking dying on the street all the time, And that, that's a consented effort. But the fact of the matter is, that's just because I love Hollywood. I did that because I was so well received and accepted and given a proper challenge to start a new life here. And I took it as such a compliment that I delved right in. But now with this online conversation, it's such a serious thing that now I'm doing the work myself. I say, you know what?
instead of hiding this from my friend and trying not to bother him with it, I'm bringing it right to him. And so I'm showing him texts. I'm showing him stuff online. I'm showing him the stuff that people are showing me. And I'm like, look, I'm honest with you. I'm not going to hide it from you. I'm not causing problems on the internet. I never did. Any times that I had issues, that stuff got solved. That stuff got worked out. But now I'm dealing with people that are texting me that aren't supposed to be texting me. I got people that I'm blocking who are then trying to reach out to me or bother me in real life. And I mean, it's like real life harassment, real life crime, like people who are legitimately, committing felonies against me in real life and online that refuse to stop and are continuously attempting to drag me into the criminal culture, no matter how much I refuse, because I chose to move on with my life and, do better. And so, he's been helping me to eradicate those people from my personal life. And as much as I thought that I wouldn't, that I wouldn't like myself for that choice, I have to say it is one of the smartest decisions I've ever made, because I have never had this much peace ever in my life. And now all of a sudden I have a whole lot of peace. And specifically is people on Snapchat, people on YouTube, people on TikTok, where, I can now say, like, look, either stop bothering me or you're going to have to deal with law enforcement. And whereas before, people wouldn't take me seriously about that. Now they take me pretty darn seriously. And when they don't, they end up getting deplatformed and they end up getting kicked off the internet. And then they scream censorship. It's not censorship. You're a psychopath and you're abusive and you don't deserve to be on the internet. So you get taken off of it and we get you proper help, or we get you put in prison because you don't deserve to be a part of society, because you're literally causing problems with people that aren't looking for problems at all. So I'm proud of that. I'm not ashamed of that. I'm proud of it. I'm getting back to the person I once was. I'm standing up for myself and getting the proper support where necessary. I'm thankful that I didn't ever have to fall into criminal life. But I'm not going to lie to you. I came pretty close. I did. But then I turned to the proper people. I moved on. I moved up. And I started getting the help that I needed to get rid of these people from my life that shouldn't be in my life, who have been way too close in my environment to me and really aren't supposed to be, and are, legitimately, they're like, it's like a cult following and they're stalkers. And it's not a thing where I'm talking about it and I enjoy it and I pretend not to enjoy it. No, I actually don't like it. I don't want it happening. It's like that obsessive ex-boyfriend or that obsessive ex-girlfriend that just doesn't get the point and doesn't believe you when they say you don't want anything to do with them because they have a narcissistic complex and they refuse to accept the word no. And so, I had my first success early this morning where I reported somebody on Snapchat that just wouldn't stop sending me dick pics and that wouldn't stop sending me photos of their penis and continuously attempted to force me and blackmail me into sending them photos of my body and trying to get me to send them money and trying to send me money and then revoke it, trying to get my account shut down or trying to get my Cash App shut down. And a couple of people were doing the Cash App thing. And so I said, you know what, I'm going to report this. And so I did. So I reported that to Snapchat and they got their account shut down completely. And then, the state trooper ended up putting a report out or filing a report over it. And now they're being investigated. And they live here in the state of California. And I communicated to them several times that I wanted them to stop talking to me and this and that. And they refused. And so now something is legally being done about it. And they're probably going to go to prison for a long time. Because I told them to stop sending me photos of their body. I told them to stop talking to me that way. I told them to stop texting my cell phone. I blocked them like 3 or 4 times on different places and they refused to stop. And so eventually I talked to law enforcement about it and they took care of it. But now people know and understand that I'm not playing about that. You got to stop stalking me so closely. You got to stop being so invasive in my personal space and in my life. And you got to realize that I'm not joking around about it anymore because I take my life pretty seriously. I take my career pretty seriously. I take my future very seriously. And I take my present even more seriously. So in reference to that,
that guy is not the only one. There's like 8 or 9 different people right now who, I'm going to make the consented effort to either get investigated or at least give a fair warning and say, don't be bothering me anymore because I'm not dealing with it anymore. And, hopefully that's going to be an effective, because I've tried everything else. I've tried ignoring it. I've tried reasoning with people. I've tried I've tried actually leaving the internet, and social media. I've tried everything. And these people will not stop. And so I have, last but not least, actually reached out to and connected with law enforcement, because now, after almost 10 years of not doing something about it, something had to be done about it. So I did something about it, and I actually went to the cops, which I never do. But it's to the point where it's almost costing me my life, and I'm not going to become a criminal and do something about it myself. I'm not Batman. So I did what I had to do. I did the right thing. And it's not like I told on somebody, because it's all out there and they're watching it all the time anyway. All I did was officially decide to take action and take the initiative to get them out of my life. And so now those 8 or 9 different people that refuse to stop stalking me and stop trying to pretend to be a part of my life and attempt to sabotage my personal environment, every single one of them is being federally investigated. And there's a potential that at least 3 or 4 of them are about to be indicted within the next 2 months. So, after all this hard work and pushing through and putting up with as much as I put up with, it's my turn to have a good, healthy life. I've earned it. And now I'm standing up for myself, and I'm allowing the people who are delegated in this society to stand up for me and do their job, because I'm permitting them to. The only reason they didn't before was because I asked them not to. And now they are. Because I'm asking, I've asked them to, and I've actually, I've made the proper connections instead of just shutting them down or turning them away. And I'll tell you, I wish I made this choice 5 years ago. But realistically, I don't think I was mature enough to make the choice 5 years ago without getting myself in trouble, because I just wasn't mature enough to understand the situation and where I stood in the situation. And now that I recognize where I stand and how to behave, I am getting the proper help. Yeah, and I will no longer be threatened or intimidated into not talking about things that have to do with criminals that refuse to leave my life. You can go to prison, you can go die on your own, or you can do something else. Because no matter what, I don't want anything to do with you. And I'm done putting up with you. You're not worth my time or energy, and I don't make enough money. I don't make enough money off you to keep you around. You did your part, you made me famous, and now you're going to prison. Have fun. I got what I wanted, and I put up with you long enough. Now it's my turn. God bless.
What up?
Of course my eyes are everywhere. I'm walking down Hollywood Boulevard with 500 people. I have to watch my pockets, and I have to make sure not to run into people. Of course my eyes are going everywhere. I'm on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, for God's sake. At what point are we going to be done engaging in the lunacy and pointing fingers at people that are sane? I have an explanation for everything going on in my environment that makes sense. You don't. I don't think I'm the paranoid one anymore, am I? Honey, I'm home. That's the code word. Since you guys can't since I can't use the phrases anymore, right? I can't come up with phrases for like code phrases. I'll just say it to you straight, the way that I say it to my Slavics. The code word is honey, I'm home. Have fun, enjoy, make your money, and don't cheat because the cops are watching. I don't know how else to say it to you. I'm not going to say it all smooth and suave. I'm just going to tell you so you don't get yourself in trouble. I put some signals out there to make sure you make extra money. It's 100% legal. I'm not cheating the system. But if you cheat the system using my honey, I'm home, it's on you because they're all over me right now. No exaggeration. So it's on you. They're just making sure that what I'm doing ain't a crime. And it's not, so I'm good. You know what I love about the nighttime on the Walk of Fame? It's not hot. It's so cool outside. My battery lasts forever. I can live stream for like 8 hours at night and it doesn't die. It's fantastic. Yeah, I got, what do you call it? I got local and state law enforcement and at least from what I was told, potentially a federal law enforcement official that watches my broadcast and is documenting what's going on. So they're watching every single thing being done, including this cyber stalking that has become more than a civil matter. It's now a criminal matter. Oh, what's up, bud? Yeah, and what's the most wonderful about this situation is that with the advent of the indictment of at least 3 of my worst haters, more than likely, pretty much all of the internet and legal history having to do with what was falsified about me is going to get dropped, and it's going to disappear not only from the internet, but it's also going to be expunged from my record. God bless America. But I will say, for the amount that I learned during my criminal history experience, if there's ever anybody that wants to teach me the way that you are teaching me during my criminal history experience without having to have any more criminal history, I am most definitely open to being a student.
I want a good video, bro. I'm alive.
How's my favorite?
I mean, I'm doing better than when I was ever before. Man, I didn't get in no trouble, man. I just had to go make sure one person was all understanding because, I mean, I walked up, didn't hit him, so.
You know what I did to the guy that threatened to shoot you last night?
Cool.
You know what I did?
What?
I looked him dead in the face and I told him things that I can't say on live stream.
The guy am?
I love you too.
No homo, dude. You're my family, dude. So,
You're my always.
so get in the face, get in the face. I'm Leonardo.
You don't gotta
So I
tell
caught
me.
myself when I fell down. So I'm gonna let you know once. I'm gonna tell you once. You go against me, you cross me. I'm gonna
Why
fuck
would
you
I
up
ever?
and I'll come to you.
Why would I?
The phone even gets anywhere.
Don't just say that to me.
Well, put it on me, sure. What
I
you
have
say?
feelings
What you say?
too, you know.
Come on, watch me, bro.
Yes, you are.
People are all watching, bro. We're watching.
They're listening to you right now. Are you ready? You want to say hello
Cool.
to 234 people?
I'm gonna tell you one other thing, just to be fair. I'm gonna be on the fair side. Gage fucked my grandmother, my mom, over there by the library. Don't
You're not
talk
even
to
joking.
Gage. I'm not joking.
I'll talk to him. I'm around.
Come on. Why do it, bro? Gage came to me with a knife like this and he was gonna do something to me. And all I had was a little O-ring. Threw it at him because he cussed at me. Got all mad, hostile.
What I'm asking you is, do you need me to work it out, or are you all right?
I don't know, man. But if as far as I'm concerned,
Dude, I'm being serious.
It was a pull,
Answer
right?
me straight.
it was a ball.
Stop playing.
The ball turned into a damn
I'm
play.
asking you a fucking question.
You tell me.
I'll take care of it.
I'm not talking to nobody else. man? Good?
You go down with the live stream, that's what's here, the live stream. If y'all can do this, don't worry about it. It's just live. You make it a live stream, it's fine before you come.
I know you're watching the broadcast. I'm not playing. Make nice and work it out. I've moved on. I can't come back. Take care of it, or somebody's going to end up causing us an issue. I can't get involved, but I will have it taken care of legally. So please do me a favor and keep it clean and work it out. Go apologize to them before it ends up muddy in the waters. You guys fighting is only going to create a problem for everybody. You guys need to make up, because if you don't, it's going to affect the entire community. And none of us are ready for that, or prepared, or interested in having it go down. So make nice, or they're going to blame you. Welcome to what it's like to be me. All right, moving on. He's okay. That's just what he does. But he ain't joking. So I'll take care of it. I don't mind him at all. I understand his personality. Now, if I didn't know him, I'd be like, what the heck are you doing? But he's just someone I've seen around, and he doesn't cause me any problems. He ain't somebody that I know like that, but he's someone I recognize enough to be like, all right, how do we get him to turn a corner and keep himself out of trouble? I don't always know, but sometimes. All right. Sorry, guys. You know, I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm done with it. I'm moving on. It's here's what I'll say. I'm disappointed that it has to go federal. That sucks. Because no offense to the feds, but none of us wanted it to go federal. None of us. Because it was so easily solvable without court, let alone going all the way to the feds. So now, thanks to the drama, you guys have a federal investigation on your hands. And I'm over here, thankfully not having to deal with it for the most part. But trust me when I tell you, it is the most annoying thing that I have ever dealt with. And it's not the feds annoying me. It's the people who are like, oh God, what do we do? You shut up, you stop being a criminal, you move on with your life, and you grow up. And if you don't, be ready, because they're coming. When I tell you the only reason, and when I say the only reason that the feds aren't at, what's up, dude? The only reason the feds aren't after me is because I stopped being an asshole. All right? I'm still, a little sideways. But I'm not a criminal. I moved on with my life. I stopped engaging in the practices that almost got me in trouble. I grew up. And I made sure to change my behavior before they got to me. And so they lost interest. But they're not losing interest in you because you're refusing to back down. And so what you're doing is you're kind of turning me into the victim in the situation. And I don't really care if it makes me look weak, because if I'm willing to look weak just long enough for them to pick you up, I don't have to worry about you ever again. I don't need clout. I got plenty. I don't need to look cool. I got plenty. I don't need someone to increase my street cred. I got enough of that. I don't need anybody to make me look good. I can do that just fine with the support of my community.
But as far as the rest of it, it's just not my problem. Like I said, I mean, you guys are watching this broadcast and you've seen this individual come in here either under their own account or a false account at least 5 or 6 different times and be throwing up constant comments trying to, cause issues in my real life, not just in the broadcast. They're not just trying to make it difficult for me to do what I do. They're trying to create havoc in my real life. That's more than harassment. Like, at this point, it is like terroristic, legitimately terroristic. So, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't know how to handle it. What I'm doing is intentionally choosing to step down and step away from it because it's attracting the attention of the federal government. That's when you know it's serious. I don't know if any of you have ever met a Fed. You probably haven't met a Fed. And some people are like, oh no, we're cool, we're tough, we're better than that. No. If you have ever, okay, so you guys know that some of the work I've done has been, in congruency with the agency. Well, I'll tell you, there was a time where the FBI and the agency didn't get along. And if you've ever met a Fed, they're like, for what the Navy SEALs are for the military, the Feds are for the investigatory branch of the like section of the government. They're not sociopaths, but it's like they don't even think about anything. The only thing on their mind, as soon as your name pops onto their desk, they're immediately thinking, what prison am I putting him in? They're not even thinking, how do I get him? They're not thinking, how do we investigate? They've already decided, we're putting this one in a box. Okay, so do we have room here or do we have room here? That's how serious they are. Most people that get investigated by the federal government never even find out about it until they are put in front of a judge. So be careful. It's all I'm saying to you. I'm choosing to be careful because I don't want that smoke. I don't. I'm smart enough to know when I push too hard or when I've gone too far. And I'm never going that far ever again. So for those of you that refuse to learn, you're going to put me at the centerpiece of your investigation. You're more than welcome to. I'm not going to testify against you, but I don't think I'm really going to have to because you're over here doing all the work. Like he's in here trying to expose where I'm going to sleep at night, throwing threats out, trying to make me sound bad and look bad and tell people bad things and make stories up about me. Literally, like this entire broadcast is proof that he's trying to get me killed. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, how else do you explain this behavior? He is trying to tell people where I'm sleeping. He's trying to tell people lies about me, trying to get people riled up and trying to get them to hurt me. That's not paranoia. He's literally doing it in the live broadcast as we speak. It's essentially a confession. He's literally trying to get me murdered. And literally, these comments are proof of attempted murder and conspiracy to induce the possibility of a murder. And if I feel in danger, guess what? I don't got to sleep outside tonight. But what he's trying to do is control my choices. And anybody seeing this, I honestly can't wait till this guy gets indicted. I can't wait. Please, for the love of God, when he goes to prison, when he gets put in front of a judge, will you please send that to me? Because this one I actually do want to know about. I do want to see this. There aren't many. But since this guy refuses to stop stalking me so hard that he's got to be at the center of my life and every broadcast I do all the time, and he thinks it's a career, but doesn't understand because he's a psychopath that what he's doing is a federal crime, and he's like literally a hardcore criminal. Do me that favor. When he gets indicted, send me the link because I want to see it. I do. I want to see this guy go down.
He wants my attention. He's got it. We're going to take him down. I'm going to talk to my state trooper buddy. I'm going to show him I'm going to show him what was done. He already knows about all the other stuff that went on in my life and this and that. And due to how hard these stalkers have come down on me, like, I have proof of emotional damage to the degree where there is no way, shape, or form that I will ever have to be put in front of that I will ever be put in front of a judge, because I have been attacked that hard that I have every possible explanation for my behavior that could ever come up with, that could ever, that I could ever come up with, that anyone could ever come up with, like, to the point where a public defender would win the case. And so they wouldn't even try, but they are very interested in him. And that's part of the reason why I'm willing to, like, continue coming at me, because he wanted me interested in him. He wanted me to be a bloodhound to him. And now I am. And so he won my attention. And in return, I am more than happy to help him get nice and safely into a prison cell for the rest of his life. Yeah, for people that don't understand this, you are in a company. Take time, get out, because it is cybercrime and it is a federal felony. I'm not kidding you. The feds are watching every move that guy's making. Anybody who's commenting in his live streams, anybody that is a part of his broadcasts, anyone that's in his DMs or a part of his personal life, they are watching every move this guy's making. And it's him and a whole bunch of other people that commit to similar behavior online. What they're doing is essentially they got stings, they got virtual stings going on for all these people, like, across the platforms. And what they're going to do is they're going to catch every single one of them, wrap them up in a bow, put them in prison, and then they're going to change the terms of service and terms of use on the platforms. They're going to clean up YouTube. They're going to get rid of all these people, pull them off the street. You're not going to see any of it in the news. They're going to get rid of every single one of them. And then they're going to change the terms of service and terms of use. And then as far as TikTok, it's either going to get shut down or it's going to get sold. So I guess what I'm telling you is, if you are a victim of their crimes and you are a victim of the addictive behavior, the addictive content that they create to try and drag you into their broadcasts, get out as soon as you can so that you don't end up getting indicted or getting in trouble or getting called as a witness to what they're doing and what they've done. Like, TikTok right now is being sued by many states in this nation, including California, for the content that they allow on their platforms, because it's abusive to its users, and they're not reprimanding the people that are creating abusive content, who are intentionally creating abusive content. And so the government's going after them. And then over on YouTube, they are actually going after all the people who are creating that kind of content online on purpose, trying to produce those types of results for themselves. The people that are trying to take after TikTok, and they think, well, TikTok is real popular because they do crazy stuff. Well, so you got people doing crazy stuff online on YouTube to try and gain themselves an audience, and they're creating these cult followings for themselves, and they're being investigated by the federal government. So, and when I say investigated, I don't really mean investigated. I mean the feds are just waiting to take them down. They're waiting for the right moment. They're waiting until they have a proper plan in place to force YouTube to change their terms and to force TikTok to either sell or get shut down before they nab these guys. So once they're off the internet, the feds are going to strike. So the reason I'm saying this, the reason I'm saying it out loud, is because I want to make sure that anybody that is, suffering from mental illness and is being drug in to these broadcasts and being drug into the content of these psychopaths that are riddling, they're riddled across the platforms and causing problems for people. I'm just hoping that you guys can get out while you can, I don't want to see you get in trouble because you didn't have the ability to move on from what you were seeing because you're addicted to that content and they're causing you to be so afraid that you feel like you can't survive or, have a reliable source for your information unless you trust them. And so that codependent, addictive personality, that unhealthy connection you have with these creators that are actually criminals and just haven't been nabbed yet, I don't want to see you get in trouble with them. I don't want to see you go down with them. So please do yourself a favor and get out while you're able to get out. I moved on from certain people that were in my life before they could ever drag me into creating that kind of content. I made sure to get away from the people that were in my life who were either addicted to, engaging with, or producing that form of content. And that's why I don't have to worry about what they're having to worry about. And I don't want to see that happen to you. I don't want to see you get drugged into their court cases. I don't want to see you get drugged into their federal indictments. And I don't want to see you get called as a witness in a case that you otherwise wouldn't have to have anything to do with, because that's only going to bring real problems into your personal life. I understand what that's like, and I don't want to see that for you. So while you're able to get away from that, do yourself a favor and get away from that. And if you don't have content or any people who create content to replace the people that need to be pulled off the internet and the people that are going to end up getting indicted, your best bet is just to go do what I do and take a walk. Get away from it, shut the phone off, do something healthy, and take care of yourself before you end up in the same position they're in. It's a social pariah. It's a mental cancer. It's a problem. It's not good for the public. The government's doing something about it right now as we speak, and you don't deserve to get drugged into that legal problem. That's all I'm going to say about it. For some people, they think it's a joke. They think it's a game, and then they end up with, getting charged with a felony. And I'm not interested in that. I might be a tough guy. I might like to play the game, but I'm smart enough to know when it's time to back out. And so I did. I took my money, I went home, and I made sure that none of the money I made was blood money. As for the people that are standing with blood on their hands, quite literally or figuratively, for making content that's causing people to commit suicide, I don't want anything to do with that. And I hope that you're mature enough to move on from it and have nothing to do with it yourself. I wouldn't say it if I didn't care. And in some ways, I got people laughing at me, for actually putting myself out there and having something to say about it. But it's no different. When I first moved to Hollywood, I had my own opinions, and I pushed them hard enough that, we actually created effective change, and we saved a lot of lives and got a lot of people off the street. If it weren't for pushing as hard as we did, we would not have gotten so many people pushed off into temporary housing and pulled off the street. So instead of those people ending up in prison or ending up in mental institutions, it pushed the city of Los Angeles to create an effective and a proactive initiative to pull everyone off the street. And for the most part, that's exactly what we've done. And so now I'm asking you to do your part online to, make sure that we have a healthier and safer environment for people on the internet. And the way you do that is get away from the people that are causing problems, get away from the people that are committing the crimes, and get yourself safe. Get yourself to a safe place, either virtually or if you don't have the ability to get away from that content or those people online, do it in real life. Shut the phone off, step out into real life, challenge yourself in your fears. If you're experiencing agoraphobia or things of that nature, just do your best to come out into real life and not get stuck in what seems like minutia, but unfortunately is about to be a very big legal problem in every state in this country within the next 3 to 4 years. I was right about what was going on in LA and what had to be done, and now everybody for the most part is off the street and they're safe. I am right and accurate and true about the fact that this country is going to be in shambles within the next 3 to 4 years until something is done about this abusive and destructive content that's put on the internet and promoted. These platforms do not need that type of funding. They do not need the extra money. They're essentially at this point supported by the government as being a part of daily life, right? Everybody uses it. We don't need all these people that are doing super inappropriate and aggressive things on the internet that are affecting families, that is affecting, people just trying to live their daily life. So get YouTube to change their terms of service. As far as TikTok, I love TikTok. So if somebody could just freaking figure out who the hell we can sell it to, that'd be fantastic, so we can keep using it. But if we don't do something, they're not just going to take TikTok away from us. They're going to take probably the most fun parts of YouTube away from us. And we're also going to lose access to a whole lot of creators that otherwise would have become far more successful if it were not for the criminals that are continuously permitted to produce toxic and terroristic content on these platforms. And that's where I leave it with you. And I am so adamant and serious about it that I pretty much just ranted about it for the last 15 minutes going through crowds of hundreds of people. It's a really serious issue. It's not a joke. And it's something that is currently being implemented in this country, and something is being done about it. I just don't want to see you get caught in it. So if you're someone watching this right now and you are engaged with or associated with the people that create this aggressive and terroristic content, if you are friends with or you're following someone that is harassing me in my real life and is coming into my broadcasts and trying to produce hate and drama and problems, stay away from them. Get away from them. Report them. And when you see their behavior, or you receive a message from them, or if you're talking with them and you have proof of what they're doing, report them to the police. Get them off the internet, because they may be the reason why someone commits suicide. It's a very real thing. It's not a joke. It's not a game. I have had people in my personal life I don't talk about commit suicide because of scumbags like this. And if you're not going to do something about it legally, honestly, I'm going to either way, because there's been enough of this and it's time to do something. So I'm doing what I got to do. I might not talk to the feds, but the fact of the matter is, we're going to find legal ways to do this ourselves. And to the scumbags out there that don't think it's that much of a problem, or who actually want to stop people from doing something about it, please leave the country, because we have people to keep alive and we don't like you. I'm dead serious. If you don't care about the human lives of our people here in this country, we don't want you here. That's a fact. And if you don't like that, you can get off the fire hydrant and keep walking. Frickin' scumbags. I'm not about it. I'm really not about it. I'm not in the mood, and I'm not playing. This isn't about me. I don't care how you want to twist it to minimize what I'm having to say about it. What I'm saying to you isn't about me. I don't give a fuck that these scumbags are sending abusive signals my way. They were treating me this way long before I ever made any ill-seated choices. They were treating me this way long before anyone even knew about it. I endured it and I endured it. I made my mistakes. I moved on. And for anybody who's so pathetic that you're going to minimize this problem just so you can tell yourself you're a good person, I don't want anything to do with you, because you're not a good person. And if you are, you're doing a really good job of making it look like you're not. The fact of the matter is, I've been dealing with this long before I made any of my mistakes. I can attribute many of the mistakes that I've made to people who are aggressive, abusive, and terroristic online due to just pressure that they put on me. And it's time to get rid of them. There's nothing else to it. And some people may say, well, we don't want you to be the advocate. We don't want you to be the one talking about it. Well, fuck you. Because I would not have made those mistakes if it were not for the people that terrorized me on the internet to the point where I made those mistakes. So going full circle, I am most definitely going to advocate for it, whether you want me to or not. And if you want somebody else to advocate for it, then you best find them, because I'm going to do the motherfucking job until you find that person. Because it has to be done. Something has to be done about it. And so since none of y'all are doing something about it, I'm doing something about it. And I'm pretty sure you could ask just about anybody. I got a damn good track record of getting shit done. And when I say I'm going to do it, it gets done. It doesn't almost get done. It gets done. My job can wait. My future can wait. You can wait. But I'm not waiting. You've robbed me up enough that I'm going to do something about it. So we're going to stick to the legal process, obviously. People know that I'm not going to do anything I shouldn't do. Truthfully, I really won't. I'm not playing with you. I really am doing it the right way this time. But we're going to take care of it. We're going to figure out what to do, and we're going to take care of it. And then when these platforms change their terms of service and all that good stuff, well, what's done will be done. I'm not going to sit here and wait for God knows how many more people to take their own lives, let alone kids taking their own lives, for the government to do something about it or for the platforms to finally change their terms of service. No, we are going to do our part by documenting everything going on. And then when push comes to shove and the government does step in and these platforms do have to change their terms of service, we have documented proof of the people that did commit murder using virtual abuse and manipulation. We have that proof. And so you can make sure that they never do that to anyone in your family. And to anyone who's turning a blind eye to it, that's on you. Go ahead and turn a blind eye. That's your prerogative. It's a free country. But what I will tell you is, if you're going to turn a blind eye, do not tell me or anyone that I associate with or anyone willing to stand up to these people what to do or what not to do. Because you're either doing the right thing or you need to get the hell out of the way. And yes, I have to admit, it feels pretty good to get the bad guy. I'm not going to lie to you. It actually feels pretty good to do the right thing the right way. For those of you that know, when I first started in Hollywood, I was a little too active, and I learned to actually turn to the proper resources and authorities to take care of things. And I become far more civilized than I admittedly once was. But, it works. It feels pretty good to, solve a problem in a way that is appropriate and healthy and safe for the people that are around you, instead of just plowing through stuff and, trying to do it your own way. It's far more, and admittedly, it's far more effective and creates a longer term solution. Because, I'll tell you, when you solve it the straight way, maybe it lasts a week, maybe it lasts a month, but then it comes back. Even if you take a life, somebody else takes their place. It's just how it works. But when you do it the proper way, it takes care of the problem indefinitely, because people recognize that example and they don't do it again. Usually, they really don't. So when we're having this massive, overhaul of change going on in the social media community, we're going to be ready to make sure that these people that are taking lives and just hiding behind the internet to get away with it can't continue to literally kill your children. Because that's actually what they're doing in real life. is murdering your children. Just because they make a video and the kid watches the video doesn't mean it's not their fault. They still have to be accountable and responsible for that. Now, should they decide to take content down, should they decide to move on with their lives and become better people, then awesome. More power to them, seriously. Some people do grow up and learn. But if they're going to push to the bitter end to try and cause problems, what does that say? That doesn't speak to me like someone that's going to move on. It speaks to me like all you did was admonish a murderer, and then they're going to adapt into a new environment and just keep doing it from another space in society. They may no longer be able to make videos, right? And they may no longer be able to manipulate the public, but they're going to find somewhere else to cause these problems. And they're going to adapt into something that causes them to be more secretive. They're going to get away with more of it. So if you really want them away from your kids, if you really want to have a more safe online environment, you're going to have to pull it from the root. You're not going to be able to just, I don't know who has ever, if you've done gardening, right? Like I grew up on a farm. When you pull weeds, you don't just rip the weed up, okay? When you pull a weed, you go like this. You grab it as far down as possible, you spin it around, and you get the dirt away from the root, and then you pull it out. The same goes with these people who are so rooted in the online community that try to say that they're a credible source because they have been there so long, or that they're part of the online community and people are watching them or they have the viewership. That doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is it's a weed, it's a problem, and it needs to go. And it needs to go now, not later. I'm not working together with these scumbags. I'm not playing a game. They want me to play their game. They want to create content. They're like, we can get views together. Yeah, and then get shot. I'm not stupid. I know how to stay alive. Maybe you don't, but I do. I'm not interested in what wasn't popular to begin with, like 5 to 6 years ago. What the content that you make is abusive, aggressive, and derogatory. It's an insult to the online community at large. I'm not game. I'm not interested. And not only has it not been popular for almost a decade, but it's also been borderline illegal for almost a decade. And very soon, it's going to the content you make and the behavior that you commit to online is going to be classified as legitimately illegal. And I don't know about you, but the moment they start talking about, federal indictments and they're talking about an entire platform being shut down, well, I figure it's about time to start taking it seriously. If you disagree, I mean, kudos to you. You feel special for being willing to stick it out to the bitter end. But after that bitter end, there's absolutely nothing. And for me personally, I like to move on to the next thing. I don't want to just go down with the ship because I'm not insane. Like I have my principles, but I'm smart enough to get out when you're supposed to get out. And hopefully you're smart enough to get your team out. You move on. You do the next thing and you stay productive and what's the word? You stay productive and effective. You don't quit. But that doesn't mean you stay dumb. It's pretty dumb not to quit when you should quit. You move on to the next thing. The Walk of Stars, the Walk of Fame is it's crowded down by the Pantages because there was a show tonight, and it's kind of crowded up. I guess you say uptown. It's kind of crowded up the other side by La Brea, but there's a lot of traffic down by what do you call it? Down from about Gower to Vine. There's a lot of people.
Thanks for the follows. Good. How are you? You'd have to. Somebody asked me, "What makes you think someone's trying to get you killed?" You got to watch the video. I mean, somebody somewhere is rebroadcasting this and probably saving the whole video, documenting the entire video, not just clips of it. You'd have to watch the whole video, or at least scroll up through the comments that you're seeing, and what you'll see is there's an individual who has been stalking me and cyber terrorizing me for going on about 5 years now. And I mean, he's trying to tell people where I'm living. He's trying to make up stories about me. He's trying to essentially, produce a situation where I get murdered, and then he thinks he's going to just like hide from it and not get blamed for it. But the fact of the matter is there's nobody else doing what he's doing. I don't cause any problems where I'm at. I get along with pretty much everybody. And so if something were to happen to me, he's the first person that they're going to look into, because he's literally doing exactly what somebody from 1970 or 1980 who thinks they're smart in 2024 would do to try and get somebody murdered. But we live in a day and age where everything is documented, and thankfully they're not smart enough to realize how easily they'll get caught. But I don't want to have to be a victim. I don't want to end up getting shot because someone didn't catch up on it before, someone didn't catch up with it before it happened, So like, do I need the protection? No, I'm good. We do something about the actual problem. And so what we're doing is becoming proactive about the problem instead of just running from it until it almost happens. Because I'm done just sitting back. I'm now fighting focus forward. I'm becoming more offensive as opposed to offensive or aggressive. I'm being appropriately offensive. Yeah, give me a second. I don't even have the time. I seriously don't even have the energy to okay, I have the energy too, but I just don't have the time to block people right now. I gotta catch up on the comments.
He said, "Oh shit, we're joking. Chill out."
You guys are guarded. That was good.
Where are we going? Walking down the Walk of Fame. I am in Hollywood, California. I am having birthday. What's birthday? I think today's birthday number 4. So I'm going to have like 12 birthday days because I didn't have a birthday for a minute. So I'm having a lot of good birthdays. And I walked around the Walk of Fame a lot. I got a professional massage. I completed some contracts that some people are like kind of trying to investigate and wonder like, where did this happen? What happened? What did he do? And I told you guys, you will not ever catch me from start to finish doing what I do. You will never even see it begin to happen. You will never see it at the end. You may see me as I'm walking around, but I promise you will never even find out what I did. It ain't a crime. The stuff I'm doing ain't crime. So if you ever find out about it, it's not a problem. But I'm really, really, really good at what I do. So I move in silence. I move quickly. I get it done. And I move on with my day. And I did it all right in public. So if there's something you need done, let me know. And if you ever need help, just shout out to me or put on the Snap story in Los Angeles, okay? So I have these. They use one of my code words, and they put it up online in the Snapchat and on the Snap map,
asking for help. And so I got some help going their way, and that felt really good. So I've had a couple of people doing that. So I'll tell you, if you live in Los Angeles and you have a situation going on that you can't solve, put it on the Snap map. When I see it, I will send someone your way. You might never know it was from me, or you might. I'm not, it depends on what your situation is. But I promise you, if you put up on the Snap story, like if you know one of my nicknames or one of my code words, and there's a lot of them, you put that out there and you need help and you're in Los Angeles, you put that out there, I'll make sure it gets solved, okay? And that's only for those of you that live in the underground community. That's not for anybody who, like, if you're just living regular life and you don't even know what I'm talking about, just call a cop, okay? But if you live in the underground community and you aren't safe enough to call a police officer because of whatever's going on in your life, you could put one of my nicknames up there, or you put a code word up there, and I'll make sure to get help going your way. And should you decide that you want the support of law enforcement, you can let me know about that personally, and I'll see if I can help you get out of the situation you might be in if you're trying to get away from gang life, or if you're trying to get away from people that might be causing you problems, that are threatening you if you talk to the cops. There are organizations that I'm familiar with and individuals that I'm associated with that can help you out of that situation. So you just reach out to me and let me know. But you got to tell me personally and in private. Do not post any of it publicly. I will not respond. If it's that sensitive of an issue, do not post it publicly if you can help it. But if you post it publicly, I'll try and send something your way, but I will not respond. Like I told you, I am not Batman, but there are a lot of people that still want to play Batman. So, to each their own. To each their own.
I think it's
Oh, I know most of you don't got an issue at all. I'm aware of that. Yeah, no, it's only a few particular individuals. It's no different than your atypical situation. I got like 8 or 10 individuals worldwide that want to take my life. Other than that, I ain't worried at all. It's very common in my line of work. So, don't worry about me. Just realize, every now and again, when one of those people gets a little too close to me, then, it's time to reach out to law enforcement. It's time to connect with the community and have something done about it to make sure that they, don't actually cause me a real life problem. I like the ability to go out and about in public when I want to and how I want to. I don't like being disturbed or having that interrupted. And so, when something has to be done, we get it done. So if you weren't here for it, unfortunately, earlier today, there was like a whole bunch of people that came into broadcast and were like, sending out terroristic threats and like trying to cause me issues. And I took care of it. We took care of it. But that's why you're seeing me go off and rant about stuff, because we had to take care of a thing or two. Doesn't happen often, but every now and again, one of the stalkers gets a little too aggressive, either virtually or in real life, and we got to step in and do something about it. Yeah, I got it. No worries. Oh, so in reference to what you're saying, you said, where were the feds on that one? I know what you're talking about. The feds were watching every move. They shifted the entire infrastructure of the facility. Yeah, eyes were on. Eyes are still on. When the federal government investigates something, it can take anywhere from 6 months to 6 years, 10 years. Depends on what it is. but I could tell you that the federal government has been investigating the people causing me issues since I started back in, say, 2015. The federal government has been watching every move I've made since 2017. And they do have documentation of every single individual that has caused me a real life problem since then, including the people that attempted to get me to commit suicide. I survived that. I'm not much for the suicide cover-up bullshit. I'm bigger than that. I won. And now the federal government is investigating. And they have a suspect already listed. I can't talk to you about how I already know that, but I do. But my goal and my hope, and what, like, the reason it's so sensitive, the situation is so sensitive right now, is that I want to make sure, we want to make sure that when these people go down, they go down silently. That it's not publicized, it's not put in the news or anything like that, so that it doesn't bring up past trauma and cause more issues for people that were involved in those situations that, you know, incurred damage due to those aggressive people. You know, the people that caused us problems online, we don't want to bring up any past trauma and cause extra distress to the people who had to endure those situations and those experiences. Yeah, on the topic of trying to say, somebody's there in the comments trying to say that I committed credit card fraud against a restaurant. That never happened. What happened is I went into a restaurant that said EBT accepted, and I tried to use my EBT card to purchase the food, and they refused to let me use it. That restaurant has since been shut down. Moving on. Thanks for the follow. What is my idea of a perfect day? My idea of a perfect day is taking my girlfriend out into the field, up onto the mountain, and having a picnic. That is my ideal day. And then after that picnic, going and maybe enjoying a movie, or just going and riding around on the quads. That's I would say that's my ideal day. My ideal day looks my ideal day looks nothing like my life looks right now. Nothing like it. I love my life, but I miss the farm every day. I'm never going back to it, but you asked and I answered. Yeah. Oh my gosh, the rumors. Yeah, I got, what do you call it? There wasn't a charge. Wait, where the heck did that? My gosh, you guys really do go with them rumors, don't you? I thought you were talking about something so totally different. Yeah, no, there was a bar that I went to with a buddy, and they overcharged me. So I did a what do you call it? A dispute, a card dispute, and I got $20 back. They, what do you call it? It was happy hour, so we were supposed to get half the price. So you ask me a regular freaking question, I don't mind, but you act like a terrorist, we're gonna have a problem. And then I call you out on it and let you know that you might get indicted. Well, guess what? You know, like I promise, I'm not lying to you. You are being federally investigated. Just letting you know. Might want to know that. Some people like to know about. Shouldn't even be telling you, but I'm not a prick. And if I was being investigated, I would want someone to tell me. But
as far as the card thing, I don't know where the rumor came about credit card fraud. That's not true at all. I used my card to buy beers for the night with my buddy, and they were supposed to be half price, and I got charged full price during happy hour. And I figure it was just a fluke, so I then disputed the charge, and I got about 20 bucks back, which told me that that's exactly what happened, because to get the 20 bucks back, based on how much we bought, it makes sense that, you know, for 50 bucks for the beers and the food that we got, that's an appropriate price. The price tag fits. But when I got charged $70, I was like, what? You know, and it wasn't until after, like, I paid everything, and I'm like, that's fine. And then we went out for the evening, and we moved on from the bar and went and had some fun. And I started thinking about it. I'm like, that don't make no sense. How'd I get charged $70? And so, you know, him and I had a conversation about it. He's like, you realize you got charged full price for them beers. And I thought to myself, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. So I did the dispute, and, you know, I won the dispute, and they gave me $20-something back. No, one of the things, you know what, you're right. The feds are super busy, aren't they? I will tell you, one of the things they're busy with is exactly what I told you about. Guys, I don't talk about things that are irrelevant. Sometimes things that are relevant that I talk about involve people that are irrelevant. Those people may potentially, depending on the choices they make in the upcoming year or two, is most definitely going to decide, if they want to be relevant that bad, they may become relevant in a way that they prefer not to be. Guys, it doesn't matter how smooth your words are. Facts are facts. You know, they look at evidence. They don't care how good you are at making yourself sound like you're not doing anything wrong. It doesn't matter how good of a lawyer you have. You know, when I in my dealings with the law, sitting in front of a judge, I could tell you that judge knows up from down. He's pretty smart, and he knows when one party or the other or both are just trying to fool him. And when you're not trying to fool him and you're doing the right thing, and the other party is like, but look at this and look at that and blah, 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 guess what happens? You lose. If I didn't need 4 months of sleep back in 2023, if I didn't need 4 months of sleep and a couple months of socializing and education, and a little bit of a social education, that never would have happened. But at that point in time, it was just the appropriate thing in my life. And now, thankfully, I'm never going to have to deal with any of that kind of thing ever again. But you get my point. It's like, it only happened because it had to happen. It wasn't, you know where I'm going with that. You get what I'm saying. So anyway, USA, thanks for the follow. Yeah, no, I'm not sure why you're trying to combine the stories. I actually told you two different stories about two different situations. One situation was where I tried to use my EBT card at a business, at a restaurant where they allow EBT, and they turned me down for my EBT, so I reported it, and the business got shut down. The restaurant got closed. And in reference to the other situation, that was where I got charged full price for half-price beers, and they thought I wasn't going to notice, or they thought that I would have been too afraid to dispute the charge. Flattered if someone played my lives. Oh, I'm flattered, all right. I don't mind playing the lives. It's just, when it's a domestic terrorist that is giving the commentary and putting the yes, you are on multiple watch lists, just so you know. It is someone who, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say a domestic terrorist. I should say someone who is classified by the U.S. government as a domestic terrorist, being the one who is giving commentary and stoking the fire. That's not really a good thing. That's not something I really prefer to have exist in my life in any way, shape, or form. You don't believe that doesn't exist. I don't even know what you're talking about. You're welcome to link it to me. I mean, if you're not just making it up, you're welcome to send me the link. But if something like that exists, I don't got any issues with figuring out where it came from. For the mother of God. Now, where? Yes. Whenever. My gosh. Okay, moving on. Dude, you're getting major exposure. Not really. Honestly, not really. I mean, I appreciate the compliment, but not really. So is this the part where you just like make up random stuff? I guess. What's my favorite movie? I don't know. I honestly have trouble like coming up with what my favorite movie is. That I just got so scared. I didn't know there were people sitting there, and they started talking, and my heart jumped. Whew. What do you call it? I'm just kidding. I knew they were there. I just want to see what they would do. I don't know. I don't know what my favorite movie is, honestly. No. Probably. Yeah, I don't really know, and I don't really care. I'm just done with the weirdness. I like actual weird. I don't like insane weird. I'm not for it. But regular weird I could do. That's just not regular weird. I can't do it. Alright. Thanks for the follow. Well, I'll tell you what, we got 250 to the broadcast. That's not too bad. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing around. I'm really not trying. I really don't want to try tonight. I had a really long day. I had a good day. And tomorrow, we're going to have even more fun. But as of right now, there's just not much to do. No, once again, guys, two separate situations. For those of you who are like either pretending to listen or who just really aren't paying attention. Two separate. Follow me here. Follow me. And I'm going to say it a third time for you. In case you're like either, I don't know, maybe you're inebriated, maybe you're involved in something else in your life right now and not totally focused on the broadcast. But do me a favor and pay attention for the next 15. Do me a favor and pay attention for the next 3 minutes. Okay. Restaurant. Follow me here. Restaurant that accepts EBT. Refuse to allow me to use my EBT based on what I was able to prove was racial prejudice against me as a white-skinned individual. That restaurant got shut down. Other situation. Went to the bar. Bought beers during happy hour. Bar charged me full price. I did a dispute. I committed to a dispute. I got $20 back. Anyway. Do we now have the accurate information with law enforcement as witness? Or whatever, whatever's making you feel better right now. Do you feel better now that you have the illusion of control? Do me a favor and buy
I don't even care what kind of buy you think I mean. Just pick one and do something with it. No, not Hard House. I never got to go, guys. I wanted to go to the Hard House. Opposite situation. I wanted to go to the Hard House, and I never got to because they shut down. No, you're good. You're good. I get it. I totally get it. Sometimes I'll be in somebody's broadcast, and I really will be like, I'm like walking around and checking out beautiful women or doing something that I shouldn't be doing. And then I don't have time to pay attention to who's talking on broadcast. And I miss what they're saying, and then they repeat themselves. And before you know it, I'm in bed with somebody I don't even know. I'm sure you could relate. Yeah, now you know. I'm cool. I don't mind. Tonight I don't mind repeating myself like 2 or 3 times or 5 or 10 times because I got nothing else to do. When I'm in the middle of my day and doing something important, it kind of bothers me. But on a night like this, there's like 1,000 things going on. Everything is super loud. And I don't even care because I got nothing else to do. I got a nice full charge. I got as much money as I could possibly need. And so there isn't a thing in the world that could possibly stress me out enough to piss me off. So I'm doing pretty good. Like normally, all that noise, I'd be like, not anymore. I'm good. Thanks for the hearts. It's almost 2 a.m. for you. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's 23:20. So it's like almost 11:30. Oh. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, guys. I'm not going to call it a night because I think it's a day that we're just going to go all the way hardcore. I'm just going to hang out with you guys till this phone dies. I swear to you. I don't think I'm going to do it. I think I'm just going to hang out with you, and we'll get to the point where the phone's almost dead, and then I'll shut down. Because we're having a really good night. It's been a lot of fun. It's been an enjoyable broadcast, and I appreciate your company, honestly. ID says, do you clock how many steps you do daily? I do on my phone or my Apple Watch. I bet you do a lot. I walk anywhere from 2 to 12 hours a day, literally. And I am not the only one out here walking that much, to tell you the truth. Most people don't talk about it. They just do it. But, it's like a big point for you guys. You guys like hearing about that. You think it's like this big deal. So I tell you, because it gets, I'm not going to lie to you, it gets me quite a bit of social attention. And, that's potential money. So I do not mind talking about it and trying to sound cool. I will exploit the amount of physical effort I have to put in on a daily basis just to get from point A to point B. If I know it can make me money, or I know it could keep you guys engaged in the content, in the broadcast. But with that said, I do plan on purchasing a step counter. I will pretty soon. I cannot imagine how many steps I take in a day. I don't have a clue, but I'm betting you it's quite a lot. I'm betting you it's a bit. I wish to God that I had a step counter all the way in the beginning of moving to Hollywood. Like when I first moved here, it would have been awesome to have a step counter or a Fitbit because, guys, like the amount that I walk is like ridiculous. And I want to see how many steps I take in a day. And the likelihood is that once I do get a Fitbit or a step counter or some type of watch that can track my steps, I might end up being disappointed. It might be less than I think it is, and it just feels like a lot. But I think either way, it's still going to be a lot of steps because I take a lot of steps.
He wanted to go first. I'm like, all right, no, go ahead. I'm cool. I'm chilling. Now I'm going to walk nice and slow. Step counter. Yeah, right? Step counter would be great and doesn't have to be expensive because you probably do 50,000 a day or more. I've had days where I would guess I've done over 100,000 steps. I'm not exaggerating.
Ponte like that, hey. Párala así, así no. Párala al otro lado.
Yeah, no, that guy passed away a long time ago. I don't even know who you're talking about. Happy birthday. Number 4. Oh, and so there's this one chick that broadcasts, right? There's this one really attractive young lady. She does broadcasts, and I saw her on live stream, and she was so hot. I'm not gonna lie to you. She was so freaking attractive, and she's like dressed in a skimpy outfit. She's dancing around, right? And I just could not believe how attractive she was. I couldn't stop watching. And so I left the broadcast, right? And then I come back another day, and she's dressed like all proper, and she's not being flamboyant. And she's like, I was like, who is this? There's no way this is the same person. And I have to say, I have never had a greater turn on than I did when I saw the transition from her, behaving like a dancer to just being prim and proper, because that's like literally what I fucking do with my life. Like I'll go around the corner and come back and I'm in a different outfit and acting like a totally different person, because that's just what I do, right? But when I saw her do that, I'm like, that's it. Like, that's the one. Like, so I've been promoting her quite a bit, just in the backlogs in the underground. I was very, very impressed with that. And I don't know if she did that on purpose, but that was really impressive. And don't worry, you will most definitely continue to succeed in your craft due to that display of ability. I don't know if that was an intentional display of ability, but if you didn't do it on purpose, that's even more impressive. Yes, I believe it. 100,000. I wish I could, but I think my feet would hurt. I hope to get strong enough to. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, it took me walking through the desert for far too long to get to a point where I walk the way that I do here in Hollywood. I'll put it to you this way. When you trip over your feet long enough, eventually you'll learn how not to fall when you do trip. So, if somebody tells you, oh, don't drag your feet, give yourself credit for how long you might have, or how far you might have been walking. Because either way, you'll be okay. I'm just telling you, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm okay. They're all worried about me. Guys, I am just fine. I am not worried about these people. I have been dealing with these people for almost a decade. I still have yet to get a scratch on me, and I don't think I'll start today.
Police really tripping. Fuck the police really tripping.
Oh, man. You get bad foot cramps even though you walk daily, but yeah, probably die if you try to walk that much. Most people would die if they tried to walk this much. That is why I'm able to stay ahead of the game. One of my skills. And you use your 1% skill, whatever it is. Take your 1% skill, integrate it with whatever you're trying to do, and you will succeed. So if there's something you enjoy doing, you have a passion, and then you have a 1% skill that's like you're a prodigy at, that you're just naturally good at. Like for me, it's walking, which seems like so simple and so not important, right? Or like not something you could do with. Well, I am now internationally known for walking. So, find your skill, use it, and then apply it to whatever you want to do in your life. For me, I love doing the social media. I love being involved in the media community at large, and I'm really good at walking. So I just put those two together, and I found success. Do the same thing. Take whatever you're good at, mix it with something you want to do, and you'll succeed. It's only hard until it's easy. And eventually it does become easy. What a do. We're here like a year ago from the Santa Barbara area. I can't remember you. No. I cannot confirm nor deny, officer, sir. Or ma'am. Hey, here's a question. And this is a real question I have. So we have multiple identities, right? We have male, like gender identities. We have male, we have female, and then we have, I think, 60 or 70 genders, right? So what do you call an officer when you're saying, if you say like, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, what do you say? And I'm not making fun of anybody, I swear. I'm asking a real life question. I swear, I'm asking a real life question because I don't know. What do you call someone of authority when you're saying yes, sir, yes, ma'am, but they're not a sir or a ma'am? Does anybody know the answer to that question? Because I would like to know. Yes, I think we should have a fun night. I agree. You say officer, it's neutral. Yeah, I say officer too. It's just like sometimes I instinctually. Okay, so I guess I'll say for those of us who have it ingrained in their brain to say yes, sir, yes, ma'am, and you just say it instinctually and can't help yourself. What do you say if you can't help but say yes, sir, yes, ma'am? Because I could integrate another phrase in there instead of sir or ma'am, but I have to come up with it and then put it in my brain, You don't know because it's hard for you. You're Southern, and no, I get it. I understand that. I mean, for me, this culture was an adjustment. Your alternative? I don't know. Like I said, I think it's important to respect people where they're at and make good time, But I don't know. I don't know.
I think you believe in it.
Yeah, I say yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. And then, whatever identity someone may have, I don't know what else I'd say. But what I'll tell you is I say yes, sir, and yes, ma'am a lot, but it's not necessarily well received around here. Most people don't really like hearing yes, sir, yes, ma'am around here. With like officers, I usually get a pretty good response on that, or, people of a military background or who are active, I get a positive response about that. Or just, regular people in general who are, of some level of responsibility in society. They appreciate that. They see it as a sign of respect. But for the average layman, they don't really like hearing yes, sir, yes, ma'am. You almost lost a job over it. Oh, my goodness. He says, sometimes I say you or them, they, or captain, sergeant, etc., but it's confusing sometimes. No, I mean, when it comes to the military, it's pretty easy. You have some clear-cut boundaries and clear-cut titles that you can use, But, I mean, in society, on a regular basis, with typical people, there's not always a word you can use. There's some stuff going on, but we're not putting it on camera. But we do have a couple of fire trucks and some police officers and an ambulance. I just don't know what's going on. I am going to scope it out with my own eyes, but I can't.
I don't feel comfortable putting it on camera because whatever's happening looks like it's a pretty big deal. So you guys just give me a minute. I want to see what's going on. And don't be accusing me of rubbernecking. I'm part of this community. I want to know what they're doing. I just don't want to. I don't want to be causing an issue over it. Give me like 2 minutes. Oh, for the love of God! You gotta be kidding me. All right, moving on. Let them correct me. Yeah. I find that works best is if you just let people correct you when they have to. If they don't have to, it's nice, but when necessary. Yeah, no, that's throw up on the ground that smells like throw up, not me that smells like throw up. That woman literally just went over her shoulder and goes, "You smell like puke. You smell like throw up." No, I don't. There's fucking puke on the ground. I'm pretty sure the puke on the ground smells like puke, not me. Am I sure I wasn't on here like a year ago? Here's what I'll tell you. We saved the world about a year ago, so I cannot confirm nor deny whether or not I was on here a year ago. We had some fun. We had a lot of fun last year. I was hyped up on, natural norepinephrine and adrenaline. And I pretty much walked the entire southern half of the Pacific Coast Highway, but I can't really tell you whether or not I was on live stream or not. I don't know. I don't know if I was on here, was I? I'm pretty sure if you ask anybody of decent, anyone who's at least half decent, they'll tell you that I wasn't. But, I mean, if you got to push, that's up to you. It's late at night. I got nothing else to do and all the time to cover it up. So keep asking. That's fine. From now, I'd say around from midnight until about 4 a.m., 3:30 a.m., nothing ever happened. So ask away. Just be prepared to start a new day and not really have too much to do for that day. Thanks for the follows. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. I'm here smoking my vape and I friggin' just blew it like right out there. I feel like terrible now. One thing I will say that I'm not a big fan of when it comes to late night Hollywood Boulevard, especially in the Walk of Fame, it's like the most polarizing people that come out here at night. I mean, seriously, the most polarizing of people are the most common ones to be out at night. And I don't dig it. I'm not too into it. And this is usually around the time when I recede for the night and just, don't bother anybody and go to sleep and just get ready for the morning, But I do want to thank law enforcement for keeping track of me, keeping an eye on me, making sure I'm okay, and for, documenting all the broadcasts and stuff. And I'm sorry for any mistakes I make or any of the ways that I talk that aren't necessarily appropriate or whatever. I'm doing my best. Hopefully it doesn't lead to any criminal charges. I mean, I'm not going to quit doing what I do just because I suck at it. I'm going to keep getting better at it, and hopefully I get enough forgiveness or I'm doing good enough that I don't got to worry about criminal charges or civil suits. But, like I said, thanks for just keeping an eye on me and taking care of the problems. And I understand. I will tell you, it's like, I don't have an issue receiving help from law enforcement. I don't have an issue with having conversations with law enforcement. But what I'm not comfortable with is like selling people out or being a witness or anything like that. That's just like I know some of the police officers might not be cool with that or happy about that. But me personally, I really don't like getting too involved in people's situations. So like I'm not comfortable with being a witness. I'm not comfortable with like now if I can help get somebody off the street who really needs the help and is a serious problem to the community, you're more than welcome to use my content and stuff that's out there if it helps you. But please don't ask me to go out of my way, because I'm not that type of person, and I really don't like. I'm not the person that tells on people. You can find somebody else for that. I'm sure you'll find them pretty easy.
Fresh.
What's up?
Fresh tacos.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you okay with being on social media?
Huh?
Are you okay with being on the internet?
Of course. Now we're trying to be.
Awesome.
Of course.
Then I will. I'll flip my broadcast here, and I'll put your business here on camera.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
You have like a large audience?
I have a very focused audience.
Yeah?
So
On what?
focused on me, and for a moment they're going to be focused on you. So I'm just going to flip it. I'm going to flip the camera real quick and take a screenshot, and we'll put you on my wall. All right. All right, guys. Oh my gosh, this smells incredible. All right, I got you. You guys have a good night, all right?
You just friend.
Thank you. I tasted it as I was putting it near my mouth. And I'm going to keep going with it, I promise you. I'm going to put it on the internet, and I will be back with you. I live around here, and I'm around a lot. So just give me the time, and I'll see you. Thank you. All right. Those are the guys I told you I really liked that were here earlier, and they were up the road. I guess they were asked to relocate, but I do want to. I want to buy that what they got. They sell baked potatoes, and it smells so good. Give me like 2 seconds. I'm gonna eat this. And they actually wear gloves, so you're actually getting something clean. You're getting food that somebody's using clean, washed, glove-covered hands to serve you with. Oh my gosh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, I didn't realize how hungry I am. That was really good. Oh man. He goes, I remember you saved us from nuclear fallout and saved the power grid. What a summer. You can't prove that. I can't even believe you're still alive for saying that. Tell you the honest truth. Ugh. You might be able to prove that certain words may have been exchanged. You might be able to prove that certain experiences appeared to have happened, but with God as my witness, you can't prove that I did anything to do what you're saying I claim to do. So. He goes, snitches get stitches. Not nowadays. Nowadays, snitches disappear completely and people forget that they ever lived. And that's something we're not going into, but it's very true. If you are not in a royal family, if you are not a protected entity in society, and you open your mouth, it was nice to have had an experience that I probably never remember with you. It would have been nice to remember you. He's trying the old man approach. You want a fish stuffed potato? I love seafood. I do. I really like seafood. Well, it looks like everybody either took their meds and they're starting to pass out, or they didn't take their meds and they're having a schizophrenic episode. So I'm talking about the comment section. Let's enjoy the comment section. I love mashed potatoes too.
Oh my gosh. So you want to know what just happened? That cop just got penalized for not waving back at me. I don't think they like that cop. Or they're just trying to get him riled up. I don't know which, but anyway. Oh. Yes, we're going to have fun. Don't let stuff bother you. You got that right. We are pretty much out here alone right now. Like, there is nobody out here. It is so quiet out here right now. So that's pretty much what I did all day. There was a couple hours there where I went and I saw the professional masseuse, and that was a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun. And now, after going the whole day and seeing everybody all day, all over the place, it's a nice, quiet night out here. I'm out here pretty much by myself. There's maybe 10 people on the Walk of Fame right now. It is so peaceful. And I'm going to go rest my head in the exact place where everyone knows where to find me. And I'm going to be just nice and safe because I love my community and my community loves me. You're on your front porch alone. That sounds really nice. That actually sounds really peaceful. Oh. Yeah, it's a trust building exercise for me. And if somebody tries to teach me that I shouldn't trust them, well, then I guess I won't. But I'll tell you what, if I go to lay down here tonight in the exact same spot, and I'm nice and safe and comfortable, because I get up at an appropriate time, I do, and I don't cause no problems or anything. And I'm following law because it's to the law that I could, right? Technically, there's wiggle room there, should the law decide. But the reality is, if I'm able to go and just sleep there tonight, nice and comfortably, and I get up in the morning to go and move around and do my own thing, well, let's just say we're all going to have a wonderful day tomorrow. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, coming out here, I'm not to the point where I can buy myself a hotel room, I'm not to the point where I can buy myself a hotel room once a week or once every other month. Once every other week or once a month. I'm not there yet. So when I need time to myself, I'll come out here and I'll sleep outside for the night. And I don't really tell my friends about it because they're obviously not cool with it. But sometimes I need time to myself, and I'm not to the point where I can just buy a hotel room when I feel like. I'll get there soon, but I'm not there yet. So for now, this is my option, and it's just nice to get some time alone. And I'll spend some time with you guys, and we'll hang out for a little bit before I go to sleep. And then hopefully you just get up in the morning nice and early and head out for the day. And I go somewhere where there isn't a whole lot of traffic. I go somewhere where a whole lot of people don't walk by. There aren't a whole lot of people walking by. And I'm out of the way. I go somewhere that's just enough in view to see that I'm safe for anyone driving by or anything.
but it's just private enough to, not be in the way or be bothering anybody. And some people it really bothers, and I'm just like it's bothering you. I don't get, you realize that there's a whole bunch of people out here that are doing fentanyl right out in public in front of you, and they're drinking alcohol nonstop and harassing you for your money. I'm going out of the way and minding my own business and really not even laying there for more than 5 or 6 hours. I'm not really sure why it bothers you more when I do it than and then you smile at the guy who's putting a needle in his arm right in front of your child. I can't really grasp the concept of how that could be an acceptable preference, but I guess that's just me. I have a question. Is today anybody else's birthday? Because today is birthday day number 4 for me. And I just wanted to know if it was anyone else's birthday. Why? Okay, I'm going to say something here. Okay, so some people are homeless, right? And I don't think how many people realize that when you're vindictive, when you're vindictive and passive aggressive and obsessed with someone else's life, you don't have a whole lot of time to take care of your own. So to anybody who's given me issues in reference to the way I'm living, if I want to take a night out to myself, I'm more than, it's my prerogative. If I want to, I can. But I guess what I'm saying is, there are reasons that are beyond the typical that has to do with why you're still homeless. No offense, but if you stop focusing so much on what I'm doing or what the next guy's doing, and maybe put some time into yourself, you might not be out here yet. Me, I come out here because I love America and I like having the freedom to be able to do this. I mean, that is the real reason why I do it. I like some alone time and I like the freedom to be able to do it. I like to exemplify that, that ability. It reminds me of why I love my country as much as I do. But, I can tell you, it's nice to be in a situation where I know the only people that would bother me or have an issue with the choice I'm making here are going to be people who are either, anti-American or just people with interpersonal problems or suffering from severe mental illness. So I'll just leave it at that, Okay. So is it weird that I'm staying out here? Yeah, it's really freaking weird. But you know what? I needed time to myself.
Let's go, y'all come down. I can't remember this girl. I know, right? Another more? Oh, yeah, right there.
Oh, cockroaches. I was wondering what the heck they're freaking out about. There's cockroaches out here. Kind of gross. But they don't bother me. They don't come anywhere near me. So, I'm good. They don't really come near people. They just, they scrounge for, little stuff. They make you look gross, but they don't crawl on you or anything usually. I say usually. Oh, man. Okay. Wow, I am so excited to not have to make this choice just to have alone time. Pretty soon, very, very soon, I will be able to get myself a hotel room once a week to once a month, and I'll be fine. Oh. Oh. Oh, man. Yeah, so, like, I'll tell you the issue. When it comes to people that live a regular life that have more of a problem with me doing this than they would anybody else, is like, I've moved on from this lifestyle. And some people who live a regular lifestyle feel like I make them look bad by being out here, because they're like associated with me. And so they feel like I'm making them look bad by being out here. But I feel like that's not really fair because like I'm not you, you're not me, so like don't worry about, me. I'm not sure why you're putting so much stock into how I look. I wouldn't be too worried about it. Oh man, my feet feel so much better now. Oh, I tell you, one of my favorite feelings. Give me 2 seconds. I'll talk to you guys. Just let me catch up in the comments. You're very charismatic. Thank you, Megan. I like people who are like cool with me. I mean, I guess anybody would, right? But it's really nice to like be able to do what I want and still have people that are just like talking to me and not being weird about stuff. Like, I know that I'm not making the most traditional of choices, but I'm making choices that make me happy. And I feel like that's supposed to be what matters. As Boo, you got a booger. Do I? I don't think I do. No, I don't. Not that I know of. Thank you for telling me you're trying to anyway. To have an apartment. I have a temporary living situation. I don't have like, it's not my apartment. It's like, not, yeah. Like I can't talk about it because it's like, how do I put it? It's a place that's like kind of off the map for people who don't really feel like getting a whole lot of attention. I sleep outside because I need space. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, definitely. That really is the reason why. I just need space from everybody sometimes. I don't mind going live. I really don't mind. And when I say I don't mind, what I really mean is like I really like when you're here with me. I feel safer when I'm live with you. Like I feel like I'm able to be more myself and not have to be like big tough guy when I'm live, because it's like I have the protection of having the camera on and having you in the audience, like seeing what's going on and making sure I'm okay. So it's nice to be able to let my guard down a little bit. Do I have a place with roommates? I can't really talk about it. Like, for the safety of all the people that live in the building, I really can't talk too much about it. I'm sorry. Thanks for the hearts. Thank you for following me online. Who's no, you're okay. Yeah, it's cool. You're cool. Okay, so one of my favorite feelings is when I finally lay down at the end of the day and I pick my feet up, and my feet are usually sore. I'm getting better with it though, where my feet aren't as sore. Oh my gosh, we're at like 10,000 fire. Oh, we're featured. Cool. Thank you. And I lay down and I start scratching my feet. Like I'm able, like with my feet, like one foot, I scratch the other foot with my foot. And
with one foot, I scratch the other foot, and it just feels so good. It feels so good. It feels so good. Oh, it's just so, it's like one of the most relaxing feelings I've ever felt in my entire life is, and I'm not kidding you. Like, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not trying to be flamboyant. Like, I'm actually like telling you something just about me that I do. I'll scratch my foot with the other foot, and I just scratch the bottom of my foot with my other foot, and it feels so freaking good. It just feels so good. It feels so good. Feels so good. Ow. Oh. It hurts, but it still feels good. So they pretty much cleared everybody out from here, which is good. I still come back from time to time, but they make sure that there aren't like any homeless people over here. So now I can come out here and not have to worry about someone that's like, one's drunk and the one on the other side is doing fentanyl, you know? It's kind of nice. The perks of actually helping. Yeah, so like, oh, glad you feel safe with us. I do. I feel far more safe with you here with me right now. I really do. Like, I'm having one of those nights where I'm like having this weird experience that's like similar to experiences I've had in the past when I've been like afraid of being incarcerated. And like, it's weird because there's just no way that I really, really hope that there wouldn't be anybody that would try to do that to me or be willing to do that to me. I mean, at this point in time, I feel like I'm doing pretty good in my life and there wouldn't be any reason to do that to me. But, you know, I'm just having like an odd emotional experience where I'm feeling the way I did in the past and the times when I would be just having this unnecessary emotional feeling that like I'm being afraid of being incarcerated. So like, if you've never been incarcerated, it's like the worst thing in the world. And once you first get, like, just being arrested is one thing, but when you get incarcerated, it's like you forever are just afraid of it happening again, like no matter what. Now you might move on from like experiencing that feeling, but from time to time it still comes back. And so like, I'm just having one of those nights where like I'm not doing anything that I shouldn't be doing at all, and I am behaving 100%. I'm really, like, behaving, but I'm like paranoid of, and admitting it. Like, I'm admitting it to you. Like, I am literally paranoid about being incarcerated just because in the times that I've had to deal with situations like that, it was falsely, it was false. And so, I'm scared. So like, if it weren't for the fact that the only times I've had to deal with any of that was in a falsehood, I wouldn't be afraid. But being that it wasn't true, I'm afraid. It's just, sorry, feeling. Yeah, it's so bad. It's so bad. But I will tell you, on the topic of like discretion and privacy and like knowing when to be tight-lipped and what to be tight-lipped about, I will tell you is that I am actually really, really good with it. And I will tell you that if you ever want to like build serious connections in this life and know people and you want to take your life somewhere socially, one of the most effective things that you can do for yourself, one of the best practices to meet people that are connected, is being a deeply trustworthy confidant. Being someone that not only holds and keeps people's secrets, but refuses to disseminate them or utilize them as leverage. And you will grow in the ranks of society very quickly. Like, very, very quickly. I have met people I have met with and have relationships with some of the most influential and connected people on this planet, without exaggeration. And it is because got it. Because I know how to guard people's truth. I know how to defend truth and people's, truth. Makes sense. Feeling that. Wait, what's impressive? Hello, how are you? Thanks for the 1,000 hearts, and thanks for the follow. Oh, my legs are so sore. My legs and my feet are so sore. Thanks for talking to me and not just like leaving me alone. Thank you for letting me be one of the only guys on Bigo. Thank you for allowing me to be one of your stars. And not just be one of those douchey guys on Bigo that like nobody actually likes, but they got nothing else to watch. I really, really appreciate being up in the ranks with all the ladies. It's kind of cool. I have to admit, it's pretty cool. Because it's like you have all these beautiful women, and then you have me with my crooked nose just like up there smiling. And it makes me feel good. I'm always here. Thank you. I normally don't make it like all about me, but like for the past half hour, admittedly, I've been like pretty selfish. And I think it's just because, like I said, I don't know. It's weird. Like the street is very quiet tonight. There's nobody on the street at all. Like even on the street that I'm on, there's like nobody here. And there's not even homeless people. And so like I'm kind of scared. It's just really weird. Like I'm just experiencing this fear because it's like things are so inactive. Like there's not a whole lot going on. So I'm just like uncomfortably scared for like no reason. Just because the silence is like so off-putting. But if you are from like Hollywood or anywhere around Hollywood and you want to hang out, come hit me up. I'm seriously around. I'm literally on Hollywood Boulevard on the Walk of Fame every single day. I'm on the Walk of Fame at least once a day, at minimum for 15 minutes to a half hour every single day. Even if I'm just crossing the street or something, I'm on the boulevard every day. You live in Venice, cool. Well, come on over. Catch the bus, catch the train. Come say hello. How do I take off? There, wait, where is it? Excuse me. Um, there it is. Okay, I just wanted to take the filter thing off. Now, how do I work these stickers? I should have done this sooner. I got to do this in the beginning of the broadcast. Or I guess I do it now, and then I can interactive sticker, text sticker. There's one. What? Same field. What? What? I can't use a sticker? I want to use a sticker. Text sticker. Let's try the YouTube one. Okay, this is not cool. It's not letting me put a sticker on my screen. So your ex was so abusive to me. Yeah, mine was too. I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't intend. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be like dismissive. I just have like a really hard time with that and like talking about it. So, yeah, it won't. I don't know why it won't let me put the sticker on here. Okay, whatever. No stickers. Oh, excuse me. What I will say is like having things go good for you sometimes makes people like greedy. And it makes me sick and sad because it's like my life is so good internally. Like my experience, let me say it that way, my experience of life is really good, right? And my life is really good. It's just I get sad when like when I make money or I I get a couple of jobs, like I complete a couple of contracts, or I even just one contract, or or I get my income, or I have something work out for me, just to deal with the bitterness that comes from some people is really disappointing. Like I try to connect with people, and then like they say, you find out who your friends are. It really sucks when you like remember that you don't really have any friends except for maybe like 2 or 3 people. It's like you have a lot of people that you kind of like call friends, but then you got like 2 or 3 people that are actually happy for you. And then it's like sometimes you wonder, you're like, I mean, maybe this person is only happy for me because they already have their own money. Like you think they're happy for you, but they already have their own cash. So like, are they really happy for you or not? Thanks for the follow. Give me like 2 seconds. I'm gonna put this. So I put this. I put like a mat down before I put my sleeping bag down so that I'm not like right on the ground. So I could stay clean. So like, give me 2 seconds because I'm gonna fold this the rest of the way out. Oh. Okay, I'm here. Oh, excuse me. Oh, God. getting another massage tomorrow. Yes. Birthday day 5. I get another massage. Deep tissue. It's gonna be fan-freaking-tastic. Best investment. Even better investment, not smoking at all. 3 days. $4 more than a pack of cigarettes. Lasts 2 more days. Or realistically, it's lasted 6 times as long as a pack of cigarettes would normally last me. I'm never buying a pack of cigarettes again. I have to say, it really sucked when I went by. Well, I guess I'm assuming that that one officer is probably married or something, because like I thought she's really beautiful, but then like she's like super not into me at all. I'm like, okay, whatever. But then there's another one, but she's just like minding her own business. She's like super stoic. Like with me, I'm interiorly stoic and I'm really composed on the inside, but I don't often work too hard to appear composed on the outside. So like if you could think of your most rigid, like the most rigid person in your life, that's pretty much like me on the inside. But then on the outside, I'm just like super loose. That felt really good. Oh my God, that feels amazing. Oh, yes. Just friggin', I just want to go to sleep. I love you all. I do. I want to sleep. But yeah, so like yes. So, yeah, but I passed this one officer and she was so beautiful. Probably occupied, probably married. That's okay. Yeah, so like whenever I was like out here, I wasn't I wasn't really associating with like, not that I was disassociated from law enforcement, but I really wasn't like talking to anybody that was like a part of the community or anything. And it was kind of the same for like the military community. I just wasn't really talking to anybody because I just like, I really didn't want like criminals to murder me, you know? And I didn't want them thinking I was like snitching on them or something. So I just didn't really talk to any. But like, that's kind of the environment that I come from, is like military and police. That's like pretty much the background that I come from. So like I hung out with everybody, but I just didn't need anybody like paranoid and trying to hurt me because they were like afraid I was talking to the cops or something. I'm known to not do that, even though like that's, you know, my background is being around them. But so now, not being out here, it's really nice to be able to talk to people that I'm comfortable with again. Like I have some people out here that I'm still cool with, but like most of them never really were cool with me to begin with. It was just like easy for them to kind of get what they wanted from me sometimes. So like I get that, but we never really saw eye to eye, you know? Hi, Dr. Litter. Thanks, Megan. Are you going to bed? I thought we were hanging out. Thank you. Okay, so it's pretty late. Okay, so like I'm gonna make a comment, right? And it's pretty late, and I'm figuring there's only like certain people on right now. But like, yeah, have you ever just started either getting a boner or a wetty, and you you don't know why, but it's just happening. Well, I'm just sitting here and I'm just like, okay, I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because I'm thinking about that young lady from the park, but who knows? I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know why. I wasn't thinking about her. I'm lying. I wasn't thinking about anybody or anything. I was just like, I think my body just got bored. It was like, all right, time to feel it. And like, yes. Yes, please. Tomorrow I have to get up, and when I go to get that massage, I have to check my feet because I think I've been stepping too hard on my right foot. Like the back of it, I think it's kind of cracked. So I need to like sand that down and take care of it. But as of right now, I don't know for sure if I have a problem or not with my foot. How's it going? Pretty good. How are you? Could it be the shoes? Could be. Could be the shoes. So I like I'll tell you the secret. Okay, so my secret to why like I'm starting to get an enlargement is actually because I have this thing going on with my body and I don't know what it is, where I will start to like feel this tingling feeling like in my balls. And I don't know what it is or how it's happening. Like it's blood flow or something. And it feels so good. And it's just like at random that it happens. But it feels fantastic. And it happens like all the time. Like quite often. And I just figure it's probably like adrenaline pumping in my veins from being like so active. And so it's like my body's like, always telling me to be doing stuff that I don't do a whole lot of. Sweetheart, hello, how are you? Hey everyone, hello. Oh my gosh, somebody peed on the ground over there and it smells so bad. It smells absolutely terrible. I'm sorry to gross you out, but it smells so bad. Thanks for the follow. Welcome from Uganda. Where? Like around the corner. Like downhill a little bit around the corner. And I can smell it. Yeah, thank you for following me. There's a deal with that. It's really it's so bad. Yeah, I know. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'm very thankful for this unknown tingling sensation. It's fantastic. Very thankful for it, but I just don't know where it's coming from. That's wow is right. If you or me would understand, it's like the best thing in the world. I'm not kidding.
for me, it's that good. Like some people, some people have stuff going on like that, and they like complain about it, or they'll be like, whatever, and I'm just like, please, like, whatever my body is doing, I want it to do that more. I want it to do it all the time. My body is wonderful. You get orgasm. Fish and the drips, not normal. No, I don't get the drips, bro. I don't get the drips. It's just that. Thanks for 2,000 hearts. She was hot. Thank you. You should see it. You'd be surprised. I won't show it to you. I don't really do that. And when I say I don't really do that, I mean I don't do it at all. Never done it. Never. Not a single time in my entire life. But just feel wonderful. The sky does look really cool, doesn't it? Oh my gosh. I feel so gross. But like, I just didn't want to be around people for just a little bit. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? And be alone for a little bit. But I wanted to be alone so bad that I was willing to be out here. So that might not be good, but I don't know. I just don't want to shut down the broadcast. I really don't. Do not let me fall asleep on. Do me a favor. I know a lot of you have my phone number. So like, if I fall asleep on broadcast, call me so that I wake up and oh God, that scared me. Just make sure to, just go arrest him. I really don't care. Just make sure to call me so that, I don't forget my phone out here, because it won't be there when I wake up. We got like 12,000 fires, so I think we're being featured again. Yeah, we're an hourly region. Hourly region list top 1,000. Welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for showing up. So we're all popular tonight, apparently. It's really nice. Send you my number. It's Canadian. Ooh, sounds good to me. You have to come here, though. Like, why aren't you here yet? Like, if you got on the train, you'd be here already. Sorry, I'm like needy. I need to shave my beard so bad. It's like starting to bother me. Oh my God, I fucking hate people that pee in public. It smells so bad. Like, why? Of all things you could do, why? Hi, Ifa. Hello, how are you? What what on earth is going on tonight? There were a whole bunch of fire engines and an ambulance and a couple of cop cars down the road, and now there's a whole bunch of them going somewhere again. This, I swear, this never happens. Like, there's never this much action. There's never this much stuff going on with, like emergency type stuff. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just worried. Yo, this cricket will not like chill out. He's just like crawling all over the place. I think he's trying to figure out like what the heck this giant thing is that's like laying like in his near his little crevice. Listening to the police radio said someone had a panic attack. You're kidding me. Are they okay? Oh my god, it smells like straight urine. I can't. Oh, I wasn't really trying to guilt you. I'm sorry. I was only teasing you. I wasn't really trying to make you feel bad. I was only like joking around. But if you want me to visit, I have like an absurd amount of money now. I could probably visit if you want me to. I don't get to hear that, but age is between. They said, okay. I like you. I want you around. Will you stay to help moderate my broadcasts and tell me what happens on the police radios? Those come to me. Where are you? Oh my god, where are you? I looked at your. I'm not gonna lie. I looked at your picture. Kind of cute. In Dubai. Oh well, I can't really walk there. I keep forgetting that I can fly now. Like I have a driver's license and money. You know, like I can actually. Oh, and I could buy my passport now. I just haven't done it yet. I've never been to Ghana. I need to stop walking. Like, I need to find a way to work without having to move around all the time. I remember there were a few women that I met, like, over the past year or so here in Hollywood that, like, I wonder how they're doing. I just haven't seen them in a while. Just like women that I had hooked up with, and I haven't seen them in a little bit. And I hope they're doing okay. I thought about them for like a moment. I don't even know why they just came to mind. A couple of different women that I had hooked up with from like here in Santa Monica. Okay, now my feet are really actually starting to hurt pretty bad. Like, I'm always so proud of myself when I'm walking around, and then I lay down and I'm like, what did I just do to my body? Okay, I'm gonna go to bed. Good night. I know we're like having really popular broadcasts and stuff, but I'm gonna go to bed. I love you all. Please don't forget to follow. Thank you for being here, and I will see you tomorrow.